Welcome to India Global Forum, uniting the world's most visionary minds from India and beyond to shape the future. Hear from and engage with the most influential policymakers, business leaders, and technology disruptors. Get involved with our key initiatives and join us at our world-class flagship events in the UK, the UAE, and India. Join India Global Forum, a gateway to the limitless potential of India's growth story and a catalyst for global connection. Log on to www.indiaglobalforum.com and join the conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to India Global Forum's much anticipated third annual investment summit, NXT10, where we will explore what the next decade will mean for India's growth. As always, we have a stellar lineup of speakers. And to help steer our conversations, we have three renowned names in global media and IGF regulars: Laura Buckwell, Vikram Chandra, and Ben Thompson. Broadcaster and former TV news anchor, Laura has interviewed high-profile CEOs, entrepreneurs, and government officials. Vikram is one of India's leading broadcast journalists, known for his incisive commentary on Indian and world affairs. And Ben is a celebrated news anchor and editor, specializing in international business and finance. Please put your hands together to welcome our hosts to the IGF stage, Laura Buckwell, Vikram Chandra, and Ben Thompson.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome, a very warm welcome to this, the third annual investment summit, NXT10 from India Global Forum. My name is Ben Thompson.
And I am Laura Buckwell. Well, from Bengaluru and Delhi to now magnificent Mumbai, the city of dreams, the city that never sleeps, and the city which I've been told is actually India's most exciting. The financial capital, the home of business, fashion, and movies.
And I'm Vikram Chandra. As we fast approach the next decade, India is poised for unprecedented growth and development. But what will that look like? And where are the opportunities? Today, we've gathered the very best minds to give us their take on why India really is the beacon of global hope.
And as the country steers towards a $10 trillion economy, there is huge optimism right across India, the fastest growing economy amongst all the large economies of the world.
We'll take a look at the power of leadership, the impact of regulation, the challenges of sustainability, and we're even going to be taking you into the metaverse.
Right, and this morning we are extremely lucky to be joined by Honorable Amit Shah, the Minister of Home Affairs, Government of India. We have Mr. Piyush Goyal with us, the Commerce Minister. I see the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Mr. Eknath Shinde, Deputy Chief Minister, Mr. Devendra Fadnavis, Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar, and many more people than I can name. Thank you all so much for being with us here. We also have with us Nikhil Kamath, Founder Circle member, co-founder of Zerodha, many other people with us here today.
Yeah, delighted to have so many here in the room with us. And it's worth saying, please do stay in the room until our networking break, just for security reasons. We'll also hear a little later from the Deputy Chief Minister. I'll also then be sitting down with super investor, BlackRock's super investor, to get his take on how to make sense of all the uncertainty and unpredictability in the global economy right now.
And let me just tell you, we're also streaming live today across the IGF Facebook page and social media, as well as on Daily Hunt. So hello to everyone who's joining us around the world right now as the world meets India and India meets the world.
All of that to come, ladies and gentlemen. But first and foremost, let's begin with a man who needs little introduction. He is the founder and chairman of the India Global Forum. Please put your hands together for Manoj Ladwa.
Honorable Cabinet Minister for Commerce and Industry, Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Shindeji, Honorable Deputy Chief Ministers, Shri Devendra Fadnavis ji and Shri Ajit Pawar ji, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, friends, Amchi, Mumbai. It is great to be here in this city of dreams, a city that created a Tata, an Ambani, a Bachchan, and countless more dreamers, seekers, and achievers. A city that has not only been for centuries, a gateway to India, now serves as a gateway to the world. I'm therefore delighted that India Global Forum, a platform that through direct, open dialogue with the most influential minds, tells the story of contemporary India, this new and exciting India, and its limitless opportunities to a global audience. I'm especially grateful to my dear friend, the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Devendra Fadnavis ji, for his support and encouragement in bringing IGF to this, the epicenter of global India. It's so lovely to see so many old and new friends who are now part of our IGF journey. Friends, we don't have to look far to see and feel the unprecedented change that has taken place over the last 10 years. Whether you're a business person, a global financier, a student, a farmer, or even a tourist, we are living and experiencing a time of remarkable change. But friends, I understand that this is also a season of guarantees. And if there is one guarantee that I can give you, having engaged with leaders in business, diplomacy, science, technology, the arts, culture, and media, that one guarantee is that the era of Modi has truly arrived. But friends, what next? In the world of frantic technological advancements, a rebalancing of the global world order, there will not be any inevitabilities, no certainties, and dare I say it, no more trysts with destiny. In this era, India's success and its place in the world will be defined and determined by the hard work and ingenuity of its people, and the hard choices she makes to ensure prosperity, security, and a fair and sustainable future for all. And so, I cannot think of anyone better, more qualified, to help us decode and define this new era than a man who has been at the very center of every critical decision of the past decade. A man who has helped drive the change that India lives today. A man who is an enigma to most, a formidable political leader to many. And so, Honorable Home Minister, Amit Bhai, as you wait in the wings, and I know everyone here is waiting for you, I want to thank you. Thank you for choosing this time, this critical moment, and this platform to share your unique insights that will help us all determine the next 10 years and to turn the dreams of the many into the progress and prosperity of all. Friends, thank you.
कि आजादी के 75 साल हो गए, किसी एक 10 साल में इतनी बड़ी छलांग भारत के अर्थतंत्र ने कभी नहीं लगाई है।
On the eve of India's elections, hear from the strongman of Indian politics in his trademark style. Amit Shah will candidly speak on what analysts get wrong about India and set out Team Modi's vision for the next decade like never before. That's Home Minister Amit Shah on India's Next 10. Please put your hands together to welcome him to the stage.
मित्रों, आज इंडिया ग्लोबल फोरम के इस एनुअल मीट में आप सभी को मिलते हुए मुझे बहुत आनंद और हर्ष की अनुभूति होती है। मनोज भाई कब के लगे थे कि मेरा यहाँ आना हो, मैं आ नहीं पाता था, और जब योग बना कि चुनाव का समय है, मैं जो कुछ भी बोलूंगा कितना भी मेरिट्स में होगा, मगर इसका पॉलिटिकल इंटरप्रिटेशन होना तय है। परंतु मैं जो बोलूंगा, जो मैं बात रखूंगा, वो तथ्य के आधार पर होगी और पूरे देश और दुनिया ने जिसको अनुभव किया है इसके आधार पर होगी। आने वाले कुछ ही महीनों में जहां से लोकतंत्र की शुरुआत हुई, हमारा ये देश भारत और एक प्रकार से दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा लोकतंत्र भारत चुनाव में जा रहा है। इस साल एक प्रकार से दुनिया में चुनावों का साल है। इस साल में दुनिया में 40 चुनाव होने हैं और भारत भी ये लोकतंत्र के महोत्सव में आने वाले 2 महीने के अंदर जा रहा है। और उस वक्त मैं आप सभी को बताने आया हूं कि चुनाव हर देश में जो होगा वो चुनाव 5 साल के लिए, 4 साल के लिए, 6 साल के लिए उनके संविधान के अनुरूप होगा, मगर भारत का जो चुनाव होने वाला है वो चुनाव आने वाले 25 वर्ष का भविष्य तय करने वाला चुनाव होने वाला है। क्योंकि ये 10 साल में मोदी जी ने देश के अंदर परिवर्तन की जो बयार लाई है, हर क्षेत्र में परिवर्तन से आमूल चूर स्थिति में बदलाव किया है, वो नींव के आधार पर जब देश आजादी की शताब्दी मनाएगा 2047 में, तब ये देश कहां होगा वो निर्धारित अगले 5 साल में होने वाला है। इसलिए चुनाव का महत्व बहुत बड़ा है। ये डेमोक्रेसी का फेस्टिवल तो हैवी है, ये गरीबों के लिए वेलफेयर का भी फेस्टिवल है, हमारे लिए जन कल्याण का भी फेस्टिवल है। ट्रेडिशन और टेक्नोलॉजी दोनों की सिनर्जी करने के लिए भी ये फेस्टिवल है, और डेमोक्रेसी और सिक्योरिटी को सुनिश्चित करने के लिए भी ये फेस्टिवल है। इसलिए जो मूलभूत परिवर्तन मोदी जी ने किए हैं, वो परिवर्तन को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए ये लोकतंत्र का महोत्सव आ रहा है। मित्रों, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आज सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंट, सेल्फ रिलायंट, डोरमेंट से डायनेमिक गवर्नमेंट, रेग्रेसिव से प्रोग्रेसिव ग्रोथ और फ्रेजाइल इकोनॉमी से टॉप इकोनॉमी की ओर देश आगे बढ़ रहा है। और मुझे विश्वास है कि यात्रा हमारी आने वाले दशकों तक चलेगी, और मोदी जी ने जो हमारे सामने लक्ष्य रखा है, पूरी देश की पार्लियामेंट ने एक लक्ष्य सुनिश्चित किया है कि 15 अगस्त 2047 को भारत पूर्ण विकसित देश होगा, भारत आत्मनिर्भर देश होगा और भारत टॉप 3 इकोनॉमी में शुमार होगा। ये लक्ष्य को हम जरूर सिद्ध करेंगे, उसका मुझे विश्वास है। इसका रोड मैप भी तैयार किया है। हमारे पास 10 साल का परफॉर्मेंस है और 25 साल का रोड मैप भी हमारे पास है। ये दोनों लेकर हम इस चुनाव में बहुत उत्साह के साथ नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में जा रहे हैं। मित्रों, जब ये 10 साल के कार्यकाल को समझना है, ये 10 साल के परिवर्तन को समझना है और विशेषकर इस 10 साल में इकोनॉमी में जो बदलाव हुआ है उसको समझना है, तो 10 साल के पहले क्या था वो जरूर जानना पड़ेगा। क्योंकि गड्ढा कितना गहरा था वो समझे बगैर नई इमारत कितनी बुलंद बनी है इसका फैसला कोई नहीं कर सकता। 10 साल पहले क्या मिला था और आज कहां खड़े हैं, वो ही नरेंद्र मोदी गवर्नमेंट का परफॉर्मेंस का इवैल्यूएशन का पैरामीटर हो सकता है। 10 साल के पहले 2014 में अर्थव्यवस्था की हालत जर्जर थी, निवेशकों का भरोसा उठ गया था। 12 लाख करोड़ के घपले, घोटाले, भ्रष्टाचार इस देश के आत्मविश्वास को हिला दिया था। भारत में इकोनॉमिक कैपिटलिज्म चरम पर था, महंगाई की दर आसमान छू रही थी, फिस्कल डेफिसिट काबू के बाहर थी, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में हम सबसे नीचे पायदान पर पहुंच गए थे, हमारा रेटिंग लगातार नीचे गिरता रहा जा रहा था और बैंक की बैलेंस शीट बनाने में तकलीफ आए, इस तरह की बैंकों की व्यवस्था हो गई थी। इसके साथ साथ देश की सुरक्षा के हालत भी बहुत खराब हालत में थी। आए दिन आतंकवादी हमले, बम धमाके, महिलाएं भी सुरक्षित महसूस नहीं कर रही थी और उस वक्त भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने एक निर्णय किया कि हम ये चुनाव नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में लड़ेंगे और देश की जनता ने निर्णय किया 2014 में कि एक बार मोदी जी को पूर्ण बहुमत देना चाहिए और ये गवर्नमेंट की शुरुआत हुई। इसके पहले एक अस्थिरता का 30 साल का दौर था। नरेंद्र मोदी जी को जब पूर्ण बहुमत देश में मिला तब 30 साल तक इस देश ने राजनीतिक अस्थिरताओं को झेला है। 30 साल तक मिली जुली सरकारें चली और बहुत लंबे समय के बाद 30 साल के बाद एक दल को पूर्ण बहुमत मिला और कांग्रेस के अलावे किसी पार्टी को आजादी के बाद पहली बार पूर्ण बहुमत मिला। वहीं से भारत के ग्रोथ की स्टोरी शुरू होती है। ये जो 10 साल गए, ये 10 साल चाहे सुरक्षा के क्षेत्र में लीजिए, शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में लीजिए, इनोवेशन के क्षेत्र में लीजिए या इकोनॉमी के क्षेत्र में लीजिए, ये 10 साल भारत की ग्रोथ स्टोरी से गायब 10 साल है। इसको कोई ढूंढ ही नहीं पाएगा क्योंकि ये 10 साल में ग्रोथ के नाम पर कुछ नहीं हुआ था। और ऐसे माहौल में मोदी जी ने टेक ओवर किया और आज जब हम यहां पर खड़े हैं तब एक बात मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं। 2004 से 14 का एवरेज महंगाई 8.2 थी, 2010, 11 और 13 में वो डबल डिजिट पर थी और आज क्या है, मैं आज बताना चाहता हूं मित्रों कि आज हम 5% से नीचे लगातार मेंटेन कर रहे हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने बैंकों को सुधारा, हमने फॉरेक्स मिसमैनेजमेंट को सुधारा और इसके बाद अलग प्रकार की एक पॉलिटिक्स की शुरुआत हुई। लंबे अरसे तक हमारे देश की पॉलिटिक्स 4 नासूरों से ग्रसित रही: परिवारवाद, जातिवाद, भ्रष्टाचार और तुष्टीकरण। इसमें मेरिट्स का कहीं स्थान नहीं था। मोदी जी ने 10 साल के अंदर न केवल केंद्र सरकार, देश भर के चुनावों में सीधा लीड कर पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ परफॉर्मेंस को एस्टैब्लिश करने का काम किया है। अब सरकारें वही चुनकर आती है, बार बार चुनकर आती है जो परफॉर्म करती हैं। और पहली बार परिवारवाद और जातिवाद से अलग माहौल बनाने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने किया। 10 साल तक सोनिया मनमोहन की सरकार चली। कुछ लोग कॉलमिस्ट लिखते थे पॉलिसी पैरालिसिस हो गया है। एक ऐसी सरकार थी जिसमें इस सरकार का नेतृत्व कौन है तय नहीं होता था। हर मंत्री अपने आप को प्रधानमंत्री मानता था और प्रधानमंत्री को कोई प्रधानमंत्री नहीं मानता था। इस प्रकार की सरकार चल रही थी। 10 साल तक एक भी पॉलिसी नहीं बना पाए। मोदी जी ने हर क्षेत्र में पॉलिसी के आधार पर शासन का निर्णय किया। 10 साल के अंदर 40 से ज्यादा नीतियां बनाई। मैं इकोनॉमी की बात करूं तो PLI की पॉलिसी, नेशनल पॉलिसी ऑन इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स, मेक इन इंडिया, स्टार्टअप इंडिया, स्टैंड अप इंडिया, स्किल इंडिया, GST, ध्रुव, डिजिटल इंडिया, क्वांटम मिशन, हमारी नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी, स्किल की पॉलिसी, इंडियन स्पेस पॉलिसी, ड्रोन की पॉलिसी, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन मिशन, गोवर्धन और ग्रीन इंडिया, ये सारी पॉलिसी ने हमारी इकोनॉमी को शेप देने का काम किया है। और पॉलिसी ड्रिवन स्टेट कैसा होता है उसका बेस्ट एग्जाम्पल नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने दिया और आज पॉलिसी ड्रिवन स्टेट बनकर हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मित्रों, कोई सरकार 50 साल काम करे तो 5 बड़े फैसले ले सकती है। मैं कांग्रेस के रिकॉर्ड के आधार पर कह सकता हूं, कांग्रेस ने 55 साल काम किया, 5 बड़े फैसले वो गिना नहीं सकते। हमने 10 साल की सरकार में 50 से ज्यादा युग परिवर्तनकारी फैसले दिए हैं, जिसको पूरी दुनिया स्वीकार कर सकती है कि फैसले ने भारत की दिशा और दशा दोनों को बदला है। मैं आपको कुछ इसमें से उदाहरण देना चाहता हूं। हमने 2016 में नोटबंदी की, भ्रष्टाचार और नकली मुद्रा पर रोक लगाई। 2017 में GST लेकर आए। NPA की समस्या के समाधान के लिए हमने बड़े फैसले किए। जनधन, आधार, मोबाइल, जेम ट्रिनिटी द्वारा डिजिटल लैंडस्केप का विस्तार अंतिम व्यक्ति तक किया। सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और एयर स्ट्राइक कर पूरी दुनिया में मैसेज दिया कि भारत की सेना और भारत की सीमा दोनों को हल्के से नहीं ले सकते। इसके साथ छेड़खानी करते हैं तो जवाब मिलता है। 3 तलाक को समाप्त कर करोड़ों मुस्लिम माताओं बहनों को अधिकार देने का काम किया। CAA का बिल पारित कर हमने शरणार्थी जो आए थे पड़ोसी देश से प्रताड़ना भोग कर, उनको हमने अधिकार, नागरिकता का अधिकार दिया। धारा 370 और 35 से, जिसके लिए कहा जाता था इसको छूने की कल्पना भी नहीं कर सकते, मोदी जी ने देखते देखते 5 अगस्त 2019 को धारा 370 और 35 को समाप्त कर कश्मीर को हमेशा के लिए भारत के साथ। हम नई शिक्षा नीति लेकर आए। हमारी नई शिक्षा नीति का जरूर आपके बिजनेस हाउस ने अभ्यास करना चाहिए। इसमें भविष्य का भारत भी है और हमारे संस्कार की सुगंध भी है। ये एक प्रकार से हमारी शिक्षा नीति को ओपन किया और हमारे युवाओं को, विश्व के युवाओं के साथ 2-2 हाथ करने के लिए नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी ने एक मंच प्रदान करने का काम किया। हमने देश की महिलाओं को नीति निर्धारण के लिए हिस्सेदार बनाने के लिए नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम लाकर 33% आरक्षण विधानसभाओं में और संसद में देने का काम किया। 3 कानून हमारी क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम के जो अंग्रेज बनाकर गए थे, 160 साल पुराने कानून थे, इसकी जगह IPC, CRPC और एविडेंस एक्ट की जगह भारतीय न्याय संहिता, भारतीय नागरिक सुरक्षा संहिता और भारतीय साक्ष्य संहिता लाए। और मैं आज आपको भरोसे कैसे कहता हूं, ये मोदी की गारंटी है। ये कानूनों के इंप्लीमेंटेशन के बाद कोई भी क्रिमिनल केस में 3 साल के अंदर सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक हम न्याय सुनिश्चित कर लेंगे। तारीख पे तारीख अब पास्ट हो जाएगा। मित्रों, इस देश के गौरव को ना किसी ने समझा, ना इसके बढ़ाने की चिंता की। कई बार सभी लोग कहते हैं, मैं कई बार जाता हूं, कि सबका देश के विकास से क्या लेन देन। देश के विकास के साथ देश के हर नागरिक के आत्मविश्वास का सीधा लेना देना है। देश के मन में, देश की जनता के मन में जो इंफीरियरिटी कॉम्प्लेक्स था, इसको हटाए बगैर, वो हीन भाव को हटाए बगैर देश विकास नहीं कर सकता। नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने हमारे सारे मान बिंदुओं को सम्मानित करने का काम किया। 500 साल से अपमानित स्थिति में पड़े रामलल्ला को उन्होंने भव्य मंदिर के अंदर प्रस्थापित करने का काम किया। काशी विश्वनाथ कॉरिडोर जो औरंगजेब ने तोड़ा था, इतने सालों के बाद कोई विवाद के बगैर इसका पुनर्निर्माण कर 130 करोड़ भारतीयों के एक सामूहिक आत्मविश्वास का निर्माण किया, जो आज देश की इकोनॉमी को भी बदलेंगे, देश के पॉलिटिक्स को भी बदलेंगे और देश के भविष्य को भी बदलेंगे। इसके साथ साथ हमने नए संसद भवन का भी निर्माण किया। मेरा आप लोगों से आग्रह है, आप लोगों को देश के जहां बजट आता है, बनता है, बजट पारित होता है, कानून बनते हैं, इस व्यवस्था को आपकी व्यस्तता में से निकलकर जरूर एक बार देखना चाहिए। मैं आपको दावे के साथ कहता हूं, हमारे यह नया संसद भवन जो मोदी जी की कल्पना है, मोदी जी ने कल्पना को चरितार्थ किया है, वो संसद भवन दुनिया की सबसे आधुनिक और दुनिया की सबसे भव्य डेमोक्रेटिक व्यवस्था बनकर आज हमारे सामने हुआ है। और इसके अंदर हमने सेंगोल को प्रस्तापित किया। राजपथ एक सत्ता का प्रतीक बना हुआ था। अंग्रेजों ने भारत पर राज करने के लिए गवर्नर जनरल के घर के सामने, वायसरॉय के घर के सामने के पथ को राजपथ नाम दिया था। हम आजाद हो चुके हैं। राजपथ को कर्तव्य पथ में बदलने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया और आतंकवाद, वामपंथी उग्रवाद और सारे हथियारी ग्रुपों के पर नकेल कसकर देश के अंदर शांति स्थापित करने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि इस देश में 3 बड़े हॉटस्पॉट हुआ करते थे, नॉर्थ ईस्ट, वामपंथी उग्रवादी क्षेत्र और कश्मीर। आज ये तीनों हॉटस्पॉट में हिंसा 72% से ज्यादा कम हुई है। 10,000 से ज्यादा आतंकवादी, उग्रवादी हथियार डालकर मेन स्ट्रीम में आ चुके हैं। आज देश शांति की ओर बढ़ चुका है और इससे एक बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन है। इसलिए मैंने कहा कि कई सरकारें 50 साल चलती है तब 5 फैसले करती है, इस सरकार ने 10 साल के अंदर 50 फैसले करे। और सबसे बड़ा काम मोदी जी ने किया। इस देश के 60 करोड़ लोग अपने आप को देश के विकास के साथ जोड़ ही नहीं पाए थे। आप लोगों के लिए बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण बात मैं बताने जा रहा हूं, मगर आपको भी शायद इस दृष्टि से आपने इस चीज को नहीं देखा होगा। जब मोदी जी प्रधानमंत्री बने तब इस देश में 60 करोड़ लोग ऐसे थे जिनके परिवार में भी, व्यक्ति छोड़िए, परिवार में भी एक भी बैंक अकाउंट नहीं था। एक भी बैंक अकाउंट नहीं था। एक प्रकार से ये 60 करोड़ लोग देश के अर्थतंत्र के साथ जुड़े नहीं थे। कहने को तो हमारी आबादी 130 करोड़ की है, मगर आपकी भाषा में कहूं तो मार्केट सिर्फ 70 करोड़ लोगों का था, क्योंकि 60 करोड़ लोगों के पास ना बैंक अकाउंट था, ना परचेज पावर था। कुछ परचेज ही नहीं कर सकते। उनका पूरा जीवन रोजमर्रा की चीजों में व्यतीत होता था। मोदी जी ने इस 60 करोड़ लोगों के जीवन में सारी बेसिक सुविधाएं एक 10 साल के अंदर समाप्त कर दी, जिसको देश की कई सरकारें 75 साल तक नहीं कर पाई। लगभग 10 करोड़ परिवार में गैस का सिलेंडर पहुंचाया, 12 करोड़ परिवार में टॉयलेट पहुंचाने का काम किया, 14 करोड़ परिवार में नल से जल पहुंचाया, 11 करोड़ किसानों को 6,000 रुपया प्रति साल देने का काम किया, 4 करोड़ से अधिक लोगों को घर देने का काम किया और 60 करोड़ लोगों को 5 लाख तक का स्वास्थ्य के पूरे खर्चे से मुक्त कर दिया और 80 करोड़ लोगों को प्रति माह, प्रति व्यक्ति 5 किलो अनाज देने का काम किया। आपको लगता होगा ये चुनावी सभा नहीं है, यहां क्यों बात कर रहे हैं। मैं आपको ये बताने आया हूं कि कोई देश 60 करोड़ लोगों को अलग रखकर विकास के रास्ते पर नहीं चल सकता। ये कोई नहीं समझा। हमारे अर्थतंत्र के विकास में 60 करोड़ लोगों का कोई योगदान ही नहीं था। और आपकी भाषा में कहूं तो हमारा मार्केट 70 करोड़ का ही था। आज हमारा मार्केट 130 करोड़ का है। मेरी बात मानकर चलिए। इसकी पूरी बेसिक सुविधाओं की चिंता नरेंद्र मोदी की भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने समाप्त कर दी है। अब वो आज आगे बढ़ना चाहता है। उसको स्कूटी चाहिए, घर में पंखा चाहिए, एक छोटा सा टीवी चाहिए, बच्चे को पढ़ाना है। ये सारी चीजें भारत के विकास के लिए ग्रोथ बनकर आगे आई हैं और उसके व्यक्तिगत जीवन में तो विकास हुआ ही हुआ है। नरेंद्र मोदी ने 60 करोड़ लोगों को विकास के साथ जोड़ने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया और ये 5 साल के अंदर नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने ढेर सारे परिवर्तन किए। मैं आज आपको बताना चाहता हूं, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, किसी भी देश के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के बगैर किसी भी देश का विकास का आकलन ही नहीं हो सकता। 2013-14 में इस देश में 91,000 किलोमीटर नेशनल हाईवे थे, 91,000 किलोमीटर, और 2023 में 1,45,000 किलोमीटर नेशनल हाईवे बन चुके हैं। बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन है और इसी के आधार पर हमारी इंडस्ट्री के लिए सुगमता बढ़ेगी, हमारे अर्थतंत्र के लिए सुगमता बढ़ेगी। मैं दावे से कह सकता हूं कि 2030 में आपकी लॉजिस्टिक के खर्चे को 10% कम करने का लक्ष्य नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने रखा है, जिससे विश्व भर में हमारे उत्पाद स्पर्धा में टिक पाएंगे। राष्ट्रीय राजमार्ग का निर्माण पहले 11.6 किलोमीटर होता था, अब प्रतिदिन 28 किलोमीटर नेशनल हाईवे बन रहे हैं। रोड और ओवरब्रिज पहले 4,000 थे देश में, आज 11,000 है। मेट्रो वाले शहर 5 थे, अब 20 है। एयरपोर्ट 74 थे, 2 गुना। आज ही एक उद्घाटन हुआ है और 74 की जगह 74 की जगह 150 एयरपोर्ट अब देश में बन चुके हैं और विमानों की संख्या 400 से 825 तक पहुंच चुकी है। मित्रों, मैं इसलिए बता रहा हूं कि इकोनॉमी आंकड़ों से नहीं चलती है। इकोनॉमी का ग्रोथ करना है, अर्थतंत्र का विकास करना है, देश का विकास करना है, तो इसके लिए सारी चीजों को साइमल्टेनियसली बदलना पड़ेगा, जो मोदी जी ने किया है। और इसलिए कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर को भी बढ़ाया है। रेलवे में कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर 2 लाख करोड़ से बढ़ाकर 5,22,000 करोड़ करा। पोर्ट्स में भी लगभग 2 गुना करा, टूरिज्म में भी 2 गुना करा। और जब अंतिम बजट मनमोहन सिंह की सरकार ने दिया, तब देश का कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर 2 लाख करोड़ था। और मोदी जी ने अभी जो बजट अंतिम में दिया, निर्मला सीतारमण जी ने, इसमें 11 लाख करोड़ रुपया कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर के लिए हमने रखा है। ये बता रहा है कि देश कितने सुनियोजित तरीके से आगे आ रहा है। नीतियों के आधार पर चले, सारी चीजों की चिंता कर कर चले, नए प्रोफेशनल भी बनाए। और इसका परिणाम क्या है? परिणाम आपके सामने बहुत स्पष्ट है। यूपीए में एवरेज जीडीपी का ग्रोथ रेट 2013-14 में 6.9% था, आज वो 6.9 से 8.4 पर पहुंचा है। पर कैपिटा जीडीपी $3,889 था, 3,889 अमेरिकी डॉलर, आज वो बढ़कर $6,000 बना है पर कैपिटा जीडीपी। हमारा महंगाई 8.2 पर था, इसको हम 5 तक सीमित रख पाए हैं। कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर 2 लाख करोड़ था, इसको 11 लाख करोड़ तक बढ़ाया है। इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एक्सपोर्ट वैल्यू 7.6 बिलियन डॉलर थी, आज $23 बिलियन तक इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एक्सपोर्ट का वैल्यू बढ़ा है। फॉरेन डायरेक्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट 305 बिलियन अमेरिकी डॉलर से 600 बिलियन अमेरिकी डॉलर तक पहुंचा। स्टार्टअप की संख्या 350 से 1,17,000 तक पहुंचाने का काम किया है। बीएससी अभी क्या है मालूम नहीं है मुझे, मगर 22,000 से 73,000 क्रॉस कर चुका है, जो बहुत बड़ा द्योतक है इकोनॉमी का। डायरेक्ट टैक्स पेयर कंट्रीब्यूशन बढ़ाने वाले जो हमारे नागरिक है, वो पहले 2012-13 में सिर्फ 4.7 करोड़ थे। 130 करोड़ के देश में डायरेक्ट टैक्स पेयर 4.7 करोड़ थे, हमने 2 गुना कर दिया, एक ही दशक में 8.18 करोड़ का किया है। इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स पेयर जो 60 लाख थे, उसको 1 करोड़ 40 लाख किया है। यूनिवर्सिटी की संख्या भी हमने डबल की है, और ग्लोबल इनोवेशन इंडेक्स में हम 81 की रेंज पर थे, अब 40वीं रैंक पर आ गए हैं। तो इनोवेशन भी बढ़ेगा, जो हमारे लिए बड़ा स्ट्रॉन्ग फाउंडेशन रखेगा। और ब्रॉडबैंड प्राप्त करने वाले लोग 6 करोड़ थे, अब 90 करोड़ हो चुके हैं। मैं आंकड़े इसलिए बताता हूं कि पहले जो मैंने नीतियां बताई, इन नीतियों के आधार पर चलकर ये सारा परिणाम आया है। हम 11वें नंबर का अर्थतंत्र थे, आज दुनिया में 5वें नंबर का अर्थतंत्र बन चुके हैं। और मैं आपको मोदी जी की गारंटी याद कराने आया हूं, तीसरी बार मैंडेट दे दीजिए, 5 साल में हम दुनिया की तीसरे नंबर की अर्थव्यवस्था बनने के दिशा में हम आगे चले जाएंगे। वैश्विक मानचित्र पर एक डार्क स्पॉट था भारत का इकोनॉमी, आज ब्राइट स्पॉट बना है। और साइलेंस प्रधानमंत्री से वाइब्रेंट प्रधानमंत्री तक की यात्रा नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने इस देश को करा दी। मित्रों, बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन आया है। राजनीतिक स्थिरता आई है, भ्रष्टाचार से मुक्त शासन है, जन कल्याण की नीतियां हैं, और इन्वेस्टमेंट फ्रेंडली एजेंडा है, और सबसे बड़ा शांतिपूर्ण माहौल दिया है। मगर मैं आज आप लोगों के सामने एक बात कहना चाहता हूं। मैं मोदी जी का 42 साल से साथी हूं, इसलिए नहीं कह रहा हूं, मैं मेरिट्स के आधार पर कह रहा हूं। बहुत सालों के बाद देश को एक ऐसा नेता मिला है जिन्होंने 23 साल में वैकेशन ही नहीं लिया है, सतत काम करने का काम किया। हमने 12 लाख करोड़ के घपले घोटाले वाली सरकार देखी। मोदी जी 23 साल तक मुख्यमंत्री या प्रधानमंत्री रहे, मोदी जी पर 25 पैसे का आरोप विपक्ष वाले भी नहीं लगा सकते, इतना पारदर्शी नेतृत्व दिया। हम विजनरी प्रधानमंत्री ढूंढते थे कि प्रधानमंत्री ऐसा हो जिसका देश के विकास का विजन हो, देश की सुरक्षा का विजन हो, देश के सांस्कृतिक विकास का विजन हो, देश के शैक्षणिक विकास का विजन हो, देश के अर्थतंत्र के विकास का विजन हो। मगर ये सभी क्षेत्रों में हम ढूंढते थे, तो विजनरी प्रधानमंत्री, आपने वोट भी विजनरी प्रधानमंत्री पर दिया, मगर हमने प्राप्त कर लिया युग दृष्टा प्रधानमंत्री, जो सिर्फ विजन नहीं रखता है, युग को बदलने का मादा रखता है। और आज 2047 में हर क्षेत्र के अंदर भारत टॉप पर होगा। वो आत्मविश्वास के साथ 130 करोड़ लोग नरेंद्र मोदी जी के साथ भारत निर्माण में लगे हैं। मित्रों, हमने इन्वेस्टमेंट को प्लेटफॉर्म दिया है, हमने इनोवेशन को प्लेटफॉर्म दिया है, हमने आइडियाज को प्लेटफॉर्म दिया है, और युवाओं को जोड़ा है। इससे ही ये न्यू इंडिया का नई शुरुआत हुई है। मित्रों, कई सारे क्षेत्रों में हमने नई शुरुआत की है, चाहे ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन की इकोसिस्टम का निर्माण हो, बायोफ्यूल की ब्लेंडिंग का टेक्नोलॉजी का एडॉप्शन हो, ड्रोन की पॉलिसी हो, अंतरिक्ष की पॉलिसी हो, सेमीकंडक्टर के लिए पूरा इकोसिस्टम बनाने की बात हो, या पीएलआई के माध्यम से मेक इन इंडिया को चरितार्थ कर भारत को मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का हब बनाना हो। हर चीज के लिए मोदी जी ने ढेर सारे इनिशिएटिव लिए हैं, और देश इसी दिशा में आगे बढ़ा है। मैं आज आपको ये बताने आया हूं मित्रों कि 10 साल में क्या हुआ। मैं तो 10 साल के बाद आपके सामने आया हूं। 10 साल भारतीय जनता पार्टी का शासन रहा, मोदी जी का शासन रहा, आपने मौका दिया। मेरी बात ध्यान से सुनना, ये 10 साल में हर हफ्ते में, हर सप्ताह में, हर वीक में एक यूनिवर्सिटी खोलने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है। हर सप्ताह में एक यूनिवर्सिटी खोली है, हर दिन में 2 नए कॉलेज खोले हैं, हर दिन में 55 पेटेंट और 600 ट्रेडमार्क हमने रजिस्टर किए हैं। हर दिन 1.5 लाख गरीबों को मुद्रा लोन देकर रोजगारी का काम दिया है। भारत ने हर दिन में 37 नए स्टार्टअप बनाए हैं। हर दिन 16,000 करोड़ के यूपीआई ट्रांजैक्शन हुए हैं। हर दिन 3 नए जन औषधि केंद्र खुले हैं। हर दिन 14 किलोमीटर रेलवे ट्रैक का निर्माण हुआ है। हर दिन 50,000 से ज्यादा एलपीजी गैस के सिलेंडर हमने दिए हैं, कनेक्शन दिए हैं, और 75,000 लोगों को गरीबी की रेखा को से हर दिन बाहर निकाला है। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं 10 साल तक सातत्यपूर्ण तरीके से हर रोज 75,000 लोगों को गरीबी की रेखा से बाहर निकाला, और 25 करोड़ की आबादी आज देश में गरीबी रेखा से बाहर आ गई है। आप लोगों की दुनिया का हिस्सा बन गई है, ये मार्केट बन चुकी है। ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। और हर सेकंड में 10 साल तक कंटिन्यूअसली हर सेकंड में एक घर में नल से जल पहुंचाने का काम मोदी जी ने किया है। मित्रों, ये जो पुरुषार्थ है, सातत्यपूर्ण प्रयास है, ये बहुत बड़ा धैर्य, बहुत बड़ा आयोजन और पॉलिसी को नीचे तक पहुंचाने का मादा हो तभी हो सकता है। मैंने मोदी जी को देखा है, कोई अपनी कंपनी के लिए भी इतने पैशन के साथ काम न करे, इतने पैशन के साथ मोदी जी ने देश के विकास के लिए काम किया है, देश की सुरक्षा के लिए काम किया है, देश की संस्कृति के लिए काम किया। और इसी के कारण आज दुनिया में 11वें नंबर से हम 5वें नंबर की अर्थव्यवस्था बन चुके हैं। $1 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बनने में 67 साल लगे, 2 ट्रिलियन तक पहुंचते में और 8 साल लगे, और मोदी जी ने 5 ही साल में 3 ट्रिलियन तक पहुंचाया। और इस वर्ष के अंत तक मेरा अनुमान है 4 ट्रिलियन बन जाएंगे, और 27 में हम $5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बनेंगे। पर कैपिटा इनकम को हमने डबल किया है। बाकी के आंकड़े मैंने बताई है, मगर ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में भी ढेर सारा काम हुआ है। पीयूष भाई ही देख रहे थे पूरी चीजों को। 41,000 से ज्यादा कंप्लायंस को समाप्त कर कर ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में हमने बड़ी छलांग निकाली। मित्रों, वाहनों की बिक्री का भी रिकॉर्ड हमने बनाया। 4 मिलियन रिकॉर्ड कारों की बिक्री एक साल में हुई है। जीएसटी का रिकॉर्ड कलेक्शन किया, इनकम टैक्स का रिकॉर्ड कलेक्शन किया, और महंगाई को हमने अपने न्यूनतम स्तर पर रखा है। और इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए भी 1947 से अब तक $1,000 बिलियन का एफडीआई आया, उसमें $600 बिलियन सिर्फ अंतिम 9 साल में आए हैं। पहले एफडीआई 7 से 8 शहरों तक सीमित था, आज 31 राज्यों और यूटीज में एफडीआई सिमेट्रिकली पहुंचता है और पूरे देश का ग्रोथ होता है। पहले एफडीआई कुछ ही देशों से आता था, अब 160 देशों से एफडीआई आ रहा है। एफडीआई पहले कुछ ही सेक्टर में आता था, अब एफडीआई 61 सेक्टर के अंदर आता है। पहले एफडीआई फार्मा ऑटो सेक्टर में आता था, और आज मॉडर्न से मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में भी एफडीआई आ रहा है। ये बहुत बड़ा बदलाव है, और ये बदलाव हमारी नीति आधारित सरकार चलाने की जो पद्धति है इसके कारण है। मोदी जी ने मेक इन इंडिया की शुरुआत करी, तब ढेर सारे इकोनॉमी के पंडित हंसते थे कि कैसे होगा, मगर आज मेक इन इंडिया सच बनकर रहा है। जीरो डिफेक्ट, जीरो इफेक्ट पॉलिसी हमने बनाई, और ईज ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट और इनोवेशन को बढ़ावा देकर मेक इन इंडिया को हमने साकार किया है। मित्रों, इसके ढेर सारे आंकड़े हैं, मगर मैं आंकड़ों में पढ़ना नहीं चाहता, परंतु हमने एक बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन किया है। पीएलआई स्कीम लाकर ऑटोमोबाइल, फार्मा, टेलीकॉम, बल्क ड्रग और ढेर सारे क्षेत्रों में पीएलआई स्कीम लाकर हमने ग्लोबल वैल्यू चेन को और मजबूत करने का काम किया है, और पूरा भारत के मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को बढ़ावा देने का काम किया है। और सबसे बड़ी बात, मैं आज एक बात जरूर कहना चाहूंगा मित्रों, जब कोरोना आया तब दुनिया भर के लोग ये चिंता कर रहे थे कि भारत का क्या होगा, और वो चिंता उनकी वाजिब थी। हमारा हेल्थ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इतनी बड़ी आपदा को झेलने के लिए तैयार नहीं था। सारे लोग अपने देश की चिंता नहीं करते थे, भारत की चिंता करते कि भारत का क्या होगा। मगर कोरोना जब समाप्त हुआ तब हमारी चिंता करने वाले लोगों को, देशों में कोरोना का ठीक से प्रबंधन नहीं हुआ। भारत दुनिया में सबसे पहले कोरोना क्राइसिस से बाहर आने वाला देश बनकर रहा। क्या हुआ ऐसा क्या हुआ? दुनिया भर में कोरोना के खिलाफ लड़ाई कुछ देश लड़े हैं, सरकारें लड़ी, और भारत में कोरोना के खिलाफ लड़ाई केंद्र सरकार भी लड़ी, राज्य सरकार भी लड़ी, और 130 करोड़ लोग कोरोना के खिलाफ सामूहिक लड़ाई लड़े। इसके कारण हमारा विजय हुआ है मित्रों। मैंने लाल बहादुर शास्त्री का वाकया एक बार पढ़ा था कि जब हम युद्ध में थे, उन्होंने कहा था कि शनिचर को कोई चावल नहीं खाएगा, और पूरे देश ने चावल बंद कर दी थी। मोदी जी ने एक बार कहा कि कल जनता कर्फ्यू है, कोई घर के बाहर नहीं निकलेगा। दुनिया में कोई मान नहीं सकता, कोई ऑफिशियल नोटिफिकेशन के बगैर, गैजेट के बगैर 130 करोड़ लोग घर में रहे और कोरोना के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ने का मन बनाया। मोदी जी ने कहा थाली बजाइए, लोगों ने मजाक उड़ाया। मोदी जी ने कहा दिया जलाइए, लोगों ने मजाक उड़ाया। उनको मालूम नहीं था कोरोना के खिलाफ सामूहिक मन बनाने के लिए मोदी जी देश का नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं। हंसने वाले हंसते रहे, मोदी जी करते रहे। हमने वैक्सीन भी बना दी और 130 करोड़ लोगों को 200 करोड़ वैक्सीन के डोज देखते देखते इतने बड़े देश में हर गरीब को भी डोज पहुंचाया और पूरे भारत को कोरोना से सुरक्षित बनाया। इतना ही नहीं, इसके साथ 100 देशों के अंदर वैक्सीन भेजकर भारत ने विश्व मित्र की अपनी छवि भी बनाई। मित्रों, G20 का उदाहरण मैं जरूर देना चाहता हूं। G20 हमारे यहां ऐसे समय में आया कि सभी लोग आशंका करते थे कि कैसे रेजुलेशन होगा, डिक्लेरेशन कैसे यूनानिमस होगा। हम सब जानते हैं यूक्रेन में युद्ध हो रहा था, दुनिया 2 भागों में बटी थी, पूरी दुनिया पसोपस में पड़ी थी कि अब दिल्ली डिक्लेरेशन खटाई में पड़ जाएगा। मगर मोदी जी ने, पूरी दुनिया जब G20 समिट करती थी, 1, 2 या 3 शहरों में करने के रिकॉर्ड थे, ज्यादातर तो एक ही शहरों में। मोदी जी ने 58 जगह पे और देश के हर राज्य में G20 समिट की मीटिंगें करी। दिल्ली डिक्लेरेशन भी यूनानिमसली हुआ और अफ्रीकन कंट्रीज को, अफ्रीकन यूनियन को हमने G20 में इंक्लूड भी कराया। और मित्रों, आप लोगों ने भी अनुभव करा होगा, जब दुनिया के सभी नेता एक ही समय पर हाथ में श्रद्धांजलि का रीग लेकर महात्मा गांधी की समाधि पर खड़े थे, पूरा देश गौरव के साथ वो दृश्य देख रहा था। राष्ट्रपिता को पूरी दुनिया आज श्रद्धांजलि दे रही है। मोदी जी ने एक प्रकार से कूटनीतिक विजय की शुरुआत वहां से की और आज मैं विश्वास से कह रहा हूं, पूरी दुनिया कोई भी समस्या हो, चाहे पॉल्यूशन की हो, चाहे टेररिज्म की हो, चाहे ड्रग्स के बढ़ावे की हो, चाहे बायोफ्यूल की हो, पूरी दुनिया ये देखती है, राह देखती है कि भारत के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी क्या बोलते हैं। इस बात का वजन खड़ा हुआ है और हम सब भारतीयों के लिए ये बड़ा गर्व का विषय है। कई नए क्षेत्रों को मोदी जी ने छुआ है, इलेक्ट्रिकल व्हीकल, बैटरी, ग्रीन ग्रोथ, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन, बायोफ्यूल, इथेनॉल ब्लेंडिंग, स्पेस सेक्टर, डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, फिनटेक सेक्टर, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, सेमीकंडक्टर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और ड्रोन। आप लोग तो मेरे से ज्यादा समझ पाए होंगे कि सारे सेक्टर जो है जिसमें आज भारत पायोनियर बन रहा है, वो सेक्टर अगले 25 साल तक दुनिया की इकोनॉमी का निर्णय करने वाले हैं, महत्वपूर्ण सेक्टर है। और इस सारे सेक्टर में मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं, अगले 5 साल में भारत पायनियर बनकर उभरेगा और पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमी को हम दिशा देने का काम करेंगे। आज मोदी जी ने ढेर सारे लक्ष्य तय किए हैं। मोदी जी ने हमारे सामने लक्ष्य रखा है 2027 तक $5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बनना, विश्व की तीसरे नंबर की अर्थव्यवस्था बनना, 2030 तक $2 ट्रिलियन का एक्सपोर्ट का लक्ष्य रखा है, 2025 तक स्पेस स्टेशन अंतरिक्ष में स्थापित करने का लक्ष्य रखा है, 2036 में हम ओलंपिक होस्ट करेंगे, 2040 में चंद्रमा पर मनुष्य भेजेंगे, मैन ऑन मून, और 2047 में हम पूर्ण विकसित राष्ट्र बनकर विश्व गुरु के स्थान पर भारत माता जी, ये लक्ष्य मोदी जी ने रखा है। मैं आप लोगों को भी कहने आया हूं, समय आ गया है भारतीय उद्योग जगत के लिए, इंडियन इंडस्ट्री के लिए आपका स्केल और साइज दोनों बढ़ाइए। ग्लोबल कंपनियां भारत की हो, ये शुरुआत करने का समय आ गया है। यहां इसके लिए अनुकूल नीतियां भी बनी है, अनुकूल प्लेटफॉर्म भी तैयार है, और पूरी दुनिया मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत की इंडस्ट्री का स्वागत करने के लिए तैयार है। हमारे इंडस्ट्री जगत के लोग आगे आए, अपनी साइज और स्केल को बढ़ाएं, और 2047 तक मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में पूर्ण विकसित भारत की नींव अगले 5 साल में डालने का काम हम सब करें। यही आप लोगों से विनती है। मेरा विषय जो था, इस विषय पर मुझे लगता है कोई ना कोई सवाल पूछ ही लेगा। उस वक्त मैं रेटिंग एजेंसियों के लिए एक विषय दिया गया था, इसको मैं एक्सप्लेन करूंगा। परंतु मित्रों, भारत का विकास सिर्फ सरकार की महत्वाकांक्षा के से होता नहीं है। भारत का विकास भारत के नागरिकों के आत्मविश्वास से होता है। आज इंडस्ट्री जगत ने भी अपना स्केल और साइज इसको बढ़ाना है। ग्लोबल कंपनियां भारत में हो, इसकी चिंता करनी है, और वो आत्मविश्वास के साथ दुनिया में आगे बढ़ना है। आप सभी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। नमस्कार।
भारत के गृह मंत्री अमित भाई शाह, आपका आईजीएफ में स्वागत है। आपने काफी विस्तार से भारत में जो स्थिति है उसका उल्लेख किया है। चंद मुद्दों पर अगर हम और विस्तार से अगर बात कर सकें, तो अगर शुरुआत करते हैं अर्थव्यवस्था से। ये तो बिल्कुल स्पष्ट है कि भारत दुनिया में सबसे तेजी से बढ़ती हुई अर्थव्यवस्था है, पर जैसे आपने अभी कहा, रेटिंग एजेंसीज उस ज़मीनी हकीकत को समझने में, उस पर अमल करने में काफ़ी देर से वो काम कर रहे हैं। तो इसकी क्या वजह, आपको क्या लगता है?
देखिए, रेटिंग एजेंसी में ज़्यादा वेटिंग परफॉर्मेंस का होता है, पोटेंशियल का नहीं होता है। और भारत 2014 से 14 एक बहुत खराब दौर से गुजरा, और 2014 से 2023 तक भारत वो दौर से उभर कर बाहर निकला। स्वाभाविक रूप से आप पास्ट के आंकड़े के आधार पर रेटिंग करेंगे और फ्यूचर पोटेंशियल का उसमें मार्क कम होगा, तो अभी भारत को कुछ समय तक रेटिंग कम ही मिलेगी। मैं आपको भरोसे से बताता हूं, हमारे फ्यूचर पोटेंशियल को कोई रेटिंग एजेंसी इसका अनुमान ही नहीं कर सकती, क्योंकि हमने इतना बड़ा स्ट्रॉन्ग फाउंडेशन डाला है कि इतने मास स्केल पर, मतलब इतने बड़े बदलाव की कल्पना कोई रेटिंग एजेंसी नहीं कर सकती है। मगर 2-3 सालों के अंदर ही ये बदलाव आएगा, और इसमें हमें कोई बहुत ज़्यादा चिंता करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। मैं इतना ही कहना चाहता हूँ कि इन्वेस्टमेंट गवर्नमेंट को देखकर आता है, लीडर को देखकर आता है, और गवर्नमेंट की पॉलिसी को देखकर आता है। ये तीनों में भारत को 100 में से 100 मार्क मिल रहे हैं।
अमित भाई, जब मोदी जी प्रधानमंत्री बने थे तो कई विशेषज्ञों का कहना था कि भारत के लिए आतंकवाद की चुनौती से लड़ना मुश्किल होगा। पर अगर आप देखें इन 10 सालों में जो आतंकवादी घटनाएं हैं वो कम हुई हैं, अगर पाकिस्तान संबंधित आतंकवाद को देखें या फिर वामपंथी चरमपंथ को, तो आपकी रणनीति के मुख्य बिंदु क्या रहे हैं?
देखिए, नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने टेररिज्म को, उग्रवाद को समाप्त करने के लिए जो रणनीति अपनाई, इसमें हमारे देश में बड़े बड़े 3 प्रकार के प्रॉब्लम चल रहे थे। एक वामपंथी उग्रवाद चल रहा था, दूसरा नस्ली हिंसा का उग्रवाद नॉर्थ ईस्ट में चल रहा था, और तीसरा कश्मीर में दुनिया जिसको टेररिज्म कहती, इसका भी हम अनुभव करते थे। ये तीनों प्रकार के प्रॉब्लम के लिए हमने अलग रणनीति बनाई थी। हमने सबसे संवाद करना शुरू किया। जो लोग मेन स्ट्रीम में आना चाहते थे उनको बाहें फैलाकर, बड़ा मन रखकर, ल्यूकरेटिव विकास के पैकेज देकर मेन स्ट्रीम में लाए। लगभग 9,000 हथियारी युवाओं ने अपने हथियार डालकर मेन स्ट्रीम में आना पसंद किया है। हमने 20 समझौते किए। इसके साथ साथ इसके बाद भी जो हथियार रखकर आगे बढ़ते हैं उनके लिए जीरो टॉलरेंस की नीति अपनाई। हमने ढेर सारे कानूनी परिवर्तन किए, एजेंसियों का मनोबल बढ़ाया और एजेंसियों की पास आधुनिक से आधुनिक टेक्निक और हथियार उपलब्ध हो, ये भी करा। इसी का परिणाम है कि जिस समस्या बहुत बड़ी लगती थी, जो समस्या ये 10 साल के अंदर वो लगभग 70% से हम नीचे ले जाने में सफल हुए हैं। और मुझे विश्वास है कि आने वाले 2 ही साल में भारत वामपंथी उग्रवाद से मुक्त हो जाएगा।
अमित भाई, अनुच्छेद 370 के खत्म होने पर जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर क्या प्रतिक्रिया हुई है और क्या आपको लगता है कि इसने दुनिया को एक तरह से आश्चर्यचकित कर दिया?
देखिए, जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर एक और तो टेररिज्म के खिलाफ हमारा टफ अप्रोच है और दूसरी वो डेवलपमेंट की और सामाजिक डेवलपमेंट की भी प्रक्रिया को हमने तेजी से बढ़ाया। आज जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर जितना इन्वेस्टमेंट 60 साल में आया था उतना इन्वेस्टमेंट जम्मू कश्मीर में ये 5 साल में आया। धारा 370 हटने के बाद ढेर सारे कंफ्यूजन निकल गए। हमने जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर भारत का सबसे अच्छा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाने की ओर आगे बढ़े हैं और शांति के कारण वहाँ पर अनेक प्रकार की नई शुरुआतें हुई। आज भारत के सबसे अच्छे एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट भी वहाँ ट्रांसफर हो गए हैं, सबसे अच्छे अस्पताल वहाँ जा रहे हैं और सालाना 2 करोड़ टूरिस्ट वहाँ जा रहे हैं, जो 2014 में 14 लाख थे। कहाँ 14 लाख और कहाँ 2 करोड़। जम्मू कश्मीर में 2 करोड़ टूरिस्ट सालाना जाना शुरू हुए। बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन हुआ है और मुझे विश्वास है कि आने वाले कुछ सालों में जम्मू कश्मीर को अलग स्वरूप से जाना जाएगा। पुराने जम्मू कश्मीर के जो पैरामीटर्स थे वो सारे हमने चेंज।
अमित भाई, काफ़ी बार भारत के जो जुडिशियल सिस्टम है उसकी आलोचना की जाती है। ये जो तारीख पे तारीख का सिलसिला है, केसेस चलते जाते हैं सालों साल। जो आप ये नए क्रिमिनल बिल्स लाए हैं, जो नई संहिता आई हैं, क्या आपको लगता है कि इससे सुधार होगा? क्या आपको लगता है कि इससे भारतीय न्याय प्रणाली को गति मिलेगी?
देखिए, हमारी जुडिशियल सिस्टम में 160 साल पहले बने हुए कानून थे, तो एक प्रकार से तो वो कालबाह्य भी हो गए थे। हमने नए सिरे से भारतीय विचार को केंद्र में रखकर कानून बनाए हैं। पुराने कानून अंग्रेजों ने भारत पर शासन करने के लिए बनाए थे, हमने भारत के लोगों को न्याय देने के लिए बनाए। तो पहले दंड का प्रावधान था, अब न्याय का महत्व है। इसके साथ साथ हमने पूरी सिस्टम को मॉडर्नाइज किया है। 3 साल लगेंगे नीचे तक पहुंचने में। मैं आपको विश्वास से बता सकता हूं कि 3 साल के बाद भारत की क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम दुनिया में सबसे आधुनिक होगी। इसमें हमें कोई शंका रखने की जरूरत नहीं। और इसके साथ स्पीडी जस्टिस भी मिलेगा, जल्दी न्याय मिलेगा। 3 साल में हर केस का निपटारा सुनिश्चित हो जाए, ये सारी व्यवस्था हमने 3 कानूनों में की।
अब चुनाव तो आ रहे हैं अमित भाई, और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने और आपने एनडीए के सामने अब की बार 400 पार का लक्ष्य रखा है। तो आपको क्या लगता है इस लक्ष्य को पार करने के लिए कौन से राज्य हैं, कौन से मुद्दे हैं जो खास तौर से महत्वपूर्ण होंगे? और जो ऑपोजिशन के बयान आ रहे हैं कि ये लोकतंत्र को बचाने के लिए लड़ाई है, तो आप उस पर आपकी क्या प्रतिक्रिया है?
देखिए, आप 400 का आंकड़ा याद रखिए, काउंटिंग के दिन मैच कर देना, कहाँ से आता है इसमें मत पड़िए। इसलिए क्योंकि हमने कर दिखा है। आसाम में हमारा 2% वोट था, वहाँ पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार बनाई। 1% वोट मणिपुर में था, हमने पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार बनाई। हमारे एक भी एमएलए बंगाल में नहीं था, 18 सांसद चुनकर आए, 77 एमएलए चुनकर आए। तो हमने कर दिखा है। मैं देश को विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं कि देश की जनता के आशीर्वाद से और आपका जो आशीर्वाद हम पर है, इसका हमारा जो आकलन है, इसी के आधार पर मोदी जी ने 400 पार का आंकड़ा दिया है। देश की जनता मोदी जी का समर्थन करे, एक बार 400 पार करा दो। भारत को पूर्ण विकसित बनाने की जिम्मेदारी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता और देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की है, और ये निश्चित रूप से पूरी।
पर क्या खास तौर से कुछ ऐसे राज्य हैं जिन पर आपकी नजर है?
हर राज्य से हमारी बढ़ोतरी होगी।
और मुद्दे?
मैं अभी भी कहता हूं, आप क्षेत्र मत ढूंढिए, स्टेट मत ढूंढिए, आप आंकड़े को देखिए, हम 400 पार कर जाएंगे।
जी, अमित भाई, आप ये भी कह रहे थे कि मोदी जी कभी छुट्टी नहीं लेते। अगर इस कमरे में आप लोगों से बात करें तो वो ये भी कहेंगे कि अमित भाई भी कभी छुट्टी नहीं लेते, कभी आराम नहीं करते, 24 घंटे लगे रहते हैं। आपको क्या कभी छुट्टी लेने का अवसर मिलता है? और अगर आप आराम करते हैं तो कैसे कर पाते हैं?
देखिए, एक प्रकार से तो मैं अभी छुट्टी पर ही हूं। जब काम में बदलाव होता है तो मन और शरीर दोनों की थकान दूर हो जाती है। छुट्टी उन लोगों के लिए जरूरी होती है जिनके लक्ष्य समाप्त होने के कगार पर है। मोदी जी ने जो लक्ष्य रखा है, इसमें देश के किसी भी युवा को छुट्टी लेने का अधिकार नहीं है, थकने का अधिकार नहीं है। अविरत रूप से 2047 तक काम करते रहें।
आखिर में अमित भाई, अगर आपको ग्लोबल मीडिया से कुछ कहना है, जो भारत की इमेज है, जो दुनिया में जो जिस तरह से लोग भारत को देखते हैं, अगर आप ग्लोबल मीडिया को कुछ कहना चाहेंगे या बाहर के जो विशेषज्ञ हैं उनको कहना चाहेंगे?
मैं 2 हिस्सों में कहना चाहूँगा। मैं फिर से भारत के इंडस्ट्री जगत से कहना चाहूँगा कि भारतीय इंडस्ट्री ने, इंडियन इंडस्ट्री ने अपनी साइज और स्केल दोनों बढ़ाने का समय आ गया है। नए लक्ष्य तय करिए और ग्लोबल कंपनीज के हेडक्वार्टर ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा भारत में हो, इसके लिए आगे बढ़ने की ज़रूरत है। और मैं मीडिया को ये कहना चाहूँगा कि कोई रेटिंग एजेंसी, मैं मेरे अनुभव के आधार पर कहता हूँ, कोई रेटिंग एजेंसी हमारे फ्यूचर पोटेंशियल का आकलन कर ही नहीं सकती, असेसमेंट कर ही नहीं सकती। फ्यूचर बहुत ब्राइट है, हम बहुत तेजी से और एक बड़े स्केल के साथ आगे बढ़ने जा रहे हैं। इस पर जरूर विश्वास करना। नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जो लक्ष्य रखा है 2047 में विकसित भारत और दुनिया में तीसरे नंबर के अर्थतंत्र का, वो जरूर हमें अचीव करें।
अमित भाई, आईजीएफ से बात करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आपने हमसे बात करी। कैन आई प्लीज इनवाइट ऑन स्टेज निखिल कामत, आईजीएफ फाउंडर सर्कल मेंबर एंड को-फाउंडर Zerotha, True Beacon and Guhas. Can I invite him up on the stage, please? धन्यवाद अमित भाई। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अमित भाई।
Honorable Home Minister Amit भाई, thank you so much हम सब की तरफ से कि आपने हमारे साथ इतना टाइम लिया आज। When I hear you speak, मुझे ये भी लगता है जब मोदी जी बात करते हैं, there are so many things which are so impressive, but जो आपका ऑडिटरी स्किल है, आप जैसे एक पॉइंट को हमें समझाते हैं, आई एम ट्रूली इंस्पायर्ड बाय दैट, एंड with time I have come to realize that that is such a big skill set even for us in business, how well we are able to communicate a point, and I hope to get more inspired and learn from you, and maybe a part of that learning can be delivered in this 2 minutes today. The new India that we are in today is independent, modern, young, stable, and global to an extent that we have not seen India as over the last many decades. By independent, when I look at you as a grassroots worker in the youth wing, or at Modi ji, who was a chaiwala, how far you guys have come in your own careers and your life is something again that truly inspires India and all the youth of India, and this seems like a possibility to all of us. So thank you for that. To Manoj, my brother and the founder of IGF, I have seen this journey that you have embarked on from the very beginning. You have come so far already. Everybody in this room, I think, is fairly certain and confident that you will go much further, and you're building this incredible bridge for India with the globe, which will go a long way in helping everyone sitting here. So thank you, Manoj, as well. Thank you, Amit Bhai. Thank you, every distinguished guest who has attended this event, and best of luck to IGF going forward. Thank you, everyone.
Dhanyavad, Amit Bhai. Please do stay seated. We're just about to start the next session, which is with the Deputy Chief Minister, Mr. Devendra Fadnavis. We are going to start immediately after this, so please do stay seated.
From Nashik's rapidly developing industry and Pune's IT hub to Mumbai, the finance and entertainment capital, Maharashtra is one of India's largest commercial and industrial centres. So who better to join IGF in Mumbai than Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis? The Deputy CM will not only discuss the state's importance in India's growth story, but also why Maharashtra is the perfect global case study for progress.
विकासाची यात्रा सुरू झाली आहे. ही यात्रा आता थांबणार नाहीये.
Please put your hands together to welcome him to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, please do put your hands once again together for Mr. Devendra Fadnavis, Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Devendraji, thank you so much for being here. Now, the IGF events theme is the next 10 years. And as India tries to achieve all the things that Amit Shah ji was just talking about, it's really important, of course, for Maharashtra, because India can't really achieve all of that without Maharashtra playing its role in this. And interestingly, Maharashtra is also going to be completing 75 years in 2035. How do you envision the growth of Maharashtra? How do you envision Maharashtra at 75?
At the outset, let me apologize for everybody that I am pushing their lunch away. But I think it's a very interesting question, because in 2035, Maharashtra will be at 75. And we have envisioned a few things for Maharashtra when it becomes 75 years old. So it's basically based on infrastructure-led growth. It is based on sustainability. It is based on investment which creates job. It is based on creating robust social infrastructure. And of course, it's based on security. So I think when you look at infrastructure-led growth in Maharashtra, in next 10 years, we will be investing around $100 billion in infrastructure. And I must share with you that this journey of creating infrastructure started with the blessings of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji in 2014. And in 2019, when a report from Deutsche Bank came, the report said that out of all investment that is happening in India in big infrastructure projects, 50% of investment is happening in the state of Maharashtra. So we actually upscaled the investment in the state of Maharashtra, because we believe that infrastructure-led growth is one model where we can fast track, entire this process of development. And I think we want to invest more. We feel, and out of our experience, we know that if we have, big projects, big ticket projects, if our projects are feasible and bankable, then I think capital is not a problem, because Maharashtra is one state where all our parameters, fiscal parameters, are well within the limits. So whether it is multilateral agencies or banks, they are ready to finance us. So that is one thing which we are doing. So far as the most talked subject is about sustainability, because a growth without sustainability is no growth today. So we are actually investing more in creating green energy. We are actually recycling economy is one thing which is in our mind. We have already started doing that. So sustainability is one thing where we are investing more. And so far as social infrastructure is concerned, I must tell you that Maharashtra is one state which has most number of universities and most number of NAC accredited institutions. So we have IITs, IIMs, we have institutions of national repute, we have largest number of private medical colleges, engineering colleges, and I think we are adding to that. And in let's say next 10 years, by business usual, we will be adding 50,000 beds in our healthcare system. But we propose that we want to invest more. We want to create a scenario where we create 100,000 beds in our system, additional beds in our system. And I think so far as investment is concerned, I must also tell you that on this pillar, Maharashtra has always been at the forefront. And if you look at the FDI figures, recently RBI has announced the FDI figures, and Maharashtra is again number 1. And I must tell you that it's not just number 1, but states like Karnataka, Gujarat, and Uttar Pradesh put together, we are number 1. We are more than that. So I think on all these aspects, Maharashtra has created a roadmap for 2035. And we had our Economic Advisory Council, which was headed by Mr. Chandrasekharan of Tata Sons, and 20 top CEOs were part of that council. And that council has charted a roadmap for, making Maharashtra $1 trillion economy. So by, 2032, by business usual, will be a $1 trillion economy. But we want to fast track it. And with this report, we feel that by 2029, Maharashtra will be a $1 trillion economy. So that is the roadmap. By 2035, Maharashtra will lead the way.
All right, that a lot which you said there, which I just want to delve into in slightly more details. You were talking about FDI and investment. So sometimes there's this thing that, the companies are not coming to Maharashtra or Mumbai. They're going to Gujarat, for example, and you're saying that Maharashtra is still number 1. But what will you do to make sure everyone keeps coming to Maharashtra and not going to Gujarat or Hyderabad or Bengaluru?
No, I think we are in a very competitive federalism. There was a time that only 2-3 states were competing. But today, there are 10 states in India who are fiercely competing. And I think we should welcome that. Because, see, a company going to Gujarat or going to Karnataka or going to Delhi, it's not Pakistan. It's our nation. It's our nation. It's our country. But, however, we really want everyone to come to our state. So we have been working on EODB and CODB. So ease of doing business and cost of doing business. On both these aspects, we have been working a lot. So I think when Honorable Amit Shah ji was talking about, bringing down the compliances, Maharashtra has worked more on that field. And that is why the confidence of the investors is more in Maharashtra. The investment is coming. Yes, there have been few projects which have gone to Gujarat. It's natural. Somebody will come to Maharashtra, somebody will go to Gujarat, somebody will go to Karnataka. But I'm sure that with our consistent policies, Maharashtra will always be number 1 in the investment. And the figures which I gave is a testimony that putting all these three states together, we are more than that. So I think we will, and I must also tell you that since Amit Bhai has talked about startup ecosystem, so it's always said that, Bangalore is a startup capital, Hyderabad is a startup capital. Of course, they have done well. But if you go by sheer numbers, Maharashtra is the startup capital because Maharashtra has around 20% of the startups of India and 25% of unicorn are in the state of Maharashtra. So I think that Maharashtra has been number one, it will remain number one.
Okay. What are the areas that you think Maharashtra has a particular competitive advantage? I mean, historically it used to be things like automobiles, but also in the new disruptive technologies that are coming, AI and blockchain, are these some of the sort of areas where you think Maharashtra can really position itself?
I think not just Maharashtra, but the whole world is changing because of the disruptive technologies. And Maharashtra, of course, is leading the way because now we are in the era of AI. Maharashtra was the first state which started a center of excellence in AI in the Mumbai University in 2018. Recently, we have partnered with Google and we are creating one more center of excellence with Google in Triple IT Nagpur, which will be one of its kind center. So in the Industry 4.0 and Technology 4.0, Maharashtra has been leading the way. And I feel that in years to come, the entire governance model will change. Prime Minister Modi ji has already put us on digital transaction roadmap. Today, we can see that the entire delivery system of India has changed. It has become leak-proof because of use of technology. And now, with blockchain technology, things are going to change. I always say that our collectors in all states, they are custodians of our record. And half of their time goes into taking the hearing of land belongs to whom, what is the title. But tomorrow when the record goes into blockchain, they have nothing to do. I mean, it's a auto process where, you cannot tamper with the record, you cannot, change the records at your whims and fancies. So technology is changing all the things. I mean, tomorrow we can actually manage the life cycle of human being using the technology. Today also, in silos we are doing that. So from birth certificate to death certificate, from his social security to his accounts, everything is digitized in silos. But tomorrow, once we connect all these things, then the things are going to change. And I see we are heading towards that. Maharashtra is heading towards that. Recently, we actually created in Mumbai a Mumbai Metro City Metaverse. It is one platform where actually 4 of our iconic projects are put, and with the use of virtual reality, you can actually navigate into those projects. But using that platform, I see a day that in very recent 1 or 2 years, the entire Mumbai will be on Metaverse platform, where even BMC has to give approval to one plan. It will not be a static approval on a something created by architect. It will be a 3D model. It will be absolutely a building which will be totally created as it will be built. And all the infrastructures and all the amenities which are to be provided would be actually, showcased on the metaverse. So right. That is the disruption which the technology is bringing. And I think the technology has potential to actually reach the remotest area. Today, when we talk of, good healthcare system, we talk of good education, it is a technology which is going to provide it to the last man of the society. See, we cannot send a very trained doctor to very remotest area. He will go there, but he will not stay there. But now technology has potential to connect the last man to, this trained doctor. And that's what we are doing. So I think, so far as technology is concerned, we have always stayed ahead, and we will be staying ahead.
Right. Turning to some of the challenges, we were talking about sustainability a short while back. We are going to be hearing from the Children Investment Fund Foundation about some of the work that your government is doing with them on energy. what are your other efforts that you're taking on in areas like sustainability? Because things like water, for example, are a real problem in some parts of Maharashtra.
So I think first I must speak on energy, because energy is something which is which requires a lot of sustainability, because we have been generating energy from fossil for many years, and now we are trying to change. So in Maharashtra, I must tell you that for agriculture power demand, we decided that we actually generate 16 gigawatt for agriculture use, and we decided that this 16 gigawatt will be transformed on solar. And this year itself we set a goal to achieve 8,000 megawatt. And I must tell you that tomorrow I am giving the LOI for 8,000 megawatt. We have actually bidded, bids have been successful, and in 18 months, 8 gigawatts of energy, which has been up till now fossil, will be totally transformed on solar. And next year, again, subject to grid stability, because we'll have to work on grid stability, again 8,000 megawatt or 8 gigawatt of energy we will transform on solar. So this will be a record. In less than 3 years, I think 16 gigawatt of entire power demand of agriculture will be put on solar mode. Having said that, we are also working on hydro pump storage. We have entered into MOUs worth 29 gigawatts, which will be creating in next 4 to 5 years. There has been huge transition in the energy sector, and I feel that in next 10 years, 50% of our energy should come from non-conventional sources and non-fossil sources. Also in other sectors as well, you see, let's take example of Mumbai. Mumbai has been a city which has been fairly developed city. But you'll be surprised that in Mumbai, for 2 crore population, the entire sewage of Mumbai was not treated, but it was settled in balancing tanks and it was actually discharged in the sea. So entire coast, which we boast that Mumbai has beautiful chowpatis and beautiful coast, was actually stinky because of this sewage. After so many years in the Modi government, we created, entire benchmarks for treatment, because in India, there were no norms. What type of water should be discharged after treatment in the sea? So we created all the norms, and today, Mumbai Municipal Corporation has actually started building those STPs, and in 3 years, will discharge entire treated water in the sea. So the Mumbai sea coast, you will see like any other sea coast in the developed nation. There will be absolutely clear water. There will be no, stinky atmosphere. So these are the things which we are actually creating. And it's not just in Mumbai. We are doing the same in Pune. We are doing the same in Nagpur. We are doing it in almost all the cities. So when it comes to sustainability, I think Maharashtra is one state which is investing heavily on sustainability.
So Mumbai, of course, the dreams to make Mumbai a global city. It's been difficult right now with all the construction that is happening, but very soon that infrastructure will, you think, make Mumbai a global city?
Yeah, I think we have started our journey towards that. Since 14 to 19, we invested around $30 billion in creating infrastructure in and around Mumbai. Today, you can see we have recently opened the Trans-Harbour Link 22-kilometer sea bridge, which is, I think, one of the longest sea bridge ever built in India. We'll start our coastal road. We have started a metro network of 375 kilometers, out of which 50 kilometers we have already delivered. 50 kilometers we will be delivering this year, 50 kilometers more in next year. So I think by 2027, we'll be able to deliver around 375 kilometers of metro network. Just imagine that in last 50 years, we created a suburban railway network, which is lifeline of Mumbai, which carries 9 million passengers. And in just a span of 10 years, we are creating a metro network which will carry 7 million passengers. So it's almost we are doubling it is our dream that in Mumbai, the biggest problem is commutation. So we have decided that from any part of Mumbai to any part, we'll create an infrastructure that a person should be able to travel in less than 60 minutes. In 59 minutes, he should be able to, reach there. And all these iconic projects which we are creating will change Mumbai. And this Trans-Harbour Link and the new Mumbai airport has opened up entire area for development. A third Mumbai will be developed there. So there's one Mumbai, there is new Mumbai, and the third Mumbai will be developed between this the new Mumbai airport and MTHL. And this will be a Mumbai of future. I think it will fuel the growth of Maharashtra for next 30 years. And I must tell you that when I talk about Mumbai, Mumbai is not just Mumbai, it's MMR region. So today, our entire economy was actually fueled by the JNPT port. JNPT is India's one of the biggest ports. It handles around 60% of our container traffic. But now recently, with the blessings of Honorable Prime Minister, we have cleared the way for Vadhavan port. Now this Vadhavan port is something which is going to change the economy of India and Maharashtra totally, because Vadhavan port is 3 times bigger than JNPT port. It has a deep draft of 20 meters. It will be India's biggest port, and for next 20 to 30 years, the entire Indian economy will be actually fueled and charged by this Vadhavan port. So whether it is port, whether it is metro infrastructure, whether it is road infrastructure, whether it is coastal road, all these things, we are actually creating an entire loop of roads to Mumbai. It is like, the coastal road we have already built from there. There is a Worli-Bandra sea link, Bandra-Warsaw sea link, from Warsaw to Virar a sea link, from Virar to Alibag a corridor, and already that connects to the sea link which comes to this part. So an entire loop we are creating. So I think infrastructurally, Mumbai will be one of the most advanced cities in India.
Well, Mr. Deputy Chief Minister Fadnavis, we are out of time, but I know elections are on, and I can't resist as a journalist asking you this question, because every analyst is scratching their head and saying what is going to happen in Maharashtra. How is the election looking to you?
No, I think, see, whether it is Maharashtra or whether it is any other state, people have already decided to vote for Prime Minister Modi. So our job is to just, bring people to the polling stations. And in Maharashtra, our record has been 42 seats for last 2 consecutive elections. In 2014 and 2019, out of 48 seats, we could win 42 seats. I'm absolutely sure this time it will be more than 42. It can be 45, but it will be more than 42 seats. It will not be less than 42 seats.
That's after all the changing alliances that we have seen for the next 5 years.
Absolutely.
Right. Devendra Fadnavis, Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, thank you so much.
It was a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you. Chunav ke must come and have a talk with you.
Thank you so much. What a way to start our annual investment summit. Lots for us to think about this morning as we kick off NXT10. You'll be glad to know it is time for lunch, just at the back of the room. We're going to be back here at 2 o'clock sharp. Please don't be late, because then I'll be joined by Super Investor and Chief Investment Officer at BlackRock. That's Rick Reeder. He'll be taking a look at how we navigate the pretty turbulent geopolitics right now and what you might want to take into account before any investment decisions. So it will be profitable, I am sure. Enjoy lunch. We will see you back here at 2 o'clock sharp. See you shortly.
Welcome to India Global Forum, uniting the world's most visionary minds from India and beyond to shape the future. Hear from and engage with the most influential policymakers, business leaders, and technology disruptors. Get involved with our key initiatives and join us at our world-class flagship events in the UK, the UAE, and India. Join India Global Forum, a gateway to the limitless potential of India's growth story and a catalyst for global connection. Log on to www.indiaglobalforum.com and join the conversation.
I really enjoy it.
One of the strengths of your country is clearly its youth. You have so many young people in a vibrant society with a lot of creativity.
It's trusted and reliable and curated. I'm a big fan.
Social in a good way.
Yeah, we're a couple.
It is very liberating.
You have a famous hair flip that you do?
That's true. I haven't done it.
Hit us with it.
Okay.
Oh, wow, brilliant.
When you're in the business of creating better futures for everyone, you realize that there's often more than one finish line. And while speed is important, what really pushes everything forward is continuous transformation. It's what leads to better futures, to real substantial change. It connects the people, IP, and industries that create entirely new hybrid businesses. It turns an insurance industry that covers people into a wellness industry that helps them recover. It opens faster routes for first responders. Teaches bacteria to eat microplastics from the ocean. Deploys trusted AI to preserve and protect our forest and wildlife. And even fights wildfires from space. We are committed to perpetual impact because it's what pushes the world forward.
Can a bank help the world realize its dreams? At Emirates NBD, we empower people, companies, economies, countries. Proudly born in the UAE, leading the region, expanding globally. Investing, innovating, delivering, giving back, paying forward. Creating opportunities to prosper. Emirates NBD.
25 years ago, Edelweiss started with a vision of not doing things the same old way. Over the years, we have explored all things investment, and have become better at it every year. We started off with investment banking and soon made our way to institutional equities and wealth management. Now, with strong institutional ownership of PAG as a promoter, we have grown to become a comprehensive wealth and asset management platform, also offering capital market solutions. And our fresh new perspective on wealth is reflected in our new brand identity. Today, we are one of the top wealth management companies in India and the only company with a comprehensive wealth management platform employing over 2,700 plus people across 450 plus locations with a network of more than 23,000 plus partners. Nuvama also has 1 million customers comprising people, businesses and institutions, including ultra-high net worth families. In our evolution will be driven by technology. Everything we have achieved so far, our vision and our values are all driven by one mantra: to do it right for our customers. Nuvama, let's do it right.
Mumbai is now rebooting, transformed by MMR. Welcome to MMR, the Mumbai Metropolitan Region. A dynamic expanse that includes Greater Mumbai and its surrounding areas. This metropolis holds immense significance for the state of Maharashtra. The dream of embracing the quality of life synonymous with an international city. It is a dream that resonates with every citizen of MMR. The state government actively navigating towards the realization of a $1 trillion economy. To transform this collective dream into reality, the MMR region, the pulsating heart of the state, requires cutting-edge infrastructure.
Welcome to India Global Forum, uniting the world's most visionary minds from India and beyond to shape the future. Hear from and engage with the most influential policymakers, business leaders, and technology disruptors. Get involved with our key initiatives and join us at our world-class flagship events in the UK, the UAE, and India. Join India Global Forum, a gateway to the limitless potential of India's growth story and a catalyst for global connection. Log on to www.indiaglobalforum.com and join the conversation.
मैं हाँ दिलजीत दोसांझ
I really enjoy it.
One of the strengths of your country is clearly its youth. You have so many young people and a vibrant society with a lot of creativity.
It's trusted and reliable and curated. I'm a big fan.
Social in a good way.
Yeah, we're a couple.
It is very liberating.
You have a famous hair flip that you do.
That's true. I haven't done it.
Hit us with it.
Okay.
Oh, wow, brilliant.
When you're in the business of creating better futures for everyone, you realize that there's often more than one finish line. And while speed is important, what really pushes everything forward is continuous transformation. It's what leads to better futures, to real substantial change. It connects the people, IP, and industries that create entirely new hybrid businesses. It turns an insurance industry that covers people into a wellness industry that helps them recover. It opens faster routes for first responders. Teaches bacteria to eat microplastics from the ocean. Deploys trusted AI to preserve and protect our forest and wildlife. And even fights wildfires from space. We are committed to perpetual impact because it's what pushes the world forward.
Can a bank help the world realize its dreams? At Emirates NBD, we empower people, companies, economies, countries. Proudly born in the UAE, leading the region, expanding globally. Investing, innovating, delivering, giving back, paying forward. Creating opportunities to prosper. Emirates NBD.
25 years ago, Edelweiss started with a vision of not doing things the same old way. Over the years, we have explored all things investment and have become better at it every year. We started off with investment banking and soon made our way to institutional equities and wealth management. Now, with strong institutional ownership of PAG as a promoter, we have grown to become a comprehensive wealth and asset management platform, also offering capital market solutions. And our fresh new perspective on wealth is reflected in our new brand identity. Today, we are one of the top wealth management companies in India and the only company with a comprehensive wealth management platform employing over 2,700 plus people across 450 plus locations with a network of more than 23,000 plus partners. Nuvama also has 1 million customers, comprising people, businesses, and institutions, including ultra-high net worth families. In our evolution will be driven by technology. Everything we have achieved so far, our vision and our values are all driven by one mantra: to do it right for our customers. Nuvama, let's do it right.
Mumbai is now rebooting, transformed by MMR. Welcome to MMR, the Mumbai Metropolitan Region. A dynamic expanse that includes Greater Mumbai and its surrounding areas. This metropolis holds immense significance for the state of Maharashtra. The dream of embracing the quality of life synonymous with an international city. It is a dream that resonates with every citizen of MMR. The state government actively navigating towards the realization of $1 trillion economy. To transform this collective dream into reality, the MMR region, the pulsating heart of the state, requires cutting-edge infrastructure.
Welcome to India Global Forum, uniting the world's most visionary minds from India and beyond to shape the future. Hear from and engage with the most influential policymakers, business leaders, and technology disruptors. Get involved with our key initiatives and join us at our world-class flagship events in the UK, the UAE, and India. Join India Global Forum, a gateway to the limitless potential of India's growth story and a catalyst for global connection. Log on to www.indiaglobalforum.com and join the conversation.
मैं हाँ दिलजीत दोसांझ
I really enjoy it.
One of the strengths of your country is clearly its youth. You have so many young people in a vibrant society with a lot of creativity.
It's trusted and reliable and curated. I'm a big fan.
Social in a good way.
Yeah, we're a couple. It is very liberating.
You have a famous hair flip that you do?
That's true. I haven't done it.
Hit us with it.
Okay.
Oh, wow, brilliant.
When you're in the business of creating better futures for everyone, you realize that there's often more than one finish line. And while speed is important, what really pushes everything forward is continuous transformation. It's what leads to better futures, to real substantial change. It connects the people, IP, and industries that create entirely new hybrid businesses. It turns an insurance industry that covers people into a wellness industry that helps them recover. It opens faster routes for first responders. Teaches bacteria to eat microplastics from the ocean. Deploys trusted AI to preserve and protect our forest and wildlife. And even fights wildfires from space. We are committed to perpetual impact because it's what pushes the world forward.
Can a bank help the world realize its dreams? At Emirates NBD, we empower people, companies, economies, countries. Proudly born in the UAE, leading the region, expanding globally. Investing, innovating, delivering, giving back, paying forward. Creating opportunities to prosper. Emirates NBD.
25 years ago, Edelweiss started with a vision of not doing things the same old way. Over the years, we have explored all things investment and have become better at it every year. We started off with investment banking and soon made our way to institutional equities and wealth management. Now, with strong institutional ownership of PAG as a promoter, we have grown to become a comprehensive wealth and asset management platform, also offering capital market solutions. And our fresh new perspective on wealth is reflected in our new brand identity. Today, we are one of the top wealth management companies in India and the only company with a comprehensive wealth management platform employing over 2,700 plus people across 450 plus locations with a network of more than 23,000 plus partners. Nuvama also has 1 million customers, comprising people, businesses, and institutions, including ultra-high net worth families. In our evolution will be driven by technology. Everything we have achieved so far, our vision and our values are all driven by one mantra: to do it right for our customers. Nuvama. Let's do it right.
Mumbai is now rebooting, transformed by MMR. Welcome to MMR, the Mumbai Metropolitan Region. a dynamic expanse that includes Greater Mumbai and its surrounding areas. This metropolis holds immense significance for the state of Maharashtra. The dream of embracing the quality of life synonymous with an international city. It is a dream that resonates with every citizen of MMR. The state government actively navigating towards the realization of a $1 trillion economy. To transform this collective dream into reality, the MMR region, the pulsating heart of the state, requires cutting-edge infrastructure.
Welcome to India Global Forum, uniting the world's most visionary minds from India and beyond to shape the future. Hear from and engage with the most influential policymakers, business leaders, and technology disruptors. Get involved with our key initiatives and join us at our world-class flagship events in the UK, the UAE, and India. Join India Global Forum, a gateway to the limitless potential of India's growth story and a catalyst for global connection. Log on to www.indiaglobalforum.com and join the conversation.
मैं हाँ दिलजीत दोसांझ
I really enjoy it.
One of the strengths of your country is clearly its youth. You have so many young people and a vibrant society with a lot of creativity.
It's trusted and reliable and curated. I'm a big fan.
Social in a good way.
Yeah, we're a couple.
It is very liberating.
You have a famous hair flip that you do.
That's true. I haven't done it.
Hit us with it.
Okay.
Oh, wow, brilliant.
When you're in the business of creating better futures for everyone, you realize that there's often more than one finish line. And while speed is important, what really pushes everything forward is continuous transformation. It's what leads to better futures, to real substantial change. It connects the people, IP, and industries that create entirely new hybrid businesses. It turns an insurance industry that covers people into a wellness industry that helps them recover. It opens faster routes for first responders. Teaches bacteria to eat microplastics from the ocean. Deploys trusted AI to preserve and protect our forest and wildlife. and even fights wildfires from space. We are committed to perpetual impact because it's what pushes the world forward.
Can a bank help the world realize its dreams? At Emirates NBD, we empower people, companies, economies, countries. Proudly born in the UAE, leading the region, expanding globally. Investing, innovating, delivering, giving back, paying forward. Creating opportunities to prosper. Emirates NBD.
25 years ago, Edelweiss started with a vision of not doing things the same old way. Over the years, we have explored all things investment and have become better at it every year. We started off with investment banking and soon made our way to institutional equities and wealth management. Now, with strong institutional ownership of PAG as a promoter, we have grown to become a comprehensive wealth and asset management platform, also offering capital market solutions. And our fresh new perspective on wealth is reflected in our new brand identity. Today, we are one of the top wealth management companies in India and the only company with a comprehensive wealth management platform employing over 2,700 plus people across 450 plus locations with a network of more than 23,000 plus partners. Nuvama also has 1 million customers comprising people, businesses and institutions, including ultra-high net worth families. In our evolution will be driven by technology. Everything we have achieved so far, our vision and our values are all driven by one mantra: to do it right for our customers. Nuvama, let's do it right.
Mumbai is now rebooting, transformed by MMR. Welcome to MMR, the Mumbai Metropolitan Region. A dynamic expanse that includes Greater Mumbai and its surrounding areas. This metropolis holds immense significance for the state of Maharashtra. The dream of embracing the quality of life synonymous with an international city. It is a dream that resonates with every citizen of MMR. The state government actively navigating towards the realization of $1 trillion economy. To transform this collective dream into reality, the MMR region, the pulsating heart of the state, requires cutting-edge infrastructure.
Welcome to India Global Forum, uniting the world's most visionary minds from India and beyond to shape the future. Hear from and engage with the most influential policymakers, business leaders, and technology disruptors. Get involved with our key initiatives and join us at our world-class flagship events in the UK, the UAE, and India. Join India Global Forum, a gateway to the limitless potential of India's growth story and a catalyst for global connection. Log on to www.indiaglobalforum.com and join the conversation.
मैं हाँ दिलजीत दोसांझ
I really enjoy it.
One of the strengths of your country is clearly its youth. You have so many young people and a vibrant society with a lot of creativity.
It's trusted and reliable and curated. I'm a big fan.
Social in a good way.
Yeah, we're a couple.
It is very liberating.
You have a famous hair flip that you do.
That's true. I haven't done it.
Hit us with it.
Okay.
Oh, wow, brilliant.
When you're in the business of creating better futures for everyone, you realize that there's often more than one finish line. And while speed is important, what really pushes everything forward is continuous transformation. It's what leads to better futures, to real substantial change. It connects the people, IP, and industries that create entirely new hybrid businesses. It turns an insurance industry that covers people into a wellness industry that helps them recover. It opens faster routes for first responders. Teaches bacteria to eat microplastics from the ocean. Deploys trusted AI to preserve and protect our forest and wildlife. And even fights wildfires from space. We are committed to perpetual impact because it's what pushes the world forward.
Can a bank help the world realize its dreams? At Emirates NBD, we empower people, companies, economies, countries. Proudly born in the UAE, leading the region, expanding globally. Investing, innovating, delivering, giving back, paying forward. Creating opportunities to prosper. Emirates NBD.
25 years ago, Edelweiss started with a vision of not doing things the same old way. Over the years, we have explored all things investment and have become better at it every year. We started off with investment banking and soon made our way to institutional equities and wealth management. Now, with strong institutional ownership of PAG as a promoter, we have grown to become a comprehensive wealth and asset management platform, also offering capital market solutions. And our fresh new perspective on wealth is reflected in our new brand identity. Today, we are one of the top wealth management companies in India and the only company with a comprehensive wealth management platform employing over 2,700 plus people across 450 plus locations with a network of more than 23,000 plus partners. Nuvama also has 1 million customers comprising people, businesses and institutions, including ultra-high net worth families. In our evolution will be driven by technology. Everything we have achieved so far, our vision and our values are all driven by one mantra: to do it right for our customers. Nuvama, let's do it right.
Mumbai is now rebooting, transformed by MMR. Welcome to MMR, the Mumbai Metropolitan Region. A dynamic expanse that includes Greater Mumbai and its surrounding areas. This metropolis holds immense significance for the state of Maharashtra. The dream of embracing the quality of life synonymous with an international city. It is a dream that resonates with every citizen of MMR. The state government actively navigating towards the realization of a $1 trillion economy. To transform this collective dream into reality, the MMR region, the pulsating heart of the state, requires cutting-edge infrastructure.
Welcome to India Global Forum, uniting the world's most visionary minds from India and beyond to shape the future. Hear from and engage with the most influential policymakers, business leaders, and technology disruptors. Get involved with our key initiatives and join us at our world-class flagship events in the UK, the UAE, and India. Join India Global Forum, a gateway to the limitless potential of India's growth story and a catalyst for global connection. Log on to www.indiaglobalforum.com and join the conversation.
मैं हाँ दिलजीत दोसांझ
Root.
I really enjoy it.
One of the strengths of your country is clearly its youth. You have so many young people in a vibrant society with a lot of creativity.
It's trusted and reliable and curated. I'm a big fan.
Social in a good way.
Yeah, we're a couple.
It is very liberating.
You have a famous hair flip that you do.
That's true. I haven't done it.
Hit us with it.
Okay.
Oh, wow, brilliant.
When you're in the business of creating better futures for everyone, you realize that there's often more than one finish line. And while speed is important, what really pushes everything forward is continuous transformation. It's what leads to better futures, to real substantial change. It connects the people, IP, and industries that create entirely new hybrid businesses. It turns an insurance industry that covers people into a wellness industry that helps them recover. It opens faster routes for first responders. Teaches bacteria to eat microplastics from the ocean. Deploys trusted AI to preserve and protect our forest and wildlife. And even fights wildfires from space. We are committed to perpetual impact because it's what pushes the world forward.
Can a bank help the world realize its dreams? At Emirates NBD, we empower people, companies, economies, countries. Proudly born in the UAE, leading the region, expanding globally. Investing, innovating, delivering, giving back, paying forward. Creating opportunities to prosper. Emirates NBD.
25 years ago, Edelweiss started with a vision of not doing things the same old way. Over the years, we have explored all things investment and have become better at it every year. We started off with investment banking and soon made our way to institutional equities and wealth management. Now, with strong institutional ownership of PAG as a promoter, we have grown to become a comprehensive wealth and asset management platform, also offering capital market solutions. And our fresh new perspective on wealth is reflected in our new brand identity, Today, we are one of the top wealth management companies in India and the only company with a comprehensive wealth management platform employing over 2,700 plus people across 450 plus locations with a network of more than 23,000 plus partners. Nuvama also has 1 million customers comprising people, businesses and institutions, including ultra-high net worth families. In our evolution will be driven by technology. Everything we have achieved so far, our vision and our values are all driven by one mantra: to do it right for our customers. Nuvama, let's do it right.
Mumbai is now rebooting, transformed by MMR. Welcome to MMR, the Mumbai Metropolitan Region. A dynamic expanse that includes Greater Mumbai and its surrounding areas. This metropolis holds immense significance for the state of Maharashtra. The dream of embracing the quality of life synonymous with an international city. It is a dream that resonates with every citizen of MMR. The state government actively navigating towards the realization of a $1 trillion economy. To transform this collective dream into reality, the MMR region, the pulsating heart of the state, requires cutting-edge infrastructure.
Welcome to India Global Forum, uniting the world's most visionary minds from India and beyond to shape the future. Hear from and engage with the most influential policymakers, business leaders, and technology disruptors. Get involved with our key initiatives and join us at our world-class flagship events in the UK, the UAE, and India. Join India Global Forum, a gateway to the limitless potential of India's growth story and a catalyst for global connection. Log on to www.indiaglobalforum.com and join the conversation.
मैं हाँ दिलजीत दोसांझ
I really enjoy it.
One of the strengths of your country is clearly its youth. You have so many young people and a vibrant society with a lot of creativity.
It's trusted and reliable and curated. I'm a big fan.
Social in a good way.
Yeah, we're a couple.
It is very liberating.
You have a famous hair flip that you do.
That's true. I haven't done it.
Hit us with it.
Okay.
Oh, wow, brilliant.
When you're in the business of creating better futures for everyone, you realize that there's often more than one finish line. And while speed is important, what really pushes everything forward is continuous transformation. It's what leads to better futures, to real substantial change. It connects the people, IP, and industries that create entirely new hybrid businesses. It turns an insurance industry that covers people into a wellness industry that helps them recover. It opens faster routes for first responders. Teaches bacteria to eat microplastics from the ocean. Deploys trusted AI to preserve and protect our forest and wildlife. And even fights wildfires from space. We are committed to perpetual impact because it's what pushes the world forward.
Can a bank help the world realize its dreams? At Emirates NBD, we empower people, companies, economies, countries. Proudly born in the UAE, leading the region, expanding globally. Investing, innovating, delivering, giving back, paying forward. Creating opportunities to prosper. Emirates NBD.
25 years ago, Edelweiss started with a vision of not doing things the same old way. Over the years, we have explored all things investment and have become better at it every year. We started off with investment banking and soon made our way to institutional equities and wealth management. Now, with strong institutional ownership of PAG as a promoter, we have grown to become a comprehensive wealth and asset management platform, also offering capital market solutions. And our fresh new perspective on wealth is reflected in our new brand identity. Today, we are one of the top wealth management companies in India and the only company with a comprehensive wealth management platform employing over 2,700 plus people across 450 plus locations with a network of more than 23,000 plus partners. Nuvama also has 1 million customers comprising people, businesses and institutions, including ultra-high net worth families. In our evolution will be driven by technology. Everything we have achieved so far, our vision and our values are all driven by one mantra: to do it right for our customers. Nuvama, let's do it right.
Mumbai is now rebooting, transformed by MMR. Welcome to MMR, the Mumbai Metropolitan Region. a dynamic expanse that includes Greater Mumbai and its surrounding areas. This metropolis holds immense significance for the state of Maharashtra. The dream of embracing the quality of life synonymous with an international city. It is a dream that resonates with every citizen of MMR. The state government actively navigating towards the realization of a $1 trillion economy. To transform this collective dream into reality, the MMR region, the pulsating heart of the state, requires cutting-edge infrastructure.
Welcome to India Global Forum, uniting the world's most visionary minds from India and beyond to shape the future. Hear from and engage with the most influential policymakers, business leaders, and technology disruptors. Get involved with our key initiatives and join us at our world-class flagship events in the UK, the UAE, and India. Join India Global Forum, a gateway to the limitless potential of India's growth story and a catalyst for global connection. Log on to www.indiaglobalforum.com and join the conversation.
मैं हाँ दिलजीत दोसांझ
I really enjoy it.
One of the strengths of your country is clearly its youth. You have so many young people and a vibrant society with a lot of creativity. It's trusted.
Everyone, I hope you are all suitably refreshed and that this morning's sessions set the ground for some profitable discussions over lunch as well. And we have a lot more to go this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now, after all, this is, in fact, of course, the Investment Summit. So where better to begin the afternoon with an assessment of where the opportunities lie in an unpredictable and volatile global market. Well, Ben Thompson will now be sitting down with BlackRock super investor, the Chief Investment Officer of Global Fixed Income at BlackRock, in fact. It's Rick Reeder.
So the ability to do that, create a lot of yield without a lot of volatility, is something that people crave from the both retail, model-driven, and institutional. I think that you have an economy that's much more stable than people think. I think we're moderating from a period of extraordinary growth.
But India is a place, I think is going to be interesting going forward.
Hear from super investor Rick Reeder as he cuts through the complexities of global investments and strategic decision making. Discover the strategies that have propelled him to the forefront of the investment world and gain insight into a future rich with opportunity and growth. Please put your hands together to welcome him to the stage.
Please welcome, ladies and gents, Rick Reeder.
Thank you all.
Please, Rick, grab a seat. There's a lot more chairs on here than there were earlier. Rick, grab a seat here in the middle with me. So wonderful to see you. Thank you for being in Mumbai with us. And there's a lot for us to get through. But I thought it'd be helpful, first of all, to get your assessment of where we are right now. So much change, geopolitical, climate, tech. What is your priority and where do you see the risks right now?
So when you say, where are we right now? So it was my first time in India. And this has been the most extraordinary. So you talk about change in the world, technology change in the world, regional growth dispersion. Listen, I think the first thing you have to start with is about how the world is shifting in terms of where the balance of power is, where growth economically is, and where the investment opportunity is in the world. I was talking about it the other day. I mean, I have to say, I've been here 2 days. I've run out of business cards. I think I have one left, so now I have to leave. But I've never seen, the amount of growth you're seeing here. The places where I think, from an equity opportunity point of view, here, Japan, US, because technology is shifting the world. The transformation of this economy to a digital economy. The US, where we have the bulk of our equity investment, technology is changing the world faster than people think. And, people often say, I get asked about, is the US going in a recession? There's been this discussion, we're going hard landing, soft landing. Actually, we're seeing a shift of economies to service-oriented economies that don't go in recession. It's actually extraordinary. In 100 years in service-level economies, 100 years in the US, there's only been 13 negative quarters. So you're going through a change where technology, where R&D is going in the world. And I think the growth, if you track where research and development in the world is going today, that's where you want to invest here, United States. And you look at the big companies that are creating extraordinary top-line revenue growth, extraordinary earnings. It's all following the R&D. And so to me, that is the thing that I'm focused on more than anything else.
I looked at a few of the notes that you wrote, and you said actually one of the ways that you can avoid recession is finding firms that are building out the world's digital infrastructure, catering to a demographic evolution of an aging population, and companies that have local supply chains. And that tells us a lot, doesn't it, about what's happened in recent years, about supply chain disruption, aging populations, struggling to find a workforce. All of those issues start to deliver structural change. And they've been brought about largely by the pandemic, but not only by the pandemic.
So boy, there's a bunch of things to talk about. First of all, when people say, what is the economy going to do and how it's going to grow? If you actually track what actually drives the economy more than anything else, over the intermediate term, it's demographics. Demographics drive. I always say what happens when you have monetary or fiscal policy, it takes you off the line of the demographic. But then you've got to come back to the line. So when you spend a tremendous amount on fiscal, et cetera, you've got to drag on the economy, you've got to get back to the line. Demographics, part of what we talk about here, is extraordinary, drives the dichotomy of what's happening here versus China, the dichotomy of Japan's demographics. So top line demographics. Second, immigration in the world, and this is in the US, this is a big discussion around the election, is how is immigration going to play out. Just to give you a good example of that. There have been 9 million people hired in the US over the last 3 or 4 years. 111% have come from international. 111%. Immigration, how it shifts and how it changes, is having a huge impact on how the economy is developing. And so how that's going to happen in the world. Listen, I don't think there's enough people for the jobs available today in much of the world because you're seeing this transformation of economies. How immigration plays out is going to be a big factor in where growth is going to be.
We've not yet got our head around where the jobs of the future will come from. I think that's fair to say, isn't it? And these jobs require people to be training now for jobs that haven't even been invented yet. And that, I think, for a lot of firms is a real challenge, where that skill set will come from. I want to talk quickly about tech, because it is a revolution. We're not overstating it when we say that the technological revolution that is coming will utterly change the way the world works. Do you think that we've quite got our head around the implications of that?
So, it's interesting. When people talk about inflation is going to be here over the next 3 to 5 years, and we're going to have sticky levels of inflation, I don't think you know, because I don't think you know how artificial intelligence is going to impact jobs. So I've seen a number of studies, which I am sympathetic to, that suggest that 35 to 65% of the jobs are either going to be augmented or eliminated by artificial intelligence. What's driving inflation in much of the world today is wages, because we just don't have enough people. So if you're going to take the workforce down a third to a half over the next number of years, it's going to have a huge impact on growth, inflation, and like you say, we're not certain what the jobs are going to be. I'll give you a really good example of something I think is incredibly powerful. You take the U.S. economy. If you go back 100 years or so, it was an agriculturally based economy. The average work week was 105 hours. The average work week today is 35 to 40 hours. The projections are by 2050, the average work week is going to be 15 hours. I'm looking forward to that today, by the way. But the average, I'm still in the 100 hours, so I don't know when that's going to happen.
Chance of being fine.
But you think about what does it mean if you're going to have the average work week being 15 hours, efficient economies, large levels of social assistance, very different worlds than we're operating in today. And you're seeing these economies. What I think is so fascinating, how cultural dynamics are shifting alongside of that. For years, goods-oriented economies, purchases of goods, now service-oriented economies, experiences. A lot of this, over the next 5 to 10 to 20 years, you're going to see employment change, you're going to see cultural change, that I think is pretty exciting. But part of why it's fun I've said investing is the most dynamic business in the world, and trying to interpret and anticipate these things, I think is going to be incredibly exciting in the next few years.
You talked quickly about social subsistence, how people will be supported if they're working a 15-hour work week. What will that look like?
So it's hard to say. And by the way, it's going to be very different globally. As you look at the emerging markets, some of the emerging markets that are still commodity-oriented, heavy industry, manufacturing-oriented, that's going to be a much slower transformation. You look at this country in terms of digital evolution that's happening faster. You're going to see things that are going to evolve quite quickly. I think, and I know the U.S. better than other places, I think you're going to see significant amounts of social assistance around healthcare, around retirement planning, around a number of things that are going to be very, very different in an economy where it's a much more technologically oriented, lower workforce.
You talked about the labour issue, you talked there about retirement planning as well. That is part of the problem, isn't it? To solve the current labour problem that a lot of organisations have, it's about trying to encourage older people out of retirement. So many people left the labour market during the pandemic. But with interest rates doing what they're doing, that's not an easy sell, is it? Persuading people to come back to work when actually they could just shove their cash in the bank and make 5%. How do you do that?
So one of the things that people, I think, have come to realize that when you put in this much fiscal and monetary policy and you create the elevation of markets and this wealth creation, you have this extraordinary level of retirement that had to be fulfilled. You look at some of the jobs, healthcare, education, leisure, hospitality, restaurants, hotels, you have an incredible departure from the workforce. I think it's very hard. The one thing that is happening today that I don't think people talk about that's pretty incredible, work from home has created, so you think about work from home, during COVID it spiked to 70%. It's now, the US data, it's now about 29% work from home. What's happened is it's now brought women into the workforce in a much more aggressive way. So actually the reason why the participation rate is growing is because work from home flexibility, particularly for females, has enhanced the size of the labor pool. So that's been pretty powerful. And but in terms of enticing retirees, when you've got, and we can talk about this later, you can create income through fixed income assets. You can create income of 6-7%. That's a pretty healthy number for people that have retired. So I still think you'll see people stay generally in retirement.
And talking of the policy response, that neatly gets us to this end, to the end of an era of record low interest rates, brought about, of course, by the financial crisis of 2008. We've had more than a decade of ultra low interest rates. Structurally, what does the response start to change, maybe in your mindset and that of your colleagues, about where the returns will be? Because it always used to be the case, wasn't it? Take more risk, get more return. That's not necessarily true anymore.
So can I go back? 2021, in Europe, you had negative interest rates, which I think is one of the craziest inventions in the history of finance. So think about 85% of the funding of companies we were doing in the short end of the curve, 5 years and in, was at negative interest rates. I mean, it's almost bizarre to talk about it today. We are literally lending money to companies and paying them for the ability to take our money. You think about how crazy that is. Now you talk about the converse today. Today, you can buy, particularly for a U.S. investor, I'm buying European investment-grade companies swap back to dollars at 5.5%, 6%. And by the way, these companies, when they were at negative rates, they termed their debt out. So they took advantage of it. It's not like these companies, we kept going to companies and saying, you should issue. They did. So they pushed their debt out to the 10-year point, to the 30-year point. Now they don't need the money, not nearly to the extent that they would have. So what's, I think, fascinating about investing today, and your point about you don't have to take that much risk relative to before, that same European investment that we were funding at negative interest rates, now we're buying at 5.5% to 6%. At some point in the next couple of years, the ECB is going to drop rates, UK is going to drop rates, and they're going to be back to borrowing at 3%-ish. So today, you can build a portfolio of equity and debt, and you can clip investment grade, you can buy at 5.5% to 6%, you take a little bit of high yield, a little bit of emerging markets, you can get your portfolio to 7%. That's pretty attractive. I mean, we've for years thought of if you can get equity return of 10 to 12. Gosh, today we can talk about, I think, growth in parts of the world in terms of equities. You can get higher levels, but augment it with income that is very different than we were for the last 10 years, where you'd had to stretch to get to buy high yield assets at 3.5. I mean, 7 is a pretty good level. High yield at 8.5, 9, depending on where you go in the world.
And those record low interest rates spot this whole new range of alternatives, isn't it? Higher yielding alternatives. And this gets us sort of neatly to the title of this session, which is that there is a lot more choice as a result. Where do you sit on that scale? Because we say here, are you spoiled for choice, or is it just, an amazing variety of options that are now presented to you? I mean, where are you? Is it overwhelming, or is actually this a brilliant byproduct of what's gone on?
I mean, one man's opinion. 10 years of struggling to find interest rates or products in fixed income that were reasonable. This is a golden age for us now. So you think about, if I took, depends on where you are in your stage of life, depending if you're a pension, what type of business you're in. But if you create a portfolio today, 60% equities, 30% those higher yielding fixed income assets, create 6, 7, depending on where you are in the world, 10% alternatives. And boy, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity as well in terms of alternatives, because of what's the evolution of the banking system and the ability to fund companies, real estate, with real collateral, real cash flow sweeps, real structural enhancement. So building a portfolio of, I'm going to own equities, and I think there are places, I still think growth in the world is significant, to own equities, marry it to income, and then build some alternatives on it. You can create a much lower volatility portfolio than you have in the past and feel good about you're getting income and you're getting some growth attached to it. So it's a pretty good, relative to where we were 5 years ago, 10 years ago, you can build a much more balanced portfolio.
You say you look around the world and there are some countries that are much more attractive. Talk me through your thinking there.
So the first thing is, I talked about R&D drives growth. Political regime, the environmental regime creates growth. So if you said to me today, pick where in the world you want to invest in equity. I want to be in the US, I want to be here, I want to be in Japan, where you see the technology development, by the way, not just pure technology, healthcare development, parts of companies that use data effectively that are expanding their moat. I think the next few years, you're going to see companies that, some of these bigger companies that exploit data effectively will expand their moat relative to other businesses. So I like owning equity in those parts of the world. I like being a lender in places like Europe. Growth is slowing, interest rates have to come down, the financial system allows you to participate in a whole series of capital securities and other financial instruments. So I like to lend in the lower growth areas. The emerging markets depends on, there's some regional disposition around where do you go. Today I like actually borrowing in the emerging markets, or being a lender in the emerging markets, places like Brazil, Mexico, Indonesia, particularly in local rates. A, because we think the currencies are going to perform, and B, because you get the yields are attractive. So,
well, their policy was more aggressive, wasn't it? Raising rates much more quickly and keeping them out at that level.
And now bringing them down. Yeah. Places that you're seeing tangible improvements in inflation in parts of the EM, like places like Brazil, Mexico. And so we think rates will come down. And we think, and by the way, we think the currencies will perform. Places like Mexico, which is an extraordinary beneficiary of nearshoring to the U.S. post the developments in China, that is an incredible story. We've been riding the currency, and we still ride the currency in Mexico. And so to be able to clip interest rate exposure and then ride the currency, everything is still pretty attractive today.
A couple of quick things on Europe, first of all. It seems many economies in Europe teetering or in or very close to a recession. We are told it will be short and shallow. But all the metrics are different this time round, aren't they? I'm thinking of things particularly like the labour market. But what is it that is kind of holding a big, deep recession away right now?
So, listen, I think there's a couple of things. I'll go back to this point. I show a chart. I just did a presentation where I showed, I go back to this comment about R&D, and you look about where open innovation takes place. And in Europe, the regulation is so intense that dulls the ability for real technological advancement that I think is creating a big drag on European growth and development. Obviously, places like Germany, when you have the export mechanism to China that's slowed, has also made it more difficult. And then some of the challenges, like you say, in labor and the higher cost of wages has created some stress around the economy generally in terms of corporate. So, listen, we think Europe is slowing. We think it will stabilize, but inflation is coming down. I do think the central bank needs to cut rates, and I think they'll start doing that, closer to May, June, probably June. But Europe is is what I think will be a slower growth, not necessarily deep recession, but a slower growth paradigm.
Markets pricing in rate cuts quite soon, and a number getting us back to something a little bit more of the new normal. It's not normal, of course. Are they right? Given what we're seeing, will the rate cuts come as soon as the markets are expecting?
So I think the markets were way ahead of themselves.
Yeah.
I think I've sat on the Fed's advisory committee for 8 years and the U.S. Treasury Borrowing Committee for 5 years. I think people think the central banks are clever institutions that are trying to trick you or say one thing and do something else. They were telling you we're not ready to cut, but the markets got so far ahead of it that I think was clearly overzealous, and you're backing up some of that. Listen, I think today service level inflation is very hard to bring down. Goods are actually deflating, and it's similar to what they did for 2 decades prior. Goods inflation is coming down, actually deflating. But service level inflation is hard to bring down because there's some exogenous effects. The cost of healthcare, the cost of insurance, the cost of shelter, that just take years to bring it down. So if you're operating at the central bank, you've got goods deflation, cyclical, and then you've got service level inflation that's hard to bring down. What do you do with that? I don't think you have to wait till you get to the last mile of achieving your objective, because interest rates are a very blunt tool today. When you keep them too high, you impact parts of the economy and not other parts of it. You hit poor people, you hit local banks, you hit commercial real estate, residential real estate. And the way the economies are today, because I'm in a modern economy, big companies, tech companies don't borrow. So when you raise the interest rate, CapEx still happens. People have locked in their mortgages at lower interest rates. You raise it, it doesn't really have an impact. They have to bring the rates down because you're too restrictive relative to where inflation is today, even though you haven't perfectly achieved your mission. Waiting too long, like you saw this, the late 90s, 06, 07, waiting too long can be very dangerous, and particularly if it hits things like residential real estate.
Everything we've talked about so far today is a plan. It's probable things may transpire like this, bar any big shock. And what we know about this year is that it is an unprecedented year for global elections. I was just looking at the numbers. 64 countries plus the EU will go to the polls this year. That's 49% of the world's population. Therefore, I wonder what it means in terms of any sort of certainty about policy, who is in the big offices of the world, and what it means for risk in a year of such potential change. How do you view a year like 2024?
So, one thing I've learned about markets and investing is markets don't react to things until the shark is right next to the boat. And so, one of the things we've learned about elections is predicting them and positioning for them. You can be really wrong based on polling.
Yep.
As you get closer to elections, in whatever the region you're talking about, I think you're going to see some pretty impactful things that can change how you're investing in different assets, what regions you're investing in, how you think about, I spent a lot of time thinking about this in the U.S. because we're going through what can be an extraordinary election this year. We have a big debt problem in the United States that I don't think anybody's going to solve, and I think we're going to see that come under tangible pressure in the next couple of years. What it means for trade, what it means for global geopolitical relationships is going to have a huge impact going forward. So I think as you get into the second half of this year in the U.S., I think you're going to see tangible volatility as people start thinking about how that changed. How do you invest in, if you see a Donald Trump, come much more to the fore, how do you think about investing in the regions where he's been pretty pernicious in terms of his view today? So, listen, I think following these are going to be really important. But I find today that you have to invest relative to where you think the fundamental value is, and then try to interpret how that environmental change is going to take place, and then start hedging your position relative to that.
Rick, I really could talk to you all day. We've just scratched the surface. I'm so sorry we can't have more time to chat, but really, really useful basis for all of the conversations we're going to have on this stage this afternoon. Rick, thank you for being with us. Ladies and gents, Rick Reeder, BlackRock's Chief Investment Officer of Global Fixed Income. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's really nice to see you. Thank you. So we're going to move quickly on. You're absolutely right that way, Rick. Thank you. And there is so much more that we can explore in the sessions to come. I'm going to be back on this main stage at the IGF Forum shortly, but Laura is going to be up next in the IGF studio, looking at some of the opportunities presented by India's economic transformation. But we should say, of course, a huge thanks to all our sponsors, without whom none of this would be possible.
When you're in the business of creating better futures for everyone, you realize that there's often more than one finish line. And while speed is important, what really pushes everything forward is continuous transformation. It's what leads to better futures, to real substantial change. It connects the people, IP, and industries that create entirely new hybrid businesses. It turns an insurance industry that covers people into a wellness industry that helps them recover. It opens faster routes for first responders. Teaches bacteria to eat microplastics from the ocean. Deploys trusted AI to preserve and protect our forest and wildlife. And even fights wildfires from space. We are committed to perpetual impact because it's what pushes the world forward.
Well, hello and a very warm welcome to our IGF studio. We are broadcasting live from the Geo Convention Centre in the heart of Mumbai and online at Daily Hunt and on the India Global Forum website. So welcome to everyone who is joining us here online. Well, here at the IGF studio, we will be deep diving into the detail of what we've heard on the main stage. To join our conversation, you can use our hashtag, which is IGF Mumbai and NXT10. Now, according to the IMF, India is set to contribute more than 16% of global growth this year. So as a land of opportunity, how can global investors, international funds, and governments leverage this unprecedented growth and set themselves up for success? Time now to find out through some of the opportunities in transforming the nation. So I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by our guests. Please give a very warm welcome to Rommel Shetty, the CEO of Deloitte South Asia. He joins us here today. We also have Niraj Seth, the CIO and head of Asia Pacific Fundamental Fixed Income at BlackRock. We also have Rahul Bajoria, who is the Managing Director and Head of EM Asia and Economics at Barclays. And we are also joined by Jeremy Warner-Allen, who is the Chairman of Mercantile Ports and Logistics. What an incredible start to the IGF studio. Thank you so much for joining us. Right, I wanted to start off with Rommel. I thought we'd start off from a Deloitte perspective. Now, when you are having conversations with your clients, what are you telling them to become more attractive as investment candidates?
Yeah, thanks, Laura. Really, 2 or 3 things that we talk to our clients a lot about. One is India has always been, Indian corporates have been master the art of faster, cheaper, better. But how do you really move up the value curve from an innovation perspective? I think so we're doing some fantastic things, but innovation at scale, just like probably how the government in terms of digital infrastructure has done in India. So really that is one thing that we talk about a lot. The second is really embracing AI. Again, AI in India has been largely used for productivity. Many people have adopted it, but more productivity, but not really in terms of creators of content. We're producers of talent, but we're not creating enough of talent. And I think that is important to change business models. No more about being productive, but it's really about changing business models. And the third aspect, which I think is India has come a long way, is really around trust and governance, to ensure that we sort of work more towards trust and governance. As more foreign investors, foreign partners come in, that is something that they're looking for. So those are three things that I would say.
Very good points there. Niraj, over to you. It seems to be there is a very positive investment climate over here, but what would you say are the key drivers that have helped India position itself as, an attractive capital flow, stage in the last few years? And also, given the rise of geopolitics and the tension and the market volatility, do you think maybe India is actually one of the safest bets for global investors right now then? What's your take on that?
Sure. I do believe the whole idea of investing in India is built on the fundamentals. Geopolitics is a tailwind, not the driver of that view around investing in India. So if I take a step back and think about the last 10 years, it's a combination of stability, the build of infrastructure, and the demographics, which actually is the foundation of the India growth story from here. In terms of stability, it's the politics, policy, macroeconomics. You've seen a significant shift. If you go back to 2013 taper tantrum, the country has come a long way. You see the policies which are on a continuation path. On the infrastructure front, is actually quite amazing. The amount of construction you see is just evident in front of your eyes. But it's not just the hard infrastructure, it's also the digital infrastructure. It's just changing the landscape. And lastly, the demographics. India has the benefit. The key always is, if you have the demographic dividend, do you make the best use of it? And lastly, your point about geopolitics, it certainly is a tailwind that India is getting, which is going to keep going in that direction for foreseeable future. So when you put it all together, I do think it's actually one of the better destinations for attracting investments in the world.
Very exciting indeed. We're in a good place right now. So it does seem that India's economy is very much in a sweet spot right now. So Rahul, over to you. It's in a sweet spot with the exception of the level of public debt though. So that's the next sort of focus area I wanted to go into. So how do you assess the potential impact of high levels of public debt, particularly when it comes to the economic landscape? And also, how do we create essentially new opportunities?
Yeah, so I think, public debt has to be seen in the context of two things. I think one is that if India's growth is high, debt levels are sustainable. So it doesn't really matter that you have high levels of public debt. It's just that you're going to be running it down over the years as your economy grows. The second part is the quality of spending has improved significantly in the last few years. And to Neeraj's point, whether it is the welfare spending through the digital public infrastructure which has been set up, the payment networks, I'm sure everyone has experienced it. Then there's the hard infrastructure where, there's a ton of money being thrown at basically setting up the ports, the railways, the roads. And if like Mumbai is a classic example, the most productive city of the country was always kind of chock-a-block jammed, and now with the kind of infrastructure that's getting built, the productivity gains are going to be tremendous, right? Which is itself going to add probably a few basis points to growth itself. And so from that perspective, I think the combination of the fact that you are a fast-growing economy, you have a young population, you are spending in the right areas, public debt becomes a relatively smaller concern in areas that need to address. And from this perspective, I think, yes, it's an issue, but we are not necessarily seeing wastage as such, right? You are spending in the right areas. So over the years, we will be able to run it down simply because we are investing in areas which will grow and which will kind of, give the dividends back in the right frame. Yeah.
Now, speaking of productivity, let's talk a little bit more about global supply chains and access, which comes to you, Jeremy, of course. The Deputy Minister earlier spoke about making Mumbai a global city through infrastructure and increased access, of course, as well, including ports, and you really highlighted the importance there. So how do you see the growth of India and Mumbai when it comes to a key link, especially when it comes to global supply chains?
I think global supply chains is a bit difficult for me to actually comment on, because that's not really what we do. What we do have at Karanja is a fantastic site. We were lucky enough to secure this site back in 2010, or at least got the permissions from government to build and develop a port there. Now, having that opportunity and seeing that opportunity back in 2010 was fairly long-sighted of the investors. And I'm pleased to say that faith in the company, that faith in the site has been borne out. We see ourselves as developing approximately 400 acres of land in Karanja. And from that, we will be able to service all sorts of markets, both domestically and, of course, internationally. So what we did recognize at the time was that infrastructure within India, going back some 14 years, was woefully underinvested. And to that extent, this provided not only an opportunity, but also a social need to actually fulfill our task. So that is what we sort of looked at.
Very, very interesting. And I know you have other projects, hopefully in the pipeline as well, that you're going to tell us a little bit about.
Well, the project is still ongoing. We've had 2 years now of work. Our business has grown substantially in that time. It more than doubled last year, and it will probably more than double again this year. But that's just a fraction of what can be achieved from this site. There's many opportunities to expand it. There's not only just the expansion of it, we believe that we can develop the site in terms of enabling larger vessels to use our facility. We can provide all sorts of services to logistics suppliers. There's a massive need for import and export of fresh goods. That's another factor, which has not been really developed at all. And India has got great opportunity to export, we believe, and we think we will be well placed to actually help in that regard.
Thank you so much. Back over to Rommel. So what areas of the Indian economy do you feel still are a little bit, undervalued essentially, and need a bit more focus as areas for investment?
Yeah, so maybe 2 or 3 areas, Laura. One is, of course, agriculture. India is a fairly large agriculture economy. And in some sense, India has the opportunity to be the food bowl for the world. So really bringing in agri and agri-tech and a lot more private players into agriculture, I think is definitely one area. Second is healthcare, with a number of things that are happening. I think we're really getting technology to the last man. I think the Deputy Chief Minister spoke about it. But really investing at scale has still not happened in the healthcare. It's not been as lucrative, but it's something that we will see a more aging population. We will see a little bit more affluent population. So it's clearly an area where I think India needs to invest. Third is, I would say, while we're focusing a lot on infrastructure, but the infrastructure equipment companies itself actually are largely imported. So how do we sort of build in that infrastructure within the country as part of Make in India? I think those are 3 places that I would say as. And fourth, India has done tremendous strides in space, largely in terms of institutions like ISRO. But I think and it's looking at the future. So 10 years hence, how do we sort of build that space ecosystem? Because a lot of the new innovation development, molecule fusing, all of that, meteorite mining, all of that will come in from space. So that's probably a really good area to build. And India has significant knowledge potential in space.
3 key areas there, and the space, as you said, is the last one. Yeah, of course. Moving back over to Neeraj, that leads me very nicely over to you. So what additional factors do you think are really going to be important to unlock India's potential and its growth potential, essentially, over the next 10 years?
So a lot of the foundation has been built, we talked about, in terms of infrastructure, the policy. But when you look forward, I would say there are 3 areas that would be critical for further action. So first is continuation of structural reforms. The second is around the human capital development. And the third would be the technology. And Rick talked a lot about the technology aspect in the previous session. So on the first one, there have been a number of reforms that have happened over the last decade. Now, if I think about what else is needed in addition to the land, labor, and the other reforms that you would require to unlock, one specific area I would highlight is the capital markets reform. Within that, the deepening and the development of credit markets. Credit is power. So if we get that up and in fact growing over the coming decade, I think it's going to make a big difference in terms of the capital allocation, the cost of capital for the companies to actually grow. On the human capital, it's reasonably straightforward. We have a very strong services industry. If we want to actually win in manufacturing, benefit from the tailwind that you have from geopolitics, we need more human capital ready for manufacturing, which is much more of technical education and the blue-collar workers, which I don't think we have sufficient supply today. And the third is technology, which is absolutely critical. And within that, I'll in fact specify two parts: semiconductors, artificial intelligence. And if I look at last 100 years, you can actually equate semiconductors are like the crude oil of the future, and artificial intelligence will be like electricity. I don't think the countries will actually see the same productivity and the growth without real development in these two parts. Overall, if you can have these, India can really unlock the future growth from 6-7% to maybe 8-9%.
Wow, that's really impressive. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Some very good advice there, I must say. Right, moving back over to Rahul, let's talk about the credit rating for India. Now, the major credit ratings agencies such as Fitch and Standard & Poor's have all affirmed the outlook is stable, pretty much a BBB minus, is that right? How do you explain the current credit ratings off the back of the unprecedented growth we've seen then over the past couple of years? Does that correlate correctly?
So, Laura, I think oftentimes credit rating agencies tend to look at things in rear view mirror, and so from that perspective, I think the markets are a lot smarter, as Neeraj probably would concur with me. India is already trading probably above where the rating agencies are kind of pegging it to be, and the availability of capital that is there, willing to be deployed in India, in Indian companies, is quite large, right? So you can see the excitement very much build up on the market side of things, at the equity markets, the debt markets, both are doing extremely well. I think the agencies will also play catch up. They have their own formulas in which they kind of come up with these ratings, but I won't really particularly worry about that particular aspect. I think the one point that Neeraj did touch upon, which is very important, is the cost of capital side, right? And this, I think, is fundamentally key to resolving some of the investment challenges and the funding requirements we'll have. For that, we need more domestic savings, ultimately, right? We need foreign savings for sure, but we also need to try and think about how do we further financialize, how do we further encourage people to save more money and, invest in more productive financial assets. I think a lot of groundwork has been done in this, and my hope and my expectation will be that in the next 5 years, bulk of India's investment requirements are going to be met onshore, not necessarily offshore.
Thank you so much. Finally, over to Jeremy once again. When it comes to ports and infrastructure, what are the investment opportunities around that? Being someone in the industry, very much at the top of the industry, what's your words of advice when it comes to that segment, investment-wise?
Well, I think having the support of government is extremely important. We've been fortunate enough to have that at Karanja. We've worked very closely with all the agencies pertaining to the government bodies, such as customs, planning, you name it. We've pretty much touched everybody. And what's been clear to me is that having met many senior government ministers here, both locally and also at national level, there is a very clear impression that they want to help the country and their citizens develop. That's really important, because when you're investing in a large project such as ours, you're not building it for 3 minutes or the next 5 minutes. It's going to last forever, pretty much. The port in Mumbai, which is virtually closed now, that was first started back in the 18th century. So ports last a very long time. And this is something which we feel a lot of pride in, because we've built one which is a new one, and probably the only new one in the last 10 years. We're the only company which has built one. So that's very important. And that consistency of being able to have a platform whereby you can do business and know that you are not going to be shortchanged or suddenly have a problem is really important for long-term capital.
So interesting. Sadly, we don't have any more time, but it's been fascinating sitting down with you all. Thank you so much for sharing all your wisdom and words of advice. Let's hear it for our guests there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Please do it.
Almost 3 decades ago, like the proverbial sun, we ushered in a new start, a new day. What we did was momentous. We converted a trading activity into an investment movement, and an isolated regional market became a pan-India canvas. We are NSE, the stock exchange that changed the nation. NSE, an investment called India.
A little clue there about our next guests joining me for our next panel, where we're going to look at risk and regulation, how to maintain stability, how to protect consumers without, and this is the challenge, without stifling growth and innovation. The big question, what lessons can we learn from all over the world? So to do that, please let me introduce my next panel. Next to me, Ashish Chauhan, Managing Director and Chief Executive of the National Stock Exchange. Tushar Thakur, CMD at Parage Insurance. And also joining us online, as you can see, Charlie Walker, Deputy Chief Executive of the London Stock Exchange. Welcome to you all, and Charlie, good to see you there in London. Thank you for being with us. What I'll do, I'll start with Ashish and Charlie to set a little scene of where we are now, and then I'll bring in Tushar in just a moment. But Ashish, give me a sense of the challenge, the fine line that you have to tread between protecting consumers and regulation without stifling innovation, because it is a fine line and one that you have to get right.
In a way, in finance, we call something innovation need not be innovation. Once, I think Mahathir Mohamad in Kuala Lumpur took me aside on an event like this and said, the only innovation financial industry has done is ATM in last 50 years. Of course, after that, UPI has come in India. But basically, we may continue to pretend that we are doing innovations, but finally, when you deal with people's money, because banks or stock markets or even insurance, they deal with people's money where the money has to come back with interest or whatever the intended benefits. And that's where it's important to protect the interest of the investors, and that's where the consumers, and the innovation has to be within the purview of the investor protection. And that's how India has been managing its regulatory stance compared to the rest of the world, where sometimes you run ahead on creating newer acronyms, they look the same. It's just that we want to confuse the rest of the people so that we can keep on making more money. But basically, idea is to keep simple, stupid stuff and keep on innovating to protect investor interest first, and within that, whatever innovations sort of possible, we should allow.
Charlie, let me bring you in London. I mean, that is the challenge for all regulators, but even for exchanges too. You know, how do you adapt to changing innovations to make sure that consumers, investors are safeguarded in what they do?
Yeah, and thank you very much for having me, and good afternoon, everyone. I think, we think democratization of financial services is critically important, certainly in the UK, but I think this is true around the world. Individuals are being asked to take more responsibility for their own financial futures. We've seen that certainly in the UK with the demise of defined benefit pension schemes, for instance. So individual investors being asked to essentially manage their own financial futures. And if they're going to do that, then they need access to the information and they need access to the markets in order to be able to discharge that responsibility. So the question is, how do you do that in a responsible way? I think it's a really interesting time for capital markets globally. I'm sure we'll come and talk about some of these things, but you've got a few themes, and these are at times opposing with one another. So you've got digital technologies that's allowing individuals to access more asset classes. So I think crypto in more ways. You think through apps, for instance, and in more countries, think cross-border. And at the same time, regulations historically have often tried to protect retail investors, understandably and rightly, but at times, probably unintentionally, has led to just their exclusion from markets. And so how do you reweight that a little bit? And then we've also seen the rise of private markets, which are clearly more challenging for individuals to access. And so again, a big focus in the UK at the moment is how do you make sure that public markets are relatively attractive to private markets? So if you think about a regulatory perspective, they've got to deal with new asset classes, new technologies, and the rise of new markets while trying to strike this balance between how do you allow retail investors to participate in markets while ensure that there are the appropriate safeguards and protections. And I think what I'm really pleased to see, or what we're really pleased to see is, I think in the UK, but I think this is true elsewhere as well, there is a real push with regulators to have that open dialogue and to try to make sure that that balance is properly struck.
And in this event is how technology is changing so much that we take for granted as well. And it's technology that's permitted more access to financial markets and to financial services. But there's always a danger, isn't there, that technology is one step ahead of regulation?
There is, and I think there's also a challenge that regulators have, which is how do you try to allow innovation to occur in a safe way, and with limited capacity and resources, how do you make sure that you're using them in the right way? So if every single time a new opportunity or innovation or market crops up, there's immediately regulation around it, is that actually sustainable? Are they able to commit the resources they need to it? Or do you need to allow innovation to happen in small ways? And then when you can see what the markets develop, how they develop, what impact they're having, then you sort of start to regulate that. And you're seeing that in markets at the moment, crypto being a sort of prime example of that. I think that's kind of inevitable. There is just a limit to regulatory capacity that exists in I think countries around the world, certainly in the UK. And so I think that's probably a theme that we'll continue to see.
Charlie raised the point there about this is about everybody working together, and I wonder though whether there is enough collaboration between regulators and those being regulated, so the financial institutions, or do you get a sense that it's just a bit of a standoff, that it's kind of don't come trying to regulate me because I want to offer all these amazing services? How does that relationship work?
In a way, in India, there has been, the regulator is of new origin. They are around 35 years old. And in a way, they were the harbinger of automation in India. They pushed for screen-based trading. They pushed for real-time risk management. They even pushed for the mobile trading. Or in some ways, the Indian regulators are more engineering since they're engineers compared to anything else like T+1 settlements. World is talking, India is walking. India achieved T+1 in 2023 January fully. And similarly today, if you look at India's overall framework, it's pretty much the lowest cost markets for people for transacting in stock markets, and the numbers are staggering. Today, I have 90 million unique investors registered with me, 180 million accounts. And on a good day, they would send me 17 billion orders in 6 hours and 15 minutes. And they would trade 250 million trades. That's around 40% of all trades in the world on that day, right? So for me, whatever has happened in terms of the regulatory stance or the way the consultation happens in India, it's very, very inclusive. Every part of The market is included in all sorts of consultation. Every day, consultation continues in every aspect of it. But finally, the regulator has to take a call that whatever we do has to be in the interest of investors and not in the interest of the players. And that's where basically Indian regulatory stance differs compared to rest of the world in many ways. And the results are for everyone to see, because today, when NSE started as the first screen-based automated exchange in the world, which became successful in 1994, after that, everyone else became automated. And that time, India had like 2 million investors. Today, we have like 50 times more. Our market capitalization was around $250 billion. Today, it's close to $5 trillion. It's fourth largest in the world. And usually, there is a perception that in a lower per capita income country, where people can't save because most of the money they use is for the consumption, and they can't save. And if they save, they don't want to save in very abstract things like companies. But India, with lower per capita income situation, is now the fourth largest market in terms of market cap, largest market in terms of number of trades. And it has proved all the economic theories wrong because of very strong regulation, which are largely for investor protection. And that's how I see that many times. And our participants have come to know that this is how it's going to be. They also come back saying, this is going to increase risk. Why don't you allow us to actually take more margins, which is not usually the case in other parts. And the second slight difference is in most parts of the Europe and US, the exchanges have become actually participants. They have become commercial entities. Whereas in India, the exchanges are still the regulators. And so when you ask what is the regulatory stance, I am also a regulator. I regulate as a frontline regulator between brokers and companies both. And the mainline regulator actually comes out with regulations we implement. So in some ways, we are very cooperative, very consultative, but our mainline regulator also is very cooperative and consultative.
Tushar, let me bring you in here, because Ashish there was talking about the players. You're a player in the financial services industry. How would you characterize your relationship with the regulation?
How do you?
How would you characterize your relationship with regulation?
Characterize the
regulatory stance.
See, in India, insurance has been a heavily regulated market, and at heart of this whole is to protect the policyholder interest above all. And recent past, regulator has shown a clear intent to deregularize as much as possible while making sure that they have a keen eye and observe the financial stability of all stakeholders, that is insurers, brokers, and all the other intermediary and supplementary services providers. They are very keen to ensure the quality of players that come into the market. Recently, you have seen that they have opened up the investment into the insurance industry by allowing 100% investment in insurance companies in India and up to 74% in the broking industry. So I think the regulator now, while adopting a cautious line to ensure financial stability, is opening up to the idea of a more liberalized market where players have more freedom to bring technology, bring new products, and bring more value to the customers.
Charlie, let me bring you back in here, because by its very nature, financial services is cross-border, isn't it? And I wonder how much collaboration there is around the world on regulation. Is there a coordinated, joined-up global approach, or is everyone just doing their own thing?
It's interesting because I think capital markets are cross-border, and they've become much more globalized. Obviously, with you've seen globalization on the buy side, companies becoming more international. But you're also seeing, and it depends on the asset class, you're also seeing, I think, countries seeing their domestic capital markets as being critical to their own economic future and sovereignty. And that's certainly a theme that we've been seeing around the world. So countries wanting their domestic companies to list on domestic exchanges, be regulated by domestic regulators. And that's a change. That wasn't the case 10, 20 years ago as such. And you've also seen the rise of stock exchanges around the world who are able and capable of hosting those companies. And so what we're seeing now is more desire to collaborate. How do countries collaborate? How do they build capital markets connectivity between them so that the benefits of countries being able to host their domestic companies that are critical to their economies and have the regulations governing those companies continue, but also allow companies to access international capital markets and investors that they may not be able to access just domestically. So it'll be an interesting time. It feels like capital markets are developing or on a slightly different course, should we say, than they were 10 or 20 years ago, where it was all about globalization. It feels to us a little bit more now like it's countries looking to encourage, develop, protect domestic capital markets, and then selectively build capital market links with international markets. That's certainly true on the equity side. It's probably slightly less true on the fixed income side.
Really useful, and actually so interested in your response to that, because how does India compare itself to the rest of the world, do you think?
In a way, I consider the markets part of the finance as the most international of any activity mankind does. For me, money moves like water. Wherever there is least resistance, and you won't even know that it has moved. And money moves very fast, and that's where the markets are amongst the most internationalized activities. And we have two layers of collaboration internationally. One is what we call IOSCO, which is sort of a group of the regulators. They meet pretty much every month and try to reconcile, rationalize their policies across the entire world markets, especially the top markets. But they are a group of probably 150 jurisdictions. And the next layer is what we call World Federation of Exchanges. I sit on the board of the World Federation of Exchanges. And that's basically the stock exchanges across the world. They get together and try to rationalize their activities. At the same time, each country is sovereign. And they have their own peculiarities based on the markets, as you said. And so we need to also be compliant with the local regulations. But usually, broadly speaking, the regulations are very comparable across the world in terms of user-facing, especially the investor-facing regulations, so that wherever the buy side wants to do things, they end up meeting similar standards, even for clearing, settlement, risk management, back offices, broadly. Even we have worked over the last 30, 40 years on the messaging across our computers using ISO standards or FIC standards, so that everyone, wherever they want to trade on any exchange in the world, any clearing house they want to clear through, any settlement depositories they want to work through, or a bank, we have broadly similar standards so that they don't get confused.
And Tushar, we talked about how so many industries are being transformed by tech, financial services no exception. What has technology changed for your sector? Because you talk about it being on the verge of a big boom. What would that look like? What is that boom?
Well, I think a lot will come up in coming years. As I said, that the regulator is looking for, liberalizing the industry by allowing new insurers to come in, new brokers to come in. And until now, it was a very protected market where you could only have certain limited products and services defined and approved by. You will now see that there could be more product innovation, tailor-made covers. You could see new players bring in more technology, more knowledge. So what we would see is a lot more. Today, the market is growing at, say, about 17%. Insurance market, but I think that this growth could be a lot bigger in coming years, and even non-industry players can kind of participate in this by, if you are selling automobiles, you can sell insurance. If you're selling headphones, you can sell insurance with it. So non-industry players are also contributing and can contribute a lot more to the growth. And we see that trend when more and more organizations wanting to bundle the product, so it becomes a revenue generation, becomes a one-stop shop for the product selling. So you will see more products come in, you will see more people, more companies participating in this growth story. You will see that the regulator is is very keen to support the development of more penetration in the market.
It's been really great to talk to you. Time is really tight, as always, at these events, but it's fantastic to get an overview there of what that means. Ladies and gents, please thank Charlie Walker joining us there in London, Tushar Thakur, and also with us here, Ashish Chauhan. Thank you so much. Lovely to see you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I've come unplugged. Excuse me. Hello.
Hi.
Nice to see you. I was just about to introduce you, but here you are.
Yeah.
Lovely to have you here. You are a man that needs very little introduction, by all accounts. I'm looking at your CV here. YouTuber, comedian, scriptwriter, actor, and performer.
Are you going to ask me where do I see myself 5 years from now?
No, that's probably on here as well, no? The stage is all yours. Delighted to say that you're here. You're going to add another thing. Now, you were with us in the last one, weren't you, in Dubai?
Yeah.
Now back for more.
Yeah.
In your hometown.
Yeah.
So thank you for having us.
I'm very happy
Nice
to be here. I've been told if I do 2 more, I get honorary membership.
Yes, you do. I think
Yeah.
that's how it works.
All right.
You might make the video as well at the beginning. So before you head into the studio, tell me this. Why Mumbai? Tell me all of this discussion about Mumbai's place in the world, on the verge of a huge transformation.
Yeah.
Sell it to me in one sentence.
Why Mumbai? I think every Mumbaiker is asking themselves that every single day at every single signal that they're stuck at for an hour. So I don't think I should be the one to ask that question.
There's plenty of discussion throughout the day. So I will leave the stage to you. Thank you for being here. You've got so much to talk about, and your guests are going to join you in the studio.
All right.
Nice to see you.
There.
Thanks, Tammy.
Yeah. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a round of applause for Ritesh Agarwal from OYO and Jay Kotak from Kotak Mahindra Bank. Jay, guys, thank you so much for joining us. Ritesh, Jay, please have a seat. Guys, the topic for this session is the next gen on the next 10, right? And if we had to think of the next gen, you two would be the first to come to mind. And if we ask about the next 10 years, I think the first question on everybody's mind is AI. So banking and fintech, tourism, homestays, and all things hospitality. Ritesh, how is AI going to have an effect on both your respective industries in the next 10 years? Ritesh, I'd like to start with you.
Perfect. Thank you, Tanmay. I think first off, I must congratulate you on the fantastic promo you made for Shark Tank. I watched it recently. It's called Corporate Bidai.
Yeah.
When I watched it, I realized that truly I'm not cut out for the corporate life, because I looked at it and I was like, I can never be that person in that video. I'd rather be the person who he becomes into.
But you got married and had a child recently, so you're cut out for the Bidai life at the very least.
Thank you, that's fair.
I must say that worked out.
That's fair. But it was the first, all our family members were quite bothered because they saw that the bride was not crying. But that's, I guess, the new world we live in. Jay also got married recently.
Yeah, congratulations both of you.
So truly nice.
AI pe aaya abhi?
AI pe aate hain. Look, I think fundamentally every business that you see around yourself is getting transformed by AI because of a couple of reasons. Now, so far, the artificial general AGI has not been achieved. But I believe that as soon as AGI does get achieved, this transformation will accelerate far quicker. And let me try and explain about our sector specifically. Hospitality, tourism, airlines, this is the segment where if you see call centers and customer service is one of the big part of expense. There are some companies which have built their business on the back of providing great support service during your reservation. I think all of those fundamentally will get transformed when AI can not just do chats, but can effectively have natural calls very much as if it's a human. Recently, I was reading on the internet that AI had a real original call with someone and ended up scamming someone too as an outcome. So I feel fundamentally this will translate multi-billion-dollar opportunity purely on customer service. And then it will, of course, transform everything from discovery, in-hotel experience, food, breakfast, the whole thing. So I believe that fundamentally, AI is going to transform not just hospitality, but everything to do with consumer business. Klarna recently put out a story where 700 employees of theirs, work is being done by one of their AI tools built as a wrapper around OpenAI. And I hope that the product that we are building would not replace people, but would effectively do the work of hundreds of people in times to come as well. What do you think, Jay?
Yeah. So for me, I think there are two very clear applications of AI in banking. First is credit underwriting. To grow India's economy at scale, we need to be able to provide credit to 1.5 billion people. And then when you go outside of maybe the top 10 or 15% of India, there is a very large data footprint that has just started being created by UPI and many other data sources. I think that using AI to integrate all of that data and produce better underwriting models can potentially be exciting. And the second one is, of course, service. You touched on it with Klarna. I think all of us have had some experience of average service with banks around the world, and something that all banks need to improve on. And AI allows for better controls, automation, and all of those other features that can be super, super useful.
No, I think, gentlemen, both of you to some degree must have already dabbled with, chatbots and having some sort of an AI agent interface with an end user. Can you tell us just some early learnings of, what are some things that can get better and what are some things that are immediately this, why didn't we do this earlier? Ritesh, I want to ask you first.
Yeah, I'll give you two contexts and then a recommendation to our listeners here today. I think what's done very well. So we receive a lot of our business from customers in Europe, US, and so on. In Europe, as you can imagine, every country has a different language. So we now serve, whether you're in Denmark, Netherlands, Belgium, Germany, Austria, France, all customers and homeowners from here in India through the chatbot we've created.
Got it.
Now, the bot would automatically translate whatever the consumer is saying, translate it to English, make decisions based on its past experiences, and respond back in their own local language. And I've seen that it has been so good that probably in the last few months, the number of complaints we receive every month as the machine keeps getting better has now reached almost to nothing. So I think customer service, it's done very, very well. What can it do better? I think all of our consumer content, as you know, when people book hotels or holiday homes, they're basically renting a lot of pictures, reviews, ratings, and so on. I think if you look at anything beyond text, videos, images, etc., I believe that AI is still in its early journey. Now, I know Mid-Journey and so on are tools that are being used by so many people, but I think the finesse can be disproportionately better. And I think the last is the gigs available are very little, right? Like everybody is searching for more GPUs to be able to make more compute to be able to make a difference. So I think more access to compute is the other thing that can change. Recommendation, I encourage everyone who has any form of business to please consider learning and using Copilot as much as you can. And because I believe that in the long term, everybody has mobile phones. The difference is not access to mobile phone, the difference is how well do you know how to use it. So in the same way, whether it is Copilot or ChatGPT or any of the tools that exist on usage of GPT-4, I think it's important that you learn more and more use cases rather than just have access to it. That's the only recommendation I have.
Jay, at 811, have you used some, what have you seen?
Yes, so for me actually, one of the things AI needs to do much better is give comfort on fraud and trust related issues. Banking is a trust-based business, and if we look at some of the videos created by Sora 2 weeks ago, and you kind of fast forward that even 12, 15, 18 months, the ability to get around KYC, the ability to reach out to customers for sensitive things like their money and financial products, someone needs to take ownership of the downsides of big fraud and trust issues that are going to come out of
Video
AI.
KYC is done for. The tech is here good enough that it can, the regular system can be frauded.
You could build in your video KYC engine AI detection. So it's, with all fraud, it's attack and defense. So you could use AI to detect if there's AI. in the video that you're seeing. So I think it's premature right now, and some of this, we need to build the right sets of guardrails and regulation around it without constraining it. But in banking and finance, I think there's a lot of good, but potentially a lot of concern as well.
Let's talk some more about the next 10 years in your respective sectors. Ritesh, backstage you were mentioning to me about some potential opportunities in religious tourism. We've seen what opportunities have already presented themselves at Mecca, Jerusalem, and now with Ayodhya and the mandir that's been built. What are some interesting trends, some data that you've seen, and opportunities that in the world of hospitality, what are you seeing?
Yeah, look, first off, I think India is in this unique place where if you see any financial publication, people talk about India being the next bright spot, right, for all kinds of businesses. I think specifically in our tourism industry in itself is at a transformative impact because of two reasons. One, when people earn more, experiences is what they search for anyway. And you combine that with the new millennial today who like to spend more on experiences than products. So due to which I believe that tourism in itself has a great future in India, regardless of what you're doing in it. Specifically, what we're seeing in the religious tourism opportunity is that if you mentioned about what's happening at Mecca, Jerusalem, Vatican, they've all translated to multi-billion-dollar economies in one town. If you think of it that way, I think Ayodhya alone, of course, is a bigger opportunity if you combine Tirupati, Banaras, Rameshwaram, lots of other places. But if you see just Ayodhya, I think the amount of tourism that I anticipate is probably going to be multifold of that of any of these centers because of a couple of reasons. One, it is domestic, which means a lot of followers and Hindus are in the country. So they can much more easily with lower cost travel to the destination. And second, at the same time, the infrastructure that can be created can be disproportionate. So we opened around the Pran Pratishtha 65 properties in Ayodhya, and we are all sold out across. It's hard to find any of those places, and we're trying to add as many more as we can. So I believe that the entire tourism industry built around just spiritual tourism will be probably bigger than some of the larger European countries in the next 10 years, because you're talking about 10 years. And it's visible in stock prices, right? We are a private company, but if you look at the stock prices of IHCL, which is effectively Tata Hotels or Taj Hotels, or if you see EIH, any of the hotel chains, they're all sort of building in substantial earning benefit because of spiritual tourism coming up in the future.
Jay, in fintech, what are some trends that you're seeing play out in the next 10 years?
I think about growth for us at a sectoral level as kind of a step-by-step platform bolt on to existing platforms that create exponential impact. And I'll give you kind of an example of what I mean by that in the context of fintech. First, telecom for all, 4G services for all. Second, cheap, accessible smartphone devices for all. Third, identity for all in the form of Aadhaar. Fourth, democratized payments where any aspiring entrepreneur can plug into the UPI network and offer payments to all Indians to any merchant at fractional cost. And lastly, mindset shift from COVID and demonetization that changed the average Indian's perception on what fintech and digital payments and digital finance means. Any of these one things would be remarkable in its own right. Aadhaar, payments, smartphones, data, mindset. But when you layer them all on each other, that can be special. Jeff Bezos in a recent podcast said, Amazon may be the output, but the input was the decades of work created to do logistics by FedEx, to the internet creation by various stakeholders, MasterCard, Visa, and the credit card ecosystem. I think India is taking the first step, or it is the first mover in this new age of digital platforms, and I don't think there's any country in the world that has each of these layered on each other, and that is exciting.
But Jay, if when efficiency in payments and efficiency in the finance world, such degree of efficiency is created, For entrepreneurs who are thinking of building in fintech, where are the opportunities? So for example, if you don't have to pay to make a single payment, is lending it? Are we talking about if you win distribution, you win lending, and that's how you build your business?
I don't think there is a shortage of ethical profit pools in financial services. Lending is one of them. Lending is not the only one. You look at mutual funds, you look at deposits, you look at the entire financial sector. If you do right to your customer and the customer is engaged with you, I think there's enough there, and I don't think you need to. I feel that the international model of charging 1.5% on credit card fees by large international companies, that doesn't need to be the way, and India has found a remarkable solution out of that.
Interesting. We just have 90 seconds left, gentlemen. Vision for India for the next 10 years. Ritesh, what are you seeing the country transform into, and what vision do you have for us?
Look, I believe that India is truly in a unique inflection point today. If you see US, for instance, it was civil wars driven. Many people don't know that or don't even imagine that US once was a very tough economy and Europe used to be the leader of the world. But there were entrepreneurs such as Vanderbilt, Andrew Carnegie, JP Morgan, who basically created that country to what it has become. So I believe entrepreneurs play a big role in making their countries into world leaders. And I believe in next 10, 15 years, India would be a world leader. And I think there will be a lot of entrepreneurs who are probably here in this room and around in small towns in India who are not aspiring to build great enterprises, for India or for the city, but for the world. Already you can see it in new age companies, right? New age companies 2 years back used to get a lot of backlash for them not being profitable. Today, if you see probably the last quarter, I was reading that the profit growth of even the top 100 NSE companies was driven for the first time by consumer tech companies. So I think this is the starting point of a 10-year long opportunity where there will be new age companies who are being started by first generation entrepreneurs with just a dream in their eyes, starting from small towns, but getting benefited by what Jay just mentioned about these 4 layers that our country has created and creating multi-decadal value creation for our country, making India hopefully a developed nation.
Cut more checks on Shark Tank.
I'm trying. This actually, I'm probably the second, if not the most. I'm probably the most frequent and the second highest person writing checks. But Jay, what do you think?
I'm a student of history. I think in long cycles, and I look over the past 200 or 300 years, and there are maybe 3 or 4 countries, Great Britain, the US, Germany, that have had these kind of moments where everything came together at once and produced 1 or 2 generations of transformative and exceptional growth. I think for a variety of reasons, which everybody knows, India is in that moment right now. And if I look at the next 20 or 25 years, this is our cocktail of perfect kind of underlying. It's ours to lose.
Excellent. That bodes well for everybody here, not just on the stage, but everybody else in the room. See you guys at the next edition of the IGF, which will hopefully keep continuing.
Thank you.
Thank you
so much, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
Can a bank help the world realize its dreams? At Emirates NBD, we empower people, companies, economies, countries. Proudly born in the UAE, leading the region, expanding globally. Investing, innovating, delivering, giving back, paying forward. Creating opportunities to prosper. Emirates NBD.
Hello, everyone, and a very warm welcome to our next session. And I have a very, very special guest with me here today. Thank you so much for joining us. However, first and foremost, did you know that India's story is a 10,000-year-old epic, so I'm told? And we are incredibly lucky to be joined by the member of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister of India. You're also an economist, a historian, a writer, and an author. And you are here to tell us exactly what has shaped the story of India. So very warm welcome to Sanjeev Sanyal. Thank you so much.
Pleased to be here.
Right. I think we're going to dive straight into Western media.
Okay.
Just dive straight in there. What do you think Western media gets wrong about India, and especially as Western media is very watchful in terms of political and global affairs here as well? What do you think they get wrong, and how does this type of coverage change perceptions of the country as well?
So let me say that my views on this have evolved over time. So if you asked me 5-6 years ago, I would have said they're misinformed and they need to be educated. But over time, I've come to the conclusion that it is not a lack of information, and education is not going to improve anything, because basically it is driven by certain agenda. It may be ideological, it may be corporate interests, it may be all kinds of other reasons, but it is not because they don't have the correct information. They just want to tell a particular story, and they're going to tell that anyway. And that really came across to me when during the COVID lockdown, there was, as you know, there was a lot of disruption everywhere in the world, and I was kind of like the unofficial spokesperson of the finance ministry at that time, and I was trying to explain to the media how we were managing our economy. Now, today everybody agrees that we did a good job, but at that time it wasn't clear. And there was a New York Times journalist who decided to interview me, and unknown to her, I recorded the whole session, and then I put it up on YouTube, so any of you can listen to it as well. So if you listen to it, you will see it's a 1 hour long conversation in which the journalist is trying repeatedly to put words in my mouth. There's literally no interest in understanding what I'm saying. They're just trying to trip me up to say something which they would then quote. It's a different matter. I recorded the whole thing and put it up in YouTube, and it became quite a bestseller in its own right. But I'm just telling you, I don't think it's a matter of education. The good news is twofold. First of all, the Western media actually no longer drives perceptions of India, or anything indeed, in the West, because most ordinary people or even opinion makers in the West do not derive their opinions from their own media. Otherwise, President Trump would not be on a comeback trail right now if you went by their media reports, right? So since they do not believe anything in their own countries, they do not consequently believe what they say about India either. The second thing is, there are now lots of different avenues of getting your story out. So there's obviously social media of all kinds, Twitter, etc. Then you have podcasts, you have events like this. And so what I have found is that as a country, the better use of our time is to actually directly reach out using social media, using events, reaching out to universities, reaching out to investors, and so on. And you can see a palpable change in the narrative of India with very little change in the coverage of India in the media. So it tells you very clearly that actually we shouldn't bother so much with what the Western media says at all.
So you're quite untrusting when it comes to Western media, or media, I suppose, in general, and you think...
I just come to the conclusion it's irrelevant now.
And as you said, agenda-driven, basically.
Yes.
But as you said, the rise of social media, it really has completely changed the media landscape. And as you said, you can reach different segments, and it's your own narrative at the end of the day as well. What about, recent anti-India sentiments? Do you think it's from misconceptions or a lack of understanding? And do you think that India's got to stand up for itself in some respect? Or is it just business as usual, like just carry on?
So as I said, a lot of the coverage is not a misunderstanding. It is deliberate, agenda-driven narratives. And this is done in all kinds of ways. We discussed the media, but there are all kinds of other ways in which it is done. For example, there is now a proliferation of these think tanks, again, mostly in the West, who now routinely come up with these global rankings of everything on Earth. And
in all of them almost, India does spectacularly badly. So for example, if you have the Global Democracy Index, we'll be lucky if, the world's democracy gets ranked anything above 90. Okay, there'll be the Global Academic Freedom Index, in which, ironically, India is ranked below Afghanistan. And then there is the World Media Freedom Index, in which also we are below Afghanistan and Pakistan. So what I'm trying to say is there's not even a pretense of trying to be fair to India. Now, historically, what we used to do is to try and explain to these think tanks and so on. I've written myself lots of papers, some of you have read it in the newspapers, etc., showing how their methodology is absolute garbage. And yet, these are still done. So, what can we do about it? One is, as I said, this lives in the world of social media. We actually talk to the investors. We actually talk to academia. We actually talk to the general population, and there's been a palpable change in India's image internationally, irrespective of these sort of think tanks, media, and so on. And so, my own view is that the time has come. One is keep doing what we are doing, succeed. The best antidote to all of this is to actually succeed. The second is, at some point in time, India and more generally the global south will have to build up its own think tanks, its own capability of creating indices, rankings, etc., and basically be able to reverse the gaze. Until this is done, we will have to use other media, but basically we should not pander to this. That's the main point I'm making. There is no real reason to pander to it.
So, reaching out to sort of different areas globally, do you think the global perception that's on social media and are using different avenues, they have quite a good perception then?
Absolutely. I mean, the Honorable Prime Minister himself has some 78 million followers on Twitter alone. Why does he need some broadcasting corporation or something to be talking about him? He can say whatever he wants to say directly.
So how do you think that the growing Indian diaspora across the world has also changed perceptions and the narrative of India as well?
It has in multiple ways. I mean, obviously, the success of India's diaspora globally has changed things. And I'll tell you how it has changed. If you went back to the early 90s, as recently as the early 90s, Indian diaspora was seen as poor immigrants coming to the country, somehow trying to make their lives. By the 2000s, that image changed. Okay, these are the IT guys. So it still happens to me occasionally. I'm in some airport somewhere in the world, and somebody will walk up to me and say, my computer isn't working. Can you do something about it? And, assuming that I actually understand anything about it. And by the way, switching it on and off works. That has also now moved on. Our image has changed further because as Indian CEOs have gone on to lead some of the biggest companies in the world, the UK and many other countries now have Indian origin prime ministers and presidents and so on. So I think over time that image has changed and that has reflected back to how Indians are perceived back in India, because much of this had at the back of their mind certain preconceived colonial era images, certain with culturally loaded images of what Indians are, and their obvious success outside of India does reflect back to the mother country.
Well, as one of the key policymakers that actually runs the Indian economy, the economy, as we've seen, has rapidly evolved. You are literally the world's fastest major economy in the world right now. So how has that evolution reshaped as well the narrative, and what are the implications when it comes to future growth as well? What do you think is going to happen off the back of that?
Well, size matters in terms of your narrative because other people are trading with you, they are investing in you, your geopolitical sort of bulk goes up. So there's no doubt that India's image in very recent times, particularly coming out of COVID, has completely changed. And so, obviously we will be in the next 24 months or so become the world's third largest economy. We are the world's fastest economy already by some margin. So this matters, but let me give you another area where we have, just in the last 6 months, established itself geopolitically. Not many people, even in India, realize that the Red Sea and the Suez Canal, that entire trade route, is basically currently functioning because of the Indian Navy. And so what it has done is, out of the bat, India has become kind of the single most important security provider in the Red Sea, Arabian Sea area. And so as we evolve as a major security provider in the Indian Ocean region, India is playing a geopolitical role which even a year ago people would not have imagined we would be playing. In fact, we would ourselves not have imagined we are playing. But we are playing it. So we are beginning to fill out spaces as we become bigger. And others recognize it. And of course, the idea is now to build partnerships with others so that, we would like to go on this long journey and we would like to have our friends along with us.
So what does that long journey look like? What is the sort of next chapter when it comes to India's global narrative?
See, it's one thing to be the world's third largest economy, but do remember we are the world's largest population. So when you divide one by the other, we still remain a very poor country. So we have to sustain this performance for 25 years. Only then are we going to get to the bottom echelons of being a developed country in 2047, when we will be 100 years of freedom. So this is a big effort we have to do, and we can't slip it up, right? This is an opportunity, but at the end of that process, remember, even we will begin to age. Just like China is aging today, in 25 years, we will also begin to age. So this is our opportunity. We have to make it work. So very important, we remain focused on economic growth. We remain focused on sort of building out India of our dreams and not get distracted by other things. It also, of course, means that we have to keep doing reforms. See, growth is not some God-given thing that happens naturally. It has to be earned. And so that means that you have to keep doing reforms all the time. So the last 25 years of reforms has got us here. We have another 25 years of reforms going ahead. And a lot of difficult things need to be done. So we have done some things, difficult things included. But there are things like, for example, we need to do something about our judicial system. Enforcement of contracts is a serious issue in this country. We've heard other speakers also allude to that. But really, we need a judicial system meant for the 21st century, not one which is stuck in the 19th century. And so this is a huge area of reform. Of course, the government can only do a little bit. The judiciary itself has to get on with it and do something about it. But the government, for example, needs to also upgrade and reform the administration and the bureaucracy. So the last 25 years of progress has been essentially by weakening the bureaucracy's ability to stifle growth. But it hasn't meant that the bureaucracy itself has been reformed. But now we need to reform it so that it begins to deliver the services it's supposed to do. We need a 21st century bureaucracy that requires administrative reforms, something that's been discussed for last half a century, but we need to get on with it and do it. So that's another one. Another major area that we need to work on is on municipal reforms, delivery of urban services. So the last decade we have worked very hard on intra-city infrastructure, highways, airports, and so on. Now we are now focusing on intra-city infrastructure. So we are shifting from intercity to intra-city infrastructure. Mumbai is one of the first places we are working on this, but it's a big area of work that we need to work on.
Well, as obviously this is the investment forum, what in your mind are the sort of key, the most exciting areas of investment when it comes to India, maybe Mumbai in particular as well?
Well, I have a philosophical problem with answering that question. I am a strong believer that policymakers should not be deciding where investment should be made. People in the audience, there are lots of entrepreneurs in there. You know what to invest on. My job is to make sure the government provides the infrastructure and then keeps out of the way. So I will pass that question because I believe it's not my job to decide, or the job of any government official to decide where this economy should go. Let the entrepreneurs do their job. My job is to keep the overall system running while they take their risks.
Very well said. We only have a couple of seconds left, but do you have a key message? As obviously we have a lot of people online watching us, and obviously our audience here, and that's how you like to speak to people obviously as well. So what's your sort of key final takeaway and message for our audience here today?
So my message is, look, India, this is an exciting time to be in India. And we, as policymakers, are absolutely determined to keep India on track. Obviously, as I mentioned, we have to do the difficult reforms of the next few decades. And we are all on this together, not just Indians, but our partners around the world. We want your investment. We want your feedback. If there are new areas or policies you need relooking, our doors are open. We would be very happy to, relook at anything. As I said, we will do what is necessary to get to being a developed country by the year 2047.
Very, very well said. We cannot thank you enough for your words of wisdom here today. Thank you so much to Sanjeev Sanyal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brilliant conversation here. Well, we will be talking about narratives throughout the day. And remember, we do have that session from two global authors. We have Jeffrey Archer and Amish Tripathi a little later on. Ben will be sitting down with them. We now head on over to the IGF studio, though, for a conversation on sustainable investments, I believe. Hoping the microphone is going to be turned on at some point.
Laura, that is exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask that question. Can you have your cake and eat it? Thank you. A fascinating session there too. Welcome to the studio. Laura and I have swapped places. And we will talk about sustainable investments. Can sustainable investments really pay off is the question. Can you have environmental and social benefits as well as a strong financial? You can't hear me again either. There we go. Can ESG assets deliver a strong financial return as well as social benefits? Now, the market for ESG assets surging to over $35 trillion in 2022, up by 15% on the previous year. They are growing all the time. Well, why? More awareness of sustainability challenges around the world, heightened scrutiny by regulators, and also, of course, recognition that ESG factors can actually, shock horror, impact financial performance. So the big question, how do they get that right? Delighted to introduce my panel. So I'll introduce you to them in a second, but please welcome my panel for the next session. Hiya. Nice to see you. Grab a seat. Lovely to see you. Thank you. Grab a seat. Welcome. Hello to you all. So, as promised, let me introduce you to everyone here. With us, Shiv Sehgal, who is the President and Head of Nuvama Capital Markets, and Nikhil Srivastava, Partner and Managing Director, Head of India Private Equity at PAG, and Aftab Mata, Managing Director at Temasek. Welcome to you all. Delighted to have you in the studio. It's a little bit more cozy here. I quite like being here. So, Shiv, let me start with you. I posed that question in the introduction. Can you have both? Can you have good returns and good ESG?
Well, I definitely think you can, and India is a good example of that. We were doing some analysis as to when ESG started in India. And, it's actually, India was a bit late to the game in terms of ESG. The international funds started investing in ESG in probably 2017-16 onwards. In India, the offtake only really happened from the investor community in about 2020, 2021. And we now have, close to 10-15 funds in India, which are ESG dedicated. And we were looking at the returns that some of these funds have returned, and surprisingly, out of the 15 funds that we looked at, 12 are actually beating the Nifty. So the Nifty is the benchmark, the premium benchmark for India. So that answers your question. In India, even though it's a low historical database of only 3-4 years, the reality is that I think the ESG standards in India with investing are showing that it can be both an ESG narrative along with investments. But however, I think when you look at the international standards, the ESG funds are actually been lagging the index predominantly because of the fact that I think, last year was, a lot has happened internationally. The cost of funds is up. I think for the same dollar, you have debt, you have high growth, you have EMs like India. So I think the pockets of money where you can deploy are much larger. And as a result of which the international perspective is slightly changing.
And we'll come on to some of those elements in just a second. Aftab, I'm interested too about where in the world offers the best opportunities now, with those ESG targets in mind.
Sure. So I think the US is probably the most advanced in this space, and I think that's where the most amount of thinking has been done in terms of building the frameworks for what ESG constitutes. I think it's always been a challenge, and it's always been a bit gray as to what is the key, how do you quantify ESG, and what are the kind of disparate data sources that you need to start formalizing to be able to actually incorporate ESG into your own investing philosophy and your own investing framework. But I think even to Shiv's point, I think for us, ESG is a core part of how we think about investing. At Temasek, I think sort of the key three principles that we invest, or our philosophy, is do well, do right, do good. And so for us, it's not just about financial returns, but also about incorporating ESG into our framework. And I think, while in the short term, some of the challenges with some of the ESG-focused funds have been, in the short term, returns may be lower, but in the long term, we believe that the returns will eventually catch up and outperform the market. And I think some of the early data points that we've seen, whether it's by McKinsey or BCG, we're seeing companies that have a higher ESG or score higher on ESG markers are able to attract lower costs of capital and are able to actually outperform some of their peers. In fact, there's a recent McKinsey report in 23 that showed a survey of, I think it was 2,300 public companies, and those that scored higher on ESG metrics actually outperformed their peers by almost 2 to 3 percentage points. So, as long-term investors, we believe that ESG is obviously a long-term play. We need to be one of the key proponents for it. And I think, just to be clear, the financial returns, we are finally a commercial investor, so commercial investments are core, and that goes without saying. But if the companies don't have a strong ESG framework, even if the returns are strong, we would have to consider whether we walk away from such investments if we don't think we can work with the management team to implement the right ESG practices.
It's a really interesting point, and maybe, Nikhil, this is the answer to the question I'm about to pose, but what is driving the demand for investments that meet those ESG targets? Is it that finally the message has got through that you can have both?
Sure. First of all, thank you for having me, and good afternoon. So I think maybe the way I think about the drivers is a couple of things. I think first of all, advancement in climate science has clearly highlighted to all of us the urgency of dealing with environmental matters. So I think both investors are more aware, both as a GP as an LP. I think what we've also found in our investment, as Aftab was talking, is that sustainability initiatives have actually resulted in commercial success. Yep. And I'll give you an example where we have a pharmaceutical ingredient manufacturer, and there we diversified our sources of energy by adding more renewable and other sources. And as the input raw material for traditional sources of power have been quite volatile, the prices went up. Because we had a diversified source of cost of power, we were able to be more competitive and therefore drive higher profitability. So I think that's sort of getting clearer to investors that if you do it the right way, I think it can actually lead to better results. I think the third point I would make is both the limited partners and the general partners are quite aware to the first point. And as Aftab was saying, the limited partners are not only focused on making money, but taking care of the society and the environment. Mm-hmm. And we as GPs want to be responsible citizens doing our part in terms of contributing. I think the last point I would make is our observation has been that companies with solid ESG practices have actually done a pretty remarkable job and in terms of facing economic and environmental challenges. So all of that has really led to sort of sustainability being embraced a bit more than it has been historically.
And Shiv, as the industry develops, is it fair to say that best practices are emerging? Because in the early days, it was very easy to get this wrong. Maybe it was about motivation, maybe it was greenwashing, we heard a lot about that. There was things like it was quite difficult to measure the impact of any sort of ESG investment. Data points are getting better. Are we reaching a maturity of how people perceive the value of these investments because we're just a bit better at measuring it?
Absolutely. I think stakeholders are demanding, that not only the corporate rate card for ESG is high, but I think even boards, investors, everyone is kind of acknowledging the fact that yes, especially in India, the E in ESG, environment makes about 60% of the weighting, right? We know how polluted India is. And the fact that I think historically we've talked a lot about it in the construction and the capex and all that's happening. But if I just had to take a step back and talk it from an ESG perspective, we are also talking, the government is talking about clean energy, renewable energy. And I think the new energy that India is talking about is going to play a very large role. And that's not only being talked about, in terms of financial press and the government, but it's getting, talked about in boardrooms, in corporates, irrespective of the size of the company. And I think that's a very transformational change that ESG is bringing about. And one last point to that, and I think given that this is a summit about India and then India in the next 10 years, I genuinely believe that India will not only take the lead, but provide a center stage for clean energy space to the global world. And the reason I say that, I'll just give two anecdotes. Renewable energy cost has gone down by 80% globally. Right? A lot of that has been led by China cutting the cost in solar modules and stuff that we all know of. But India has the added benefit of irradiation zones, geographically based, and also we have the lowest engineering costs. Those two combined can provide a runway to bringing the E and ESG and the clean energy aspect to India in a very meaningful way, where we are not only going to import energy, we are also the third largest consumer of energy, but I think in the next few years, export energy. And the two largest conglomerates, including Mukesh Ambani, actually in his recent AGM said a lot about that. And to that point, India has started so much in the PLI scheme, which is the production-linked incentives, in solar modules, in advanced batteries, in every ecosystem of in the clean energy space, and that is translating into grassroots level stuff that's happening.
Yeah, and I have to have, on that idea of being able to measure and having better data around ESG, do you think that companies have got beyond now that idea of thinking, we just have to do this because we've got to tick a box, we've got to look like we're playing our part, and now they're actually doing it because, as you've discussed, it's financially lucrative, but also it is the right thing to do?
So I think, it's an interesting question, because what we're seeing is that, I think over the last 3-4 years, there was this whole issue on greenwashing, right? And the whole point that a lot of folks would make these claims that we're doing all these different things. And when you actually went down deep into it, you realized that, and I think the regulators as well as LPs and GPs did a much better job to keep these folks honest when they made these statements. I think what we're worried now about, or something watching carefully, is this concept of green hushing. And that's the concern for us now. In fact, one of our portfolio companies did a survey, and nearly 70% of the surveyed companies were seen to be green hushing, where they don't want to talk about what they're doing in terms of their sustainability plans and even their broader ESG plans. And so we're trying to find that balance between holding people accountable for the ESG metrics. I think some of the large asset managers, some of whom were today, have started not even using the word and started talking about other words rather than talking about ESG. But I think this concept of green hushing is an issue, and it's something that we're paying close attention to make sure that we're finding that balance so that the data points that we require are a little bit more, I think, and that's been changing even for us. We were trying to figure out what are the kind of framework to measure sort of to measure where the company is on its ESG journey. And even for us, that's evolved over the last 2 to 3 years as well.
And Nikhil, what's your approach to this? Is there a bit of sort of green hushing? Or is this about just being transparent and saying, this is what we do, this is why we do it? Yes, it's also financially lucrative, but it's because it's the right thing to do.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question. So the way I think about it is in 3 parts. I think the first and foremost, you need to adopt a framework so that you understand what it is that you're trying to do. And we've been one of the leaders in terms of adopting it, but a lot more private equity firms are doing it. And there are examples of standards that already, frameworks that already exist. So the UN standard that already exists, people are adopting. So I think that's the first part of it. Yeah. I think once you set the framework, you need to clearly lay out the goals that you want to pursue. And that becomes quite important also in the context of then identifying what metrics you use in order to see whether you're actually meeting those goals. As a wise man once said, you don't improve what you don't measure, right? And so I think it's important to actually use the framework, identify your goals, identify the metrics, and track those. I think within private equity, what we've done is really integrating the sustainability journey in the entire deal life cycle. So when we start diligence for a company, we've worked with third party to create a checklist and a framework that we go through the diligence process. Once, if we were to move forward on that transaction, we would make a 100-day plan, which is sort of an action plan for driving changes in the company, and sustainability and ESG is part of that 100-day plan. And post that, we are continuously monitoring and basically figuring out if there are any incremental interventions that are required. And I think just going back to the point of we're doing all of this, but is it transparent enough? And so I think publishing a lot of those reports as part of an annual agenda, and then getting third party to actually audit the data so that it's not like the company is claiming all of this, we are actually doing it. Getting third party then drives transparency in terms of what we're reporting, and I think it's for everyone to see. So I think it's a comprehensive approach that we are pursuing at our firm.
And Shiv, I'm interested then as well in how this translates to consumers, to users, to the wider economy. In terms of, have we got the message that it can be mutually beneficial? Because everyone always assumes there is a trade-off, that you're doing something because, and we've discussed maybe the reasons why, but it could be better. Your approach to the environment or to social welfare might be better if you just took a little bit less profit, or you don't. What is the ratio? How do you split? Okay, this is our ESG goal, but we also need to make money. Where do you come down on that balance between the two?
So I think that's a great question, Ben. There's going to be a delicate balance. Corporations inherently are built on profitability, so there is going to be always this tussle as to, how do you find that true balance, where you are providing to society, providing to the right stakeholders, but also being profitable so that your investors are not, I would say, disadvantaged while you are doing the ESG scorecard. And I think it boils down to a lot more education, information, and as Nikhil was rightly pointing, so having the right framework with the right key stakeholders. And I think ESG started off on the right note in the Western world, but the last 2-3 years it's become a bit of a buzzkill, and there's been a lot of negative, I would say, press towards that, especially in the US and Europe. But as I rightly said, earlier, I think it's got to do with the environment that 2023 saw. We saw interest rates going up, we had inflation, we had supply chain concerns, we had geopolitical issues with Russia and China. And I think all that translated into the fact that if you just look at the data, we had passive investors like BlackRock and State Street and Vanguard. Most proposals in 2020, 2021, almost 40 to 50% of them are funded by these passive investors. Yeah. Come 2023, that rate dropped to almost 8.5%. And hence, I think there's been a lot of chatter that for the ESG funds particularly, that there's been a little bit of a political backlash to the investor community that, are we going in the right framework? Are we going in the right track? But I do think that it is the right message. Yes, we have gone through a bit of a volatile phase, but that's always going to be, the investor community is fickle. We have a recency bias, and ESG funds are not going to be, be any different from that. At the end of the day, it is an investment. But as you rightly said, so finding the right balance is going to be tricky. But if the boardrooms make that decision and your stakeholders understand that, I think that's going to be the right answer.
Yeah, and I have to have Shiv is right in that if the business is not successful, if the business isn't there, then it's all well and good having all the ambition in the world. You can't deliver any of it. But do we need to stop rewarding business for offering a few crumbs and saying, look at all this wonderful stuff, and actually hold them to account? It shouldn't be a nice to have. It needs to be fundamental to who they are.
Mm-hmm.
No, absolutely. I think there has to be a clear, tangible measurement. And I think it's, in some levels, it's not even just absolute, but also relative, where, for example, even for us, people ask us, should we be investing and even holding on to portfolio companies in, say, polluting sectors, hard to abate sectors. And for us, that has been a very clear message to the market that it's actually, if we can, rather than just be taking the easy way out, which is just offloading these assets, is actually trying to make the change from within, helping these companies get on their ESG journey. And I'll give you an example. We own an airline. Now, the airline is obviously very, emits a lot of carbon, and it's obviously doesn't score that high on the ESG metrics, but we're working with them on various different measures, including sustainable aviation fuel now, which they're one of the first airlines to actually actively adopt this and bring this into their own supply chain. And so for us, it's not just the absolute about what the companies are doing to talk about what they're already doing, but even the ones that are in tough sectors, looking at that relative, trying to help them in that journey and bring it down at least from a relative perspective.
And Nikhil, time is time, but a final thought from you. Can sustainable investing become the new standard? Are we now at the point where it can break out of that niche category and this becomes the norm?
Yeah, so I would say today, baby SAN, it's a little bit of a niche that needs to transition to becoming more mainstream. Part of it is awareness, as we talked about. Part of it is it's going through a typical cycle. There was hype. There's now a phase of consolidation. There has to be data transparency so that people actually understand what's really going on. And then the point that Shiv was making, striking a balance between sort of what is the true purpose of the organization. It is profits and it is impacting the environment positively. And I think as more companies demonstrate that, I do believe in the medium to long term, this will become an integral part of the investment process for private equity and firms in general.
Really wonderful to talk to you all. It's been a really fascinating discussion. Thank you. Shiv, Nikhil, Aftab, really grateful for your time. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Ivan. Thank you very much.
Nice to see you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Cheers. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And so we will move on to our next session. And I'm really excited about this next session because we all know the power of a good story. It's what keeps us hooked to things like movies, to television, to podcasts, and, of course, books. But what is it about a compelling narrative that engages us, that moves us, that inspires us? So I'm really delighted to say that joining me will be two titans of the literary world to help us dissect what business may learn from storytelling. They need very little introduction, but I'm delighted to say that with us, Jeffrey Archer, international author, and Amish Tripathi, international author, former diplomat, and the fastest selling author in Indian history.
What does it take to craft a compelling narrative?
Storytellers are born. I think that's a gift.
And can narratives really transform businesses?
Content that actually becomes cult are those which have layers, which are deeper.
Want to know the secret? Join best-selling authors Amish Tripathi and Jeffrey Archer at India Global Forum and explore how organizations can craft narratives that resonate with their audiences and drive large-scale impact. Please put your hands together to welcome them to the stage.
There you are. You were building the suspense like a true storyteller. I love it. Please take a seat.
Thank you.
And Lord Archer, I'm hoping you're able to join us too from the UK. So let's establish that connection. But we'll kick off here. Amish, so lovely to see you again. It's
Pleasure.
been a while.
Pleasure meeting you too.
And I gave a little introduction there. A former diplomat, fastest-selling author in Indian history, known for Shiva Trilogy, the Ramchandra series. And I looked at the numbers. I'm going to embarrass you now. 7 million books translated into 20 Indian and international languages since 2010. Congratulations. That is incredible. And let me start, just while we establish that. Lord Archer, are you with us?
I am here well and looking forward to talking to you.
Wonderful. I'm delighted to have you with us. And I'm going to embarrass you too, because I want to run through your numbers here. Not that it's a competition.
Yes, it is.
Absolutely no competition for him.
It's all its competition. It's India versus England. Of course, it's competition.
Your 1979 novel, Cain and Abel, one of the best-selling books in the world, 34 million copies sold around the world. Overall, you've sold 320 million copies,
Good Lord.
33 languages. That is quite the achievement, so congratulations, Jeffrey Archer. So just while you sort out your ears there, let's start with Amit here. There is something about storytelling, the power of a good story. It does all sorts of things, but where do you start? When you've got an idea, how do you turn that into a story?
You know, at least the way I approach a story, because I know there are these writing courses now, there are these self-help books on writing. I'd actually tried that for my first book, Bottles of Melua, because before that I did absolutely no fiction. Nothing, not in school, not in college, nothing. I was as left-brained as they come. I graduated in mathematics, did an MBA from IIM Calcutta. I was a banker for 14 years. But those self-help books, those algorithms on how to write, they were a complete flop. So I write through instinct. So it's almost like I discover the story while writing as much as the readers may discover it while reading. So I just let the instinct guide me. It may seem a little strange, but I genuinely believe it's a blessing. And that as a fiction writer, I am not the creator, I'm just a channel, and the blessing comes from somewhere else. My job is to let it flow.
Do you really just start at the beginning and so let's find out where this goes? Do you not have a plan, a sort of a start, a middle, and an end?
No, I don't make an entire story flow. What I do have usually, because my first series was a 3-book series, my new series is a 5-book series. I have the ending in my mind usually, and usually right down to the last paragraph. I don't know what's the journey to that ending. That I actually discover while writing. That's why I enjoy it so much, because you know, when I write, when I open the laptop, a parallel universe opens up and I record what I see. That's why I love it so much. It's like only I get to enter that universe and see it. And I can actually hear the characters, I feel their emotions. I love it. I love the job that I do.
Share it with
and I get paid for it.
Even better. Jeffrey Archer, what is your process? Do you have a start, a middle, and an end when you plan your stories?
No, I'm very much like Amish. I haven't got a blooming clue where I'm going. I get up at 5:30 in the morning, start at 6, and I start praying that something will come. I confess that I have sometimes a sort of ending in my mind, but frankly, by the time I get there, it's changed completely. Amish and I have a big thing in common. We are storytellers. That is a God-given gift. Neither of us that I'm aware of are opera singers. We do not play the violin, and we are not ballet dancers. It's a God-given gift. And too many people think that writing is something they can just do one weekend. I've been doing it for 40 years, and it's damned hard work. And if any of you out there want to join in, and I hope you do, don't think it will be easy, because it won't be.
But that's the trick, isn't it, Lord Archer? You make it look easy, so that's why people think that they could do it. But so therefore, talk to me about the story. It is difficult because there is an art to it, there is a craft to it. And we're here, we're talking about business and what business may learn from storytelling and narratives and how they may use that to either sell stuff or make money. The power of a narrative and a story is so important. But it's something we think we probably all have in us, but as you've just touched on, we don't. So what is that power of a story?
It's very hard to actually describe it because it is a gift. You can't, very difficult to describe. And it's kind of you to say that the easier you make it look, the more convinced people are that they can do it. But don't let's kid ourselves. I do 14 drafts of every book. And even after 40 years and 30 books, it isn't getting any easier. If anything, it's more demanding, because you know, if you've got your fans out there, particularly in India, where they write long letters to me, that they're very demanding. and you can't let the standard down. So if anything, it's become, from what you, to use your word, the craft point of view. Yes, the craft is there, but you've still got to do 14 drafts to make it look, if I may use your words, as if it's very easy.
And Amish, the reason I ask about start, middle, and end, because we're talking about leadership here, and you know what we're often told is leadership needs to be decisive. It needs to say, this is our goal, this is where we are going, and you're all coming on this journey with me. There are lessons there, but if yours doesn't have a start, middle, and an end, you couldn't run a business, for example, like that, could you? Saying, I'm not really sure where we're going, but we'll probably work it out.
Yeah, but listen, how it works with most leaders, if you actually think about it, and use the example of our Prime Minister at this point of time, in India, or someone like a Steve Jobs in Apple, they would know where they want to go, right? They wanted to make a product which would, and Steve Jobs, for example, a product which would have 1,000 songs in your pocket, right? How it's actually going to get there, what are the tech specs that will come up, that you discover actually on the way, and then you experiment. If you remember, there's this very famous incident where it just struck Steve Jobs after lots of development that actually he just wanted one button, right, on the phone. I don't know if you remember that. And his designers thought he'd gone mad, right? But it just struck him that actually this is what is needed. It's the same way if you think about the Indian Prime Minister, right? He sets up a goal that say, that we have to make sure that there's water in every house, right, within so much time. What is the way there? He just sets up the target, and then they work it out. Now, where is the storytelling skill required? How do you incentivize your followers to go for it? That's where a leader has to be like a storyteller. He actually has to see that dream, believe that dream, convince others that it's worth it walking the path towards that dream, when frankly, you don't know what the path will be, right? That's what a good leader is. A good leader in many ways has to be a good storyteller. I think Steve Jobs had said that among the most powerful jobs in the world is that of a storyteller, because you command that which is most precious, which is your attention.
Yeah. Well, and the attention point is interesting, Lord Archer, isn't it? Because actually we talk about stories taking us on a journey, but that journey is usually quite convoluted. There might be a few red herrings along the way. It is maybe sometimes complicated. How do you spin a tale like that? How do you tell a story that is so complicated, has so many different possible endings, and then bring all those different narratives together?
Yes, you're quite right. The problem is it mustn't become convoluted. It mustn't become complicated. And that, for a storyteller, is the most difficult thing of all. If you're going to have twists and turns and something happening that even you are surprised by, the reader must be able to flow easily and move on. They mustn't say, oh, I didn't quite understand that. I might have to go back and find out who that character is. Or no. You must keep it moving. The reader must not want to stop turning the page. Now, if, Ben, you go further and you say to me, Jeffrey, how do you do that? Sorry, I don't know.
How do you do that? Your latest book, The Clifton Chronicles, isn't it? It's your iconic series. Many decades, many characters. And I wonder how you then balance what you've just told me, because it can't be convoluted, but it's over so many generations, so many different characters. How do you bring them together?
It's a very good question, because the truth is you have to keep on reading it and thinking about it and with 7 books, you've kind of got to hold them all in your mind, because you know you've got devoted readers who are watching every move. I had a great privilege yesterday of I do charity auctions, and I did a charity auction for Simon Cowell. And Simon told me that he'd read, can you believe this? He'd read the Clifton Chronicles 12 times. So of course he would have spotted something if I'd made any mistake. But I think what Amish and I have in common is we're very luckily have that weird memory, because memory is an important word here too, that it remains in the mind. Because if it didn't, you'd get letters from readers saying, "Dear Geoffrey, on page 144, you said he was 14 years old. But by the time I got to page 336, I've worked out that he was 121. How did you manage that?" And that's something you dread the whole time, particularly from Indians who read it so carefully that they will pick up the slightest mistake.
Amit is nodding along with you here. And do you feel a responsibility, Amit? Because you retell a lot of Indian mythology, don't you, for a modern audience, reinterpret it in a different way. There must be a responsibility that goes with that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, and I think perhaps what makes it easier for me is I genuinely worship the gods that I write on. I don't do what could be called creative liberties. What I do is a respectful reinterpretation, right? And what that does, it almost instinctively brings the story out in a certain way, in which even if you take an interpretation, it doesn't lead to any controversies. And the proof of the pudding is in the eating. I've been doing this for nearly 13, 14 years now. You can Google me, you won't find any controversies. I am as boring as I look. There's nothing to go on.
I agree.
I mean, on those myths, I mean, they play such an integral part in India's story too, while we're talking about stories as well. And it gives the world a cultural reference point. It gives people a way into India, maybe through writing that they wouldn't get anywhere else. Do you feel that responsibility too? That this isn't just about you telling a story about something you're interested in. It's about telling India's story to the world.
Yes, it does. And it's also because of the point of time that India is in. This is a phase in history where India is rising after centuries of decline. We suffered brutal invasions. Many of our great universities, we had the oldest universities in the world. For most of human history, we were the wealthiest land on earth. Angus Madison, a brilliant British economic historian, had calculated GDP across the past 2,000 years, across lands, across the world. And India was by far the wealthiest land on earth for, I think, 14 or 15 of the last 20 centuries. And then for another 3 centuries, we were number 2. We just had a bad 2 centuries, where we kind of collapsed. Can happen to anyone. And we are rising once again. Now, at this point of time in history, I think the way any Indian, the way we present ourselves and our country, there is a certain amount of responsibility because we are rising after so long once again. And that certainly we Indians feel it a lot more emotionally. It's not just about me as an author, but about me as an Indian. I'm sure every Indian feels that too. When they're abroad, they're ambassadors for the country. One of the reasons Indians like Geoffrey so much is that when he speaks of India, he speaks with fondness and love, and we appreciate that. We like that. That's why he's so popular here. It's not just, and of course his books are brilliant, but it's the way he speaks of India. We are rising after many centuries of decline. Obviously, we're a little emotional about it.
I don't agree. You're a tiresome one. The Indians are tiresome. We've now got an Indian Prime Minister. And the cricket tomorrow, we'll kill you in the cricket tomorrow, Amish. I mean, there'll be a good ending to that story.
The Empire Strikes Back.
Who said I love the Indians? I adore them. And I'll tell you one of the problems. One of the problems I have with Indians is that they're so ambitious and aspiring. I have to stay awake night and day fearing which is the next one who'll get me. They're after it.
So we shouldn't expect a book on Indian history from you, Geoffrey, at any point?
No. I'm stopped in the roads in India regularly. In every major city, people kindly come up and talk to me. But I say to them, I can't write the Indian novel. That can be done by Amish because he has the feel for it. He has a history of it. I'm an Englishman. I write about the theatre. I write about big business. I write about politics, even auctioneering. I write about the things I know about. But R.K. Narayan taught us, the more sensible among us, that you can only write about a small village in India if you've lived. in a small village in India. So no, I always say to my kind Indian fans, forget it. I will not be writing about you lot.
A final thought from each of you, because we're talking about business and what businesses can learn from storytelling. And, find me any sort of shop or business that now doesn't try to flog us a story. They'll tell us that the recipe is their grandmother's, it's been in the family for decades. They'll tell us stories about their history and when they were founded. But storytelling is more important than that. It's about who that business is, what it stands for, the messaging that they put out. Jeffrey, if there's anyone in this room running businesses that say, what is my story? How do they craft that? How do they tell people about who they are?
It's not easy. And a lot of people do come to me and say, Jeffrey, I've got a wonderful story. And they know they can't tell it. 9 times out of 10, sadly, they haven't got a wonderful story. So I say to them, have you murdered your wife? And they say no. And I say, well, let's move on. But to be fair, everyone's got a good short story in them, an incident that happened in their life that is unique and different. And those I search for from real people every day of my life. And if I'm very lucky, I get 3 or 4 a year.
Use the word short. Short story. No one needs a long personal story, do they?
Sorry?
I said no one needs a long personal story. You said everyone's got a short story in them. I think that's the point, isn't it? Keep it simple.
Everyone has. Though to be fair, Mary and I were on a cruise around Britain, and I sat next to this man who said, I've been reading your books, Jeffrey, and I've got your next story for you. And I thought, oh, Gordon, not again. Here we go. How will I get through dinner? And he made it worse when he said, I can tell you how to steal the crown jewels. I thought, oh, everybody knows that Colonel Blood 400 years ago failed to steal the crown jewels, and no attempt has been made ever since. And I sat down and thought, I got to sit through this dinner. It's unbearable. And then he told me how to steal the crown jewels. And I just couldn't believe it until he said that he worked for the royal household. And that's how I got Traitor's Gate. He told me in 2 minutes the whole story of Traitor's Gate. But the point you're making is someone has to sit down and write the 400 pages.
I also love how you can tell a story about being told a story that you then made into a story. And that is the power. That is the power of storytelling.
That's inception storytelling.
So, Amit, to the point, what will people in this room learn about storytelling? How fundamental it is? I mean, you talked about Apple. Yes, brilliant example. But what can we all take away when it comes to...
Oh, no, wait a moment, Ben. Wait a moment, Ben. Before you answer that, Hamish, I was in your country recently, and a lady came into the room and locked the door, which was quite frightening. And she sat down. You can answer this, Hamish, because I'm sure you've got the same story in another form. And she said, I want you to tell me the secret, Jeffrey. I promise I won't tell anybody. And I said, there is no secret. It's a God-given gift. She said, no, I promise I won't tell anyone. I said, I've got nothing to tell you. She said, I won't tell anyone. I said, right. I live in Cambridge, on the Cam. Every morning I get up, I go down to the river and I dig a hole, and there's a story waiting for me. She ran away, unlocked the door, and I haven't seen her since.
That is storytelling.
Do you have a version? Are people asking you for your secrets?
Oh, there are I think the most fun versions I have is because I have rituals. I don't know how the story comes. I just have rituals. I listen to music usually while writing, and I eat lots of cream biscuits, the kind I got when I was a kid. For some reason, that just triggers the flow, right? So I have various readers of mine at Litfest, etc. They come to me with packets of cream biscuits. That here, take this and write quicker.
That's the way to do it. That's exactly what I'd love to do. And the secret then, what can people take away from this about the power of a good story?
Look, you may know where you want to go, but storytelling is essentially the art of grabbing attention. it just comes instinctively. You just have to be able to read the room, read the person you're talking to, and just comes instinctively what you must say. This cannot be planned. On that, I agree with Jeffrey completely. It's a blessing. If you have it, make sure you use it for good. Make sure you use it well.
It's been such a joy to talk to both of you. Thank you. A really wonderful, entertaining session. Amish Tripathi, thank you for being with us. And Lord Jeffrey Archer, grateful for you being with us. Enjoy.
Thank you very much indeed, as always, for coming back. And pay attention tomorrow when England will thrash India on the cricket field.
Yeah, that's not happening.
No one is agreeing with you, Jeffrey, here. No one is agreeing. Thank you.
Bye, Jeffrey.
See you later. Lovely to talk to you.
Care.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stay here. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you to both of them. It really was a wonderful session. Next, we're going to stay with the culture theme. Tanmay's back in the studio talking entertainment. He's up next, but first, a quick word from our sponsors.
Come join us. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for Shweta Bajpai from Meta and, of course, Anupama Chopra from Film Companion, Mami, and how many more projects are you working on, Anupama?
Too many.
All right, guys, we are here to discuss the next 10 years or the next decade, or in general, what's next in the world of entertainment and consumption. And I want to begin by asking the obvious, right, which is the explosion of short video. I want to start with you, Shweta. What has that been like as a platform? You guys have obviously adapted to it. What are some surprising trends in short video that you guys have seen? And then I'll do a follow-up for Anupama right after, please.
Yeah, so it's a very interesting question. If you think about 3 years back, Tanmay, there was no short form. Everyone was watching long form videos. They were actually going to something called Facebook Watch, watching long songs, trailers, and then the word changed somehow 3 years back. I think it had a lot to do with COVID, where people had a lot of free time. So there was a lot of screen time that was happening, but nobody really wanted to do preachy, longer form storytelling. So that attention shifting, people still wanted snackable content, but they wanted it in a form where they did not have to dedicate an appointment to view it. I think that was the big tailwind that helped us. At this point in time, globally, there are about 40 billion reels that get created every day. Billion? Billion, globally. Most of it is user-generated. It's not brands or companies creating reels. It's actually people like you and me. And they come from all across the world. It could be somebody sitting in a rural part of India creating a vernacular reel about how they're cooking a dish, or it could be a content creator like you. I need to see you more on reels, but talking about, it in there.
I should make more reels.
Yeah, so I think it's been a phenomena that's taken us by surprise. How we've changed as a platform in order to cater to that is, first of all, making sure that the reels that you see are informed by what the machine knows about you. So my reel feed will look very different from yours, will look very different from Anupama. My children, for example, prefer to watch reels with my husband because they're supposed to be more funny. My reels are all about fashion and food. So clearly the machine is extremely intelligent, down to the point of a segment of one, at guessing what your behavior is and how it informs your watching habits. That's the reason why it's so addictive, it's so sticky, and it's why you enjoy going back to it again and again.
Anu, you've donned so many hats, right? Like, first, let's look at your journalism. You began as a journalist. You started off writing probably the most purest form of reporting and expression. How do you feel about, because actually short videos where all news breaks, everything is, the last 4 days we've all kept up with Jamnagar, which has been the news for the last 4 days through short video. What are you noticing first from a journalist hat, and you actually also don a creator's hat now, which is you're both, not only consuming, but you're also creating. And the third, how has this affected the film fraternity? You interact a lot with directors. In the last decade or so, because of lower attention spans, are they rethinking the way they are making content? It's just a broad question. Please feel free to address any part of it.
I'm not sure that they're rethinking content, Tanmay, because, the last film I saw was Dune 2, which was 166 minutes, like a little less than 3 hours. And in my, in the last 2 years, I've just seen directors tell longer and longer stories. I mean, Killers of the Flower Moon is like 3.5 hours long. So I'm not sure that that's happening. But in terms of optics, marketing, publicity, it is all now shorts, reels. Instagram is really kind of insanely dominant within the film industry, almost to a point where it's concerning, because I keep hearing about actors getting cast because they have bigger Instagram.
Is that a thing?
It is a thing. It is a thing. And that's not what you want. As long as we use these as tools that finally serve the story. But the minute you start kind of making decisions based on this, in fact, Janhvi Kapoor said this to me. She has, millions and millions of followers on Instagram. And she said, the truth is, if all of those followers had gone to see Millie, it would have been a hit. So these are two separate things, and we have to treat them as such.
All right. Okay. Let's talk about the next wave, right? Which is going to be immersive content. I heard the CEO of NVIDIA say recently that we're now at a level where we can create worlds as we think it because compute is getting cheaper and cheaper. Where does that leave platforms like Meta? Like how is Meta thinking about immersive content?
Yeah, so our foothold in immersive content obviously starts with Metaverse, Tanmay. For us, Metaverse starts with as simple a phenomena as filters, which is what you use on Instagram. You can use a beauty filter, you can use a movie-inspired filter to put yourself in the same universe as the actor and actress inhabit within the movie. For us, immersion also could be as advanced as a Quest 3, and I know the device hasn't reached as many people, the use cases are still limited to gaming, but we do believe, having seen some of that play out in the US, that it is meant for movies and media and entertainment to transform, because it can take you in that universe and make you feel like you can define what the universe around you looks like with the movie as a context. Our third way of thinking about immersion is messaging. And it's not something we speak about that much, but you must have started seeing OTTs as well as movies creating chatbots now, where you can have an interactive experience talking about the movie. I remember there was a movie called, there was a show on Netflix called Gulab and Guns, and they had a beautiful chatbot which actually said that you provide a few wordings of the kind of love letter you want to write to someone you really like. And through ChatGPT, as well as the chatbot, they will actually generate a love letter for you and then send it out to whoever you can. Now that makes you realize what are some of the elements of the movie, but you do that in a very different way. It's not an ad. It's actually a chatbot where you believe you are playing a little bit of a role in terms of defining what it means for you.
Anu, did you see Sora?
No.
So Sora is the new text-to-video product from OpenAI. When you hang around filmmakers, do they care about AI? Do they care about this new tech? Or they firmly believe that storytelling is and will remain will remain something you do just by the traditional methods? Because I tried this yesterday. There's a tool called Ask PDF or Chat with PDF, where I uploaded Robert McKee's story, the whole book, and I had a 4-liner, and I said, using chapter 4, 8, and 12, can you turn this into a 1,000-worder? And I did it in 30 seconds. Like, do you know if writers and filmmakers are using this, or are they completely oblivious to it?
So right now, I'm not hearing, a lot of anxiety or concern. I think the anxiety and concern is still about Friday, chalegi ki nahi chalegi. Abhi conversations are still that. I'm not hearing people who are like, in the way that you hear in Hollywood, where so much of the strike was about, representation and AI and what can be used and what can't. At least here, the people I've been around, I'm not hearing a lot of sort of paranoia or nervousness about it. It's still about how do we get a star in the movie.
And you as a content creator, do you care about this at all?
I care about it. Truthfully, I'm afraid of it. I want to understand how we can optimize it. Because I can't imagine a world in which, sure, it will write you that 1,000-pager, but that 1,000-pager will be the same as what an actual writer would really create. Like, I refuse to believe that. It's just against my religion. I can't.
Something happened? Oh, I believe Raj and DK were supposed to join us. Oh, there they are. Hi. Perfect. Welcome. Hi. Ladies and gentlemen, Raj and DK are here. Please give them a round of applause.
How are you?
Hello.
We'll create space.
Yeah, come. Please do join us. Perfect time.
This is good time because I was speaking on the behalf of directors. Now you guys can speak on your own behalf. Are you anxious about AI?
Yeah, we're discussing AI. Have you guys used ChatGPT to write the next season of Family Man?
Well, I started off with asking ChatGPT if I should. So I read the answers. And I don't know, I see your videos talk about AI a lot. I mean, I've just glimpsed through it. It's still a new technology. It scares every filmmaker out there. So right now, we have successfully used it a bit for our character sketches. Because we're creating a unique world. And we did look for a lot of graphic artists, but we wanted to see how the machines would respond to a very detailed character sketches. So we started off with that. It looks great so far. But
for one of the shows that's come out, or something that is expected to come out?
Not yet.
Yeah, it's on.
Yeah. So that's not exactly ChatGPT, but yes, it's another AI tool that...
It's Midjourney? Was it Midjourney?
Midjourney, I think, is what everybody's using. See, we are people with a software background, so I'm quite ashamed to say that we still haven't caught up yet with it personally, even though our teams are using it. We've always been good about embracing technology. Like when digital was a thing back in early 2000s, we were like happy to embrace it. This is one thing where we need to buck up now. Yeah.
I wanted to ask you guys before, which is that you guys have been creating long form content for much over a decade now. And you have probably seen attention spans fall over the last 10, 15 years. Has that changed the way you approach writing a story, either for film or for a show? Have you guys thought about saying कि ये ज़माने में अब ये थोड़ा लंबा लगेगा, अब ये थोड़ा interesting नहीं लगेगा क्योंकि आजकल तो लोग रील देख रहे हैं?
Yeah, I mean, we're all watching reels. I'm very aware of doom scrolling, so... Right? That's what the word is?
Yeah.
So, but I feel that the storytelling for a feature film or a series should be independent from what content people are consuming on social media, because that's just a different format altogether. And I think our brains are still wired to accept a long-form story, either a 2-hour feature, 1.5-hour feature, 2.5-hour feature, 3.5 in terms of when it comes to Scorsese. And our shows. But for us personally, we started with the Family Man season 1 at 10 episodes. And the latest Citadel that we just finished is 6 episodes. So we are, I guess subconsciously we kind of shortening the whole series itself.
Yeah, but that said, the pacing of an episode, I think we've always been conscious that just because it's long, you don't have to bore the audience or like say the same thing in a longer time. So I think the endeavor has always been to keep it, moving at a good pace, keep the audience engaged, be it a 2-hour film, be it a 10 episode, but you have to keep it moving. And then I don't think the actual length matters, especially in case of a series, because people are, they're supposed to watch it on their own time. So you're only managed to watch 6 episodes and you still have 4 more to go. It's okay. You can watch it tomorrow, day after, whenever you have time.
And does the data that platforms give you now about regarding viewership, does that play into season 2, season 3?
No, they have these rules, right? Like platforms have these this amazing magical number called 42. If you read the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, right?
It's the answer to the question of life.
Yeah. Apparently that's the magic number, and apparently that's also the magic number in OTT streaming. 42 minutes is where the audience starts feeling fatigue. So if your episode lengths are 42, you're in a good place.
Episode needs to be up till 42 minutes?
It's up to 42 minutes is a good number for an episode. Apparently.
But do you know how season 1 did? Do they share numbers with you?
See, there were only 2 metrics at that point, or in general, 2 metrics are shared in a way. It's how many subscribers join the service because of your show, or how many finish the show. So these 2 metrics, but we don't know the numbers. But at that time, we were told you were like the second most show on our platform and a global platform, stuff like that. So that's all we know at that point.
Yeah, it's relative numbers, because I don't think the numbers, even if they told us, hey, you got 10 million views, I don't know what that means. Unless you have a context to it saying, by the way, that other show had 12 million and you had 10 million, and that's the biggest show in the world. So then it makes sense. So it's always relative.
I know there was something that someone had said back when short video was just exploding, right? Which was that as more and more creators converge on a platform, the effort put in on one unit of video that goes up on the platform keeps going up. For example, back in the day, it was just basic videos put up on YouTube, but now Mr. Beast is literally buying islands, right? Like that's the level of effort that has to go in. So similarly, since attention spans have gone lower, filmmakers will need to again start going towards the extremes to start pulling in people, which means we're going to see more and more provocative filmmaking. So where do we care about, rather, is the success metric of a film, should that have any morality included in it? Because it's just getting harder and harder to pull people in. So
yeah, it's a tough one. Tanmay, this is something I struggle with all the time. But for me, I'm against any kind of prescription for artists, because it's a very slippery slope. Yeah. Once you say you can do this, but that is like dodgy morality, which we see all the time in movies across the board. But for me, I would never say that we need to have any kind of, sort of regulation in terms of what morality needs to be out there. I just hope artists are more conscious themselves about what they're putting out there. But it's really each man or woman to himself or herself. Yeah. You can't have rules about this stuff.
Do you guys care about? Do you guys care more about? Hey, this is what the story intends to tell. It could have, anyone can, because it's subjective, the audience can take whatever interpretation out of it. Do you care about that kind of thing, which is this character seems too negative, but that's probably why they've become popular? Do you care about that?
No, I like to think at least that we are very responsible on that front. I'm not saying we just have to whitewash everything and show everybody as nice people, but at the same time, we are very conscious about what the message, even if it is a subtle message or an underlying message that we are putting in a film. Like if you want to say, take the example of Stree, the film. When we made, we had an underlying message about, it's a very feministic film. That's an underlying message, even though it's a horror comedy on the surface of it. Or Go Go Gone, for that matter. I don't even know how many people got the message. There was an anti-drug message hidden in it. So in that sense, we tend to be careful about what it is that we are telling. Even though we're not doing it overtly, usually we do it in a subversive or a subtle way.
I think we tend to, as filmmakers, we really just wanted to tell good stories and unique stories across genres, not just limited to one. That's how we start as filmmakers. So now, we never wanted an agenda to kind of make our stories or shape our characters. You know what, I'm going to show this point through this guy, or I'm going to show this point through this character. Didn't really seep into us. So it's really telling the story from the story's point of view. At the same time, like DK said, I feel it's such a vast country with so many different audiences that you can do any kind of film, whatever you want, but you also need to know which audience are you targeting at. You know, are they going to get it? Are they going to get what you're trying to say in the form of art? Or are they going to misinterpret it? Or are they going to just take the superficial layer and get influenced by it? So there's a lot to it, I guess. So we have, like DK said, we have made movies about zombies to a guy fighting for the country. So it's really, and at the same time, trying to be a little more balanced in terms of approach than, like I said, anytime it colors, you have a specific point of view you want to really put across, I think it starts coloring your creativity.
Understood. Shweta, I want to talk to you about what are some trends you're seeing in terms of regional content? And do you see that trend going up and to the right further?
Yeah, so if I was to talk about regional content, Tanmay, one of the interesting things that's happening is there's no one audience. So earlier we used to say there's an audience sitting in Bombay which only watches Hindi cinema. There's an audience which is sitting in BKC which only watches OTT. There is an audience sitting in rural India which only watches vernacular. So clearly all those three spheres are intersecting and overlapping with each other. I, as an audience, for some movies might want to go to the theatre. Some features I'm very happy to watch on OTT. I'm very happy to watch regional movies with subtitles because I have all that consumption available with me far more easily. I feel one of the things that's probably missing, and I see the regional movies doing far more of it, is being aware that when I go in and distribute my content, or at least create awareness of it, I need to be far more true about the fact that this audience could be anywhere. This audience could be actually sitting, as I said, in a big city or even in a smaller city. That messaging I see far more with regional movies. They do it far more smartly, both in terms of viral content, organic content, creator-led content that they do, than mainstream Hindi cinema, as much of. And it might be because that older definition seems to still ring true. I also see the same happening on OTT. Whereas it seems that if there is a big original title that's releasing, we believe it's only catering to NCCSA, which we believe rich audience basically. Those are the ones that will watch Prime Video, for example. So let's go deep on that. Let's increase the viewing time, which are good theoretical concepts. It gives great metrics to Raj and DK. But the reality is you're actually missing the opportunity that there is an aspirational audience which does want access. How are we creating that snackable content where I can go in and just watch the first episode. Who knows, I become interested enough to then pay for the second episode. So I feel like that modularity in terms of thought process from both the platforms as well as the movie industry is kind of missing. It's far more there with the regional cinema. They seem to be far more benevolent when it comes to defining their consumer.
Anu, because of streaming, we've certainly seen like this cross-cultural exchange of, hey, this is my shit that I thought was cool, now you are watching it. Like, are you seeing that around you in the Film Companion office? Like, what cross-cultural pollination are you seeing both as a...
It's amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been such a, just a high to discover how incredible industries are across the country. And I'm ashamed to say that pre-pandemic, I didn't watch enough outside of Hindi cinema. You know, it was just too, बहुत दूर था कोरला में show, just didn't end up going, you know. And now we're all watching everything, and the truth is some of the best filmmaking and storytelling in this country is not happening in Mumbai. And that is so exciting. Have you guys seen Manjumal Boys?
I was about to go, I went for Brahma Yugam.
Which was so excellent. Yeah. This is both Malayalam films. You know, just excellent, excellent storytelling. So I think it's such an exciting time for these walls to collapse, and these guys are the kings of cross-pollination.
Correct. Do you guys think about this while you're writing the story, or if it comes at a much later stage?
For the first season, it was almost jumping to do it. Like in, when they said freedom, there's more freedom in OTT. The first thing we thought was actors from everywhere.
Yeah.
Languages from everywhere.
Yeah.
So I still remember when we finished the first season and the first, whatever, the whole Amazon, everybody was together. And one of the main guys was saying that the first scene of your show is in Malayalam in season 1. And are you sure? Because people are going to be, in a good way, like in a funny way, that they're going to be looking for subtitles, thinking, is it Hindi? What show is this? So they're going to be searching for, and that happened. That confusion did happen. People thinking, what am I watching for a bit? But then we thought it is OTT. At the end of it, I want to be free from the restrictions we had in the feature films, because you have to have certain parameters, certain packaging, whatever you call it, to put it in theaters. So we embraced it. In the second season, we start off with a Tamil scene completely.
Even the star cast. Even the star. In the first season, it was like a 3-minute scene, and everybody was like, "Oh my God, people have to just be patient for 3 minutes." And then the Hindi comes and they'll know it's a Hindi show. Second season, it's like more like 9 minutes. But by now, hopefully, they know it's a Hindi show.
Yeah.
But yeah, and the casting that came with it. Language is one thing, but also the casting. It's a gold mine of actors out there that you could get from all over the country to act in the show. And the show is better off, and we are better off for that.
Yeah.
And has it become easier to cast or convince actors that, now every show is effectively the whole country is the audience now, it's no longer language driven? Do they approach it as this is an opportunity for me to attract a fan base from a different part of the country, etc., etc.? Do they care about this stuff?
No, yeah, that's definitely happening. In fact, once Family Man came and suddenly all these otherwise unknown actors, like even a Samantha, who's a superstar in the South, was a relatively unknown face in Hindi, and suddenly she became a superstar in the country. So that happened. Now I think the films are doing it for themselves.
Yeah.
Especially the Telugu Tamil films. They are traveling across the country, so they're doing it for themselves, without even the language being thought about as a barrier.
Excellent. And hopefully that's the trend going forward as well. The whole country, everybody watching stuff together. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Anu, thank you so much. Shweta, thank you so much for joining us. And over to your next segment. Thank you, guys.
We barely made it in time.
Just got to make sure my microphone's on. There we go. Yes, that was a video from one of our sponsors, and what a brilliant way to find out a little bit more about Parage. And of course, our sponsors are always very important to our events. So thank you so much for all of your support, as always. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our next panel. Now, global climate issues are of immediate concern, from rising global temperatures to natural disasters. And India is said to be one of the most vulnerable countries, in fact, to climate change. Well, at the forefront of tackling these challenges is the state of Maharashtra, whose sustainable journey has been underlined by some very impressive renewable energy projects, as well as empowering local communities. And that is what we are going to be talking about in our next panel. Right, ladies and gentlemen, please give a very warm welcome to them. I'm going to do the quick introductions now. First and foremost, we have Abhijit Gopade, who is the Director of Climate Action Cell for the Department of Environment for the Government of Maharashtra. Very warm welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. We also have Koil Mandal, the Director of Climate India at the Children's Investment Fund Foundation. Very warm welcome. We have Chandra Bhushan, the President and CEO of iForest International Forum for Environment, Sustainability and Technology. A warm welcome to you. We also have Akshima Gate, who is the MD of RMI. A warm welcome to you. And Ashwin Gambhir, who is a fellow at Prius. Really, really fantastic lineup we have for this conversation right now. So let's go straight into it. We don't have much time. Abhijit, first and foremost, I'd like to ask you the first question. Now, as we mentioned, the government here really is leading the way and is making huge strides. We've got afforestation, electric vehicles, solar. Tell us a little bit more about the significant steps that you're making right now, and what does the next decade look like?
Thank you, Laura. India, as you know, is a signatory to the landmark Paris Agreement 2015. And Honorable Prime Minister of India announced the goal of realizing net zero carbon emissions by the year 2070. By way of NDCs, we are committed to reduce the emission intensity of India's GDP by 45% by the year 2030, and also reduce our dependence upon fossil fuels in electricity generation by 2050. And as India's leading state, Maharashtra's climate goals ought to be in alignment with India's NDCs. Maharashtra is also the most industrialized state in the country, contributing the highest to national GDP. It's the largest subnational economy of $437 billion US, aspiring to be $1 trillion economy by 2027. Now, how to reconcile these two goals is the real challenge, and it would require massive energy transition, which is reflected in the state's action plan on climate change, which has been recently prepared. It talks about various adaptation and mitigation strategies related to various departments. For the first time, it introduces the state cooling action plan on the lines of India's cooling action plan. It also talks about propagating the decentralized renewable energy technologies, such as solar dryers, solar HP pumps, milk chillers, vertical fodder grow units, to disseminate green energy and also to enhance rural livelihoods. And for the first time, it introduces the concept of climate finance, eventually to culminate into climate budget. We also plan to go ahead and come out with the city climate action plans and the district climate action plans. I'm glad to announce that while Mumbai announced its city climate action plan in 2021 itself, recently we have released city climate action plans for Sholapur, Nasik, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, and one more city, Nasik, Sholapur, and Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar. These three plus Mumbai, these four cities with the support from WRI India. We are focused on cities. Why? Because we are the third largest urbanized state in the country. Almost 45% of the state's population lives in urban areas. And we are focused on Amrut cities, the cities with a population of over 100,000 each. Why? Because 76% of the urban population of the state is living in these cities. So we plan to come out with city climate action plans for these Amrut cities and all the districts of the state. We also recently came out with the decarbonization roadmap for these Amrut cities, particularly for the energy and the building sector. You know, Ashima was instrumental in drafting the state's EV policy. It was launched in 2021. We plan to come out with this EV penetration in a systematic way, in a strategic way. First of all, in public transport, in three-wheelers and tempos. Very soon, by 2025, Mumbai's municipal transport will go electric. And the state transport corporation is also procuring about 5,000 electric buses. We are promoting because we are aware that the planet's carrying capacity is limited and we need to live within our means and optimally utilize our resources. So we are promoting circular economy parks at 7 places in the state. At Nagpur, I'm glad to announce that acquisition has begun for over 1,000 acres of land parcel. Wow. And recently we also have, sensing the importance of bamboo in carbon sequestration and also in enhancing rural livelihoods,
we have announced the Chief Minister's Task Force on Environment and Sustainable Development. And very soon you will see a policy to that effect.
Absolutely incredible. Some really impressive strides that are being made, especially to get to that target of net zero, which is an ambitious target. But if you're moving in that direction, it does seem possible. So congratulations on everything you've been doing. Very impressive indeed. Moving over to Coil very quickly. As a philanthropist, what exactly is your role then within this environmental mission? Tell us a little bit more about that, and how do you work with the state to create this vision as well?
Thank you, Laura. It's a pleasure to be here. I keep saying this often, but I don't think it gets said enough. What India is planning to do is unprecedented. The government has set two very ambitious goals ahead of us. One is to become a developed nation by 2047. The second is to become achieve net zero emissions by 2070, which essentially means that we want to decouple our growth from our emissions. And if you look at the history of developed economies, no other country has done this in the past. Every other country has first achieved a certain level of growth and then started taking care of climate change. So this is very unique in that sense. And once it comes to ambition, implementation of this vision, it comes down to the states, the subnational level. That's where the rubber hits the road. And we just heard from Mr. Ghorpade about Maharashtra's vision. So where does SIF as a philanthropy come into the picture? Since 2008, the Children's Investment Fund Foundation, we have been collaborating with local partners in co-creating solutions that support the government's ambition in transforming children's lives. And climate change is about improving the quality of life of this generation and the future generations. And we have seen that when we are able to bring together different kinds of stakeholders in supporting government vision, there is always a transformational impact. And that's exactly what we have done for Maharashtra as well. We brought together partners, many of whom are on the dais today with me, and other funders as well, in supporting government of Maharashtra's vision and accelerating change in the different sectors that we just heard from Mr. Ghorpade. These are transportation, industry, power sector, and also to ensure that this transition is just and equitable. That's very important for not just India and Maharashtra, but all our other states. And in doing so, of course, we have already seen early results. We heard some in the morning session, some from Mr. Ghorpade, and we'll hear more from our partners now. But just to highlight a few, we are already seeing Maharashtra emerge as a leader in electric mobility. The share of electric vehicles reaching almost 10%. Within Maharashtra, Pune is taking the lead with the share touching almost 16-17%. Other cities such as Nagpur, Pimpri, they are also following Pune's lead. We also saw several cities in Maharashtra launch their climate action plan. Similarly, we have seen a lot of improvements in energy efficiency, in the building sector, in industry sector. And there's more to come, and I don't want to steal the thunder from my colleagues here, so they'll talk more about all these different sectors. But just to say that this is SIF's approach to working with different partners, bringing all of us together to support the government vision, and this is what we keep doing in all other states and at the central level as well.
It's all about collaboration, it's all about partnerships going forward, it always is. So moving over to Chandra, now as Maharashtra is leaping towards this electric vehicle transition, that we've already heard, obviously. And I was also reading that the adoption of electric vehicles has, Maharashtra has the highest amount actually in the whole of India, which is impressive in itself, and it just shows how much effort's being made. So as we leap towards this transition, as well as the adoption of renewables, how do you make sure that there's financial stability and scalability at the same time, while also improving and promoting inclusive growth?
Thanks, Laura. It would be a challenge to entertain the crowd after a session where people heard from silver screen to laptop screen, and then to discuss climate change with this group. So I'm really sorry, we are going to give you serious stuff, okay? Let me start by saying that we are in a state which is very progressive as far as climate action is concerned. And I think Avijit has very clearly laid that out in front of everyone. But we also need to recognize that the challenge of climate change in Maharashtra is quite stiff. It is one of the most vulnerable states as far as climatic impacts are concerned.
Right.
In fact, different regions of the state has different vulnerabilities. Marathwada is drought prone, Konkan is flood prone, Mumbai will get impacted by sea level rise. So instead of looking at the state, if we look at regions, then we will understand the real vulnerabilities. So one, it is a highly vulnerable state. Second, it is also one of the most fossil fuel intensive state. 10% of India's greenhouse gas emissions comes from this state.
Wow.
It has the largest fleet of coal power, biggest automobile industry, 7th largest coal producer. On every fossil fuel indicator, Maharashtra will be right at the top. Now, it has a dual challenge then. One, it has to adapt to climate change, and which Abhijit talked about in terms of having city action plan and district action plan that the state is making. But on the other hand, it also has to transition from fossil fuel to green energy. Now, this transition is not going to be a very smooth transition. This transition is going to be a disruptive transition, especially in a state which is heavily dependent on fossil fuel. And therefore, one of the things that the state needs is it needs a transition plan, and a just transition plan. And I'm here to sell you my report. You all can read this report. We just published few weeks back.
Great.
On what just transition would look like for this state. Let me end by giving you few key findings of our report. First is that not all the sectors are going to get impacted. Over the next 10 years, we see coal mining, coal-based power and automobile facing disruptions. Similarly, not all the regions will get impacted. There are 14 hotspot districts and there are 2 or 3 regions. For example, Nagpur, Yavatmal, Chandrapur, the western side of Maharashtra, which is likely to get impacted first. Pune is another hotspot. And the third is about 1 million formal workers will get impacted. So the impact of this transition on Maharashtra's economy is going to be quite severe. And therefore, having a just transition and policy and plan is important. We have recommended to the state that they should come out with a comprehensive policy and plan so that this transition can happen in a smooth fashion and with least disruption.
Yeah. And it's all about policy and plans. It's going to take a while to get there, but we've got to start now is always the message, isn't it? Right, we are running out of time, sadly, so let's move on over to Akshima. Wonderful to have you here. Now, recent data we were talking about electric vehicles and how there's the highest number here. What has driven this change? Obviously, we've heard about the state and the sort of climate issues here. But what has driven this change essentially in your mind, and what has been the role of government versus the private sector versus a CIO like yourself?
Yeah, thanks Laura, and thanks to the organizers for the invitation. I don't think there is a story of versus here. You cannot bring about any change, which is like, fielding one stakeholder against. So I just feel what we have seen in terms of transition in Maharashtra's electric vehicle adoption is an and versus story, which is government and private sector and civil society actors have come together to really bring about, to some extent, start of the disruptive change that Chandra just talked about. I think it is very critical that policy, which is government, society, which is the civil society actors and industry and market come together. So these 3 pillars will be very critical, and that's what we have seen in whatever so far has been Maharashtra's electric vehicle journey. Right now, the state is, amongst the top in terms of electric vehicle adoption, also amongst the top in terms of charging infrastructure, and has the lowest EV tariff when it comes to supporting and enabling adoption of electric vehicles. It is also seeing one of the biggest investments when it comes to, startup ecosystem, and the OEMs also making those investments. So I think it is really a story where I would say policymakers or government championed a cause which is of clean energy transition, of which, electric vehicles or clean mobility will be a critical pillar. That policy preparation process I felt was one of the most inclusive in terms of engaging with civil society players and more importantly with industry players, because you need to have an industry which is prepared to cater to the demand. So we have had that policy champion, but we've also had, like I would say, a big support from local governments in Maharashtra. I think Mr. Abhijit talked about Maharashtra being almost 50% urbanized, and I feel city governments in that sense in Maharashtra play a very, very critical role. What we have found unique in Maharashtra is amazing leadership and championing of electric vehicles caused by cities like Pune, Mumbai, Pimpri Chinchwad, Nagpur, which are right now running the biggest electric public transportation fleet in the country, without much of government support and intervention which has been coming from central government. It's all been state and city led in this state. There has been championship in terms of converting cities into EV ready cities. So all in all, I would say so far last 2 years transition journey for EVs gives us hope, what Chandra said, about the dual challenge, that there is merit in picking up the tough sectors of clean energy transition for the state and enabling a very conducive policy environment, along with engagement with the market players and civil society actors to have a very strong actionable vision and policy frameworks for the next few years.
Thank you so much, Sadly. We are running out of time, so I desperately want to head on over to Ashwin, but some really brilliant points there. Thank you so much. Right, you've been long-standing with the government here as well, and you do a lot of research and you work alongside them. So from your point of view, what are the sort of big focus areas for the state to deliver growth that's both sort of robust and also green at the same time? And how does, being part of this collaboration, how are you helping deliver?
Thanks, Laura. It's great to be part of this collaborative, and thanks to SIF for getting all these partners together. But very recently, the electricity regulator, which is at the forefront of the energy transition, given where the cost of renewable energy has really fallen, that is at the forefront, and the regulator has recently notified a target of 43% for renewable energy by 2030, and a big push from that is what Maharashtra is leading the way in solarizing its entire agriculture sector. So the recently a Mission 2025 was launched by the Deputy Chief Minister, and by 2025 September, the target is to solarize all of agriculture, and around 8,000 to 10,000 megawatts of solar power is in the tendering stage and will soon be approved. And that itself is an investment of around 35 to 40,000 crores. So as Chandrabhushan was saying, the transition is not going to be easy because the scale and the pace at which we need to really move is unprecedented. But a lot is really happening. But as Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal was also saying in the session before this, you need a lot of reforms and changes because the sector is going to be fundamentally very different. With the cost of energy storage, particularly battery storage, going down, industries and commerce is going to be able to procure their own electricity, green electricity, which is likely to be more affordable than the electric utilities which provide you electricity presently. So the fundamental role or the business model of the electricity utilities is going to change. There are going to be immense market pressures for them to change. And that is where I think state governments will have to come forward to define regulatory frameworks which are balanced towards all stakeholders, but which accelerate green growth and which are not picking winners, as Mr. Sanyal was saying, whether it being one technology or other, but looking at it in a system kind of view. So I think that it's off to a great start, but we'll have to keep at it in terms of research.
Sadly, we have run out of time. We cannot thank you enough. It's really incredible just to see how collaboration and cooperation works and the ambition and the drive that you're all pushing forward. So thank you so much for sharing with us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a truly encouraging session there. Now, don't go away, ladies and gentlemen, as Ben is looking into Mumbai's transformation into a truly modern city. That is coming up next. However, first up, take a look at this.
Mumbai, India's financial, commercial capital and state of Maharashtra's capital. Mumbai city is the largest economy in India and 18th largest in the world. As the entertainment capital of India, Mumbai's film industry contributes approximately 18 billion rupees to the economy, producing twice as many films as Hollywood. Mumbai metropolis is home to a massive population of more than 13 million people spread across 483 square kilometers, having per capita income of 3,44,000 rupees. It accounts for 6.1% of the country's GDP. It has 30 billionaires, the 8th highest of any city in the world. It houses World Heritage Sites and the various Victorian and Art Deco buildings, which attracts over 8 million tourists annually. For more than 150 years, the Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation, BMC, is working tirelessly like a parent organization to Mumbai to fulfill their needs for a high standard of living. The current financial year's budget of almost 60,000 crore rupees, infrastructure work orders to the tune of 1,50,000 crore rupees have been handed over by the BMC for various 41 prestigious projects, and the work is progressing rapidly. Under the vision of Honorable Chief Minister Shri Eknath Shinde, Mumbai has launched a massive deep clean drive on weekends to make the city even cleaner than now. BMC's workforce of 1,48,000 individuals works round the clock. The city receives 3,950 million litres of water daily from 7 water bodies. To improve the water supply system, new water treatment plants are being constructed. Sworn to transform Mumbai's infrastructure, BMC has also constructed nearly 2,000 kilometers of roads, along with 450 bridges. Mumbai's lifeline, the local train network, comprising 3,200 trains, caters to 64 lakh passengers daily. Under the dynamic and proactive leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Shri Eknath Shinde, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister Shri Devendra Fadnavis, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister Shri Ajit Dada Pawar, Mumbai and Maharashtra is marching towards becoming a global investment hub. The Mumbai Coastal Road project at South End, nearing completion, will transform travel, connecting the South Mumbai to the Worli-Bandra Sea Link via a scenic coastal route of 8 lanes and an underground tunnel. The coastal road is set to extend in North End till Dahisar and Mira Bhayandar further at a total cost of 45,000 crore rupees. Similarly, in progress, Goregaon-Mulund Link Road, which includes underground twin tunnel, to be built at a cost of 6,300 crore rupees, aims to connect the eastern and western suburbs as a 4th link road. BMC is concretizing 800 kilometers of roads with an expenditure of 12,000 crore rupees. In India, public transport systems were first introduced in Mumbai around 170 years ago, and BMC is taking further steps to make the public transport eco-friendly. Around 1,000 electric buses have been added to BEST fleet so far. By the year 2026, this number is going to reach up to 10,000. In Mumbai, 4 lakh three-wheeler auto rickshaws and 30,000 cabs are running on clean fuel. Mumbai's port connects India globally, making it the most attractive option for businesses. BMC is upgrading the health sector by spending 6,500 crore rupees, which is 15% of the total budget. It has a comprehensive healthcare network, including 5 state-of-the-art major hospitals, and is the only municipal corporation in India to have 5 affiliated medical colleges under its umbrella, which rank amongst the top 10 medical colleges of India. BMC offers very high-standard medical services nearly free to underprivileged people, operate 50 lakh patients yearly. BMC has established 222 neighborhood clinics known as HBT Apla Davakhana. More than 42 lakh Mumbaikars have taken benefit of free treatment in the last 1 year. There are over 1,500 colleges and universities in Mumbai with over 500,000 students. Keeping in line with the city's education legacy, BMC schools are providing holistic education to more than 3 lakh students in 8 languages. BMC has enriched the lives of Mumbaikars by providing ample green spaces. Mumbai is one of the only cities with 16% of the area having reserved forests like Sanjay Gandhi National Park. It has 111 square kilometer under forest cover. A 300-acre Mumbai Central Park will be made open in South Mumbai shortly. BMC ensures citizen safety with 35 fire brigade centers and a high-tech disaster management department ready for any emergency. Over 10,000 CCTV cameras which keep Mumbaikars safe and secure. Every day, BMC collects and transports 6,300 metric tons of garbage. BMC's sewage disposal system comprises 2,000 kilometers of sewage network. Mumbai is building 7 wastewater treatment facilities at a cost of 33,000 crore rupees for recycling Mumbai's sewage water. BMC has also built a storm water drainage network of 3,000 kilometers along with 2,250 kilometers of nalas. The Mumbai Beautification Project aims to enhance the city's aesthetics and boost residents' happiness and living index. More than 1,200 works are completed under Mumbai Beautification Project in the last 1.5 years. Along with the infrastructural developments, it has unveiled Mumbai Climate Action Plan for the next 30 years. BMC has also undertaken iconic policy initiatives, a global city or an alpha world city that acts as a primary connection for the global economic network. Mumbai ranked amongst the best cities in the world. As a parent institution of this city, the BMC is working tirelessly 24 hours and 365 days a year, only for Mumbaikars and their welfare.
Wow. The transformation continues, and it's fantastic to see it in that video. Now, as we said, it's the first time that our annual investment summit has been here in Mumbai, and so it is only right that we look in detail at its transformation. I know we've just been discussing some of those greener initiatives. Laura is standing by in the studio right now with some of her guests to talk some more about this in just a moment. She'll introduce you to them shortly. But I'm delighted to welcome to the stage, first of all, Iqbal Chahal, who's the Commissioner for BMC.
Hello, how are you?
Nice to see you. Welcome.
Thank you, thank you.
I should say thank you for letting us be in your city. It's lovely to be here. Yeah. Delighted to be in Mumbai this year. Lots for us to talk about Mumbai's transformation, but it strikes me that infrastructure will be so key to this transformation. Just looking around the city, there is a lot of work to do. Talk to me about the plan for infrastructure and where do you start?
In the last 2 years, we have given a very major push to infra development in Mumbai. We are building a coastal road, 8-lane, cement concrete from the southern tip to the northern tip. It's about, a project cost is about 45,000 crores. Then we have undertaken the world's largest ever wastewater treatment plants to clean Mumbai's sewage water back to potable level. And Mumbai consumes humongous 4,000 million liters of water per day, one of the highest anywhere in the world. And just imagine that once we recycle them back in 4 years' time, there'll be a new lease to marine life. And I can promise that in 10 years' time, you will have fish next to the shore of Mumbai.
Wow, that's quite a promise. And you will deliver it?
Yeah, we'll deliver it. In fact, we're already delivering the first leg of coastal road. 14,000 crore is ready for inauguration, and it may open up in the next 2 or 3 days.
There are a lot of challenges that lie ahead, that is clear. Talk me through what is the most difficult thing to tackle in Mumbai?
Well, we had 2 major challenges, that Mumbai didn't have a very substantial size of a park. And I'm happy to say that tomorrow, once our state cabinet puts the stamp, we will have a 300-acre Mumbai Central Park in South Mumbai. And out of this, we have 175 acres of coastal garden coming up on a reclaimed land from the sea. And then we have taken some portion from Mahalakshmi Race Course. And we are joining these 2 pieces together through a very broad subway, pedestrian subway. And by next year, citizens will have a 300-acre central park in Mumbai, in the South Mumbai. The second big challenge which we are facing is the issue of affordable housing, because we need to deliver affordable housing to our citizens who are living in slum areas so that their quality of life improves. So we are taking a lot of steps in that direction. I'm sure that we will clinch that also.
What is the most difficult element of that to solve? Is it about simply getting the resources aligned, finding the areas where you may build? Talk me through that process, because obviously there is the ambition to solve these problems. How do you tackle that day to day?
Well, if you see that right now we have almost more than 2 lakh crores of works going on in Mumbai, and if you add MMRDA works, it will be like more than $50 billion of works undergoing, which are under development or under construction. And we did face a lot of problems, but now I would say that you see in another 4 years' time, Mumbai will be a world-class city, maybe better than many other so-called world-class cities.
These problems are not unique to Mumbai. Other world-class cities face similar challenges. Do you look around the world and say, that's a really good way of fixing that, or that's a really good example of how we could do that? What lessons do you learn from elsewhere?
Well, I'll give you the best example. We used to have a lot of flooding in Mumbai between the month of June and October when we have very harsh monsoon. We have 130 inches of rainfall every year. And every year, the local trains would stop and there'll be a lot of flooding in areas. So we sent our team to Tokyo, which is equally dense city, and which is equally high rainfall area. So we learned from them, we borrowed their best practices, and now we have created holding tanks underground in many parts of the city. So when flood comes, when it's heavy rains, we push the water into the underground tanks, and when the rain recedes, we pump out this water into the sea. You'll be surprised and happy to know that in between 1st of June 23 and October 23, the Western Line, the Central Line, the Harbour Line, which carries 6.4 million people per day, more than 3,100 trains, they didn't stop even for a single second in the first time in the history of Mumbai city. We had a flood-free entire monsoon this year based on our implementation Tokyo model. It was first time ever that we achieved this feat of no flooding in Mumbai in the monsoon of 23.
Yeah, really important.
And this is going to continue now forever.
You touched on high population density, and that is one of the challenges as well, not unique to Mumbai, but how do you address that? Finite amounts of space, a large population, that brings its own set of challenges, doesn't it? And how do you start to address them?
You know, once we develop our infrastructure, like for example now, recently we opened up our Mumbai Trans-Harbour Link, which is connecting South Mumbai to Raigad and Panvel. The window has opened up for third Mumbai. Earlier we had two Mumbais, Mumbai and Navi Mumbai. But if the government has just announced the other day that there will be third Mumbai coming up. And this Harbour Bay Bridge, which is almost 22 kilometers long, it has brought the distance from Mumbai to Navi Mumbai or this place, Panvel, from 2 hours to 14 minutes now. In 14 minutes, you can zip through that area. So this is going to open the doors for third city in Mumbai, and this is how you ease out the housing problem, ease out the affordable housing problem, and I'm sure that this is going to now lead to a third Mumbai very soon.
And I'm right, I think, in saying that BMC functions a little bit like a city government. I say a little bit. And I wonder what that allows you to do that is sort of beyond the time frames of sort of political cycles, because so many big infrastructure projects around the world are, cancelled at the whim of the latest political idea or a change in leadership or whatever. Do you have more flexibility and more ability, perhaps, to be able to take a longer term view?
Yeah. Mumbai is very lucky to have a city government concept which doesn't exist in any other city in India. I proudly say Mumbai's model of city government, which doesn't exist in other cities, even equivalent cities like Chennai or Delhi or Kolkata, here there's tremendous autonomy we have. And this autonomy creates very strong chain of command and execution with razor-sharp precision. Our success in COVID, where our performance was one of the best anywhere in the world, it is precisely because of the city government autonomy and a strong chain of command and integrated chain of command. So since all these projects have been driven by the city government, and the kind of autonomy it has, you'll be surprised that all these projects of almost 2 lakh crores, they are without any assistance from any banking loans, or they are not from any great help from Government of India or Government of Maharashtra. All these projects are own resources. And for example, this 14,000 crore road, which we're opening up, the first leg, it is going to be toll-free because we have not borrowed any money and we are not repaying anything for the money we spent on the road. It is going to be the first project in the world where almost a $2 billion project is toll-free.
And a final thought from you about the deep clean. And a lot of people will think, it's just a little initiative, picking up litter, cleaning up. It's not. It is fundamental to what this city can be, isn't it? Talk to me about the importance
this very good question. Our Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Shri Eknath Shinde, had this vision. He said, he told me, Chahal, that unless we get into slums, unless we get into lanes and by-lanes, unless we make them spick and span, only then we can claim Mumbai is a clean city. And I proudly say that the last Saturday, the 14th Saturday in a row, when 10,000 of us, including the Commissioner and the Chief Minister, get down on the roads for half a day, starting at 6 in the morning, and we brush the roads, we brush the footpaths, we then sweep the roads and footpaths, and then when we water them with high-speed jets, and we do it for small lanes and by-lanes and slums and narrow lanes of the city, and you see the effect is so much in the last 14 weeks that our air quality index, which was almost 375, came down to 30 a week ago. And this is not a photo op. This is not like a short time project. This is going to be a permanent feature in Mumbai for all times to come. And we're the first city in the world where a man like Honorable Chief Minister gets down on the street at 6 a.m. in the morning. We get up at 4 in the morning, and we sweep the city clean, and we are making it a people's movement. We always say this is not a BMC program or the government program. It is the citizens, the NGOs, the stakeholders, the students, NCC, Scouts and Guides, and our citizens at large, who all must chip in. They must join hands to make Mumbai one of the cleanest city ever.
Congratulations. It really is astonishing to see all of the work that is going on here. Delighted to have you with us, and thank you for having us in the city for this event. Iqbal Chahal, thank you so much.
Very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, as we said, so much more to talk about Mumbai's transformation. As you see, Laura standing by in the studio. Laura, over to you.
Is on. There we go. I am alive. Yes, there we go. Right. Well, we are now going to deep dive into a project that's taking shape very nicely indeed, of course, which is the Mumbai Megapolis Metaverse Project, which is an initiative led by the government of Maharashtra in collaboration with the Tech Entrepreneurs Association of Mumbai. And we are joined by Kaustubh Davze, the Joint Secretary and Officer on Special Duty to the Deputy Chief Minister of the Government of Maharashtra. A very warm welcome to you.
Thank you.
Great to have you here. And also Vishal Gondal, who is the founder and CEO of GoKey. So a very warm welcome to you both. Now, first and foremost, not many people have actually know about the metaverse or even know what it means, And everyone's like, oh yeah, I've sort of heard of it, but I don't really know how it works and all the rest of it. I've done a couple of these in Dubai, and it's still a really it's a growing area, it's very much at its infancy, but I'm lucky because I've got a 10-year-old boy. So he plays Fortnite and Roblox.
Yeah.
I know what the prototype is, so I'm in quite a good position. Anyway, enough of that, but let's start off with the basics. That's where I wanted to start. So, Kaustubh, let's start off with, what your involvement is and how you see this Mumbai Megapolis Metaverse. How do you see it sort of changing life here in the city? What role is it going to play?
Sure. So, in 2014, the Deputy Chief Minister now and the Chief Minister then, Mr. Fadnavis, unleashed a $30 billion infrastructure reset plan. And he had a choice to make. He could have panned out these projects over the next 15 years, or he could have taken them all together in the next 5 years. The reality of the matter is that Mumbai was a laggard in terms of infrastructure rollout for the last 15 years, from 2000 to 2014. The city grew economically, but was extremely congested. That was the primary reason why we lost a lot of startups and a lot of companies to Bengaluru and Hyderabad. So the decision was made that we are going to do this in one big bang approach. But what that essentially meant was that there could be chaos on the roads because of the traffic. Because you were launching the coastal road, the sea link, the underground metro, the overhead metro, the new airport, all these projects are each of them is billions and billions of dollars. Now, when this project started executing between 14 and 19, one of the key reasons that we observed was we used to get immense amount of feedback on Twitter and Facebook, and people complaining, and citizens were unhappy with the traffic and the chaos. So obviously we knew that we had unleashed this on them. We wanted to give them a perspective about how Mumbai will look in 2025. And we wanted to show them that the sacrifices and the difficulties they are going through is going to result into this amazing Mumbai. And that's how the idea of creating a metaverse coined in, and that's where Vishal came into the picture. Vishal, along with TEAM, the Technology Entrepreneurs Association of Mumbai, which is the coming together of 25 unicorns, all the startups of Maharashtra and Mumbai, we got together, the government got together with them, and decided to conceive this project called the Mumbai Megapolis Metaverse. This is essentially envisioning how Mumbai will transform in the next 3 to 4 years. So we shortlisted 12 projects. We converted 4 projects on actual plans into a digital twin. And now what you see in a mobile app, on the website, and in VR, which is showcased here, is how Mumbai will transform in 2025. So the whole idea was that here are amazing projects which any city around the world, whether it's New York or London, would have taken 25 to 30 years to do. We have done it in a very short time. You have faced a lot of difficulties, but here is how this is going to transform in the next few years. And that's how this project came to life. And I'm so happy that it has seen the light of the day.
What an amazing way to visualize your intent and what something's really going to look like, and to do it so brilliantly. Now, the technology, as you mentioned, was actually developed here in Mumbai as well.
Yes, it was.
So tell us a little bit more about that and your involvement, Vishal.
So like Kaustubh mentioned, I'm part of Technology Entrepreneurs Association of Mumbai. We are about 50 startups representing about 50 billion in total valuation. So think of the top entrepreneurs of Mumbai. When we met the DCM and the team there, we were very excited that the government actually had a vision and they wanted to partner with the best technology companies. And this was a challenge given out to us, saying that, hey, how do we show people what is coming up? And interestingly, Mumbai also houses the best gaming talent in the country, and I myself am a game developer. So we thought of this as a gaming project. In fact, you gave an example of Roadblocks and Minecraft. Yeah. So the wider vision is to actually convert this into a Minecraft, but you are in the city of Mumbai, and you can actually come and yourself build building blocks or give feedback to the government and create your own virtual world. So the step one for that was deep integration with various bodies. We actually went to the airport authority, which is building the new airport, the metro, the new coastal road, the Trans Harbour link. We worked with and saw the plans. They were digitized, and in fact, all of you can go and download it right now. You can just search for Mumbai Megapolis Metaverse on your phones. You get the app, you can see it yourself. You can experience that in VR, and we were really lucky that Meta actually partnered with us on this because they are seeing this as a very, very interesting use case. Apart from gaming, and now we saw Apple announcing the Vision Pro. So spatial computing is coming up. And I think governments and anybody in the field of architecture needs to look at this technology for visualization. So what you are seeing is a true collaboration between the tech ecosystem of Mumbai and the government to present something which is truly extraordinary.
And we were just saying that in the sustainability panel, it applies to everything, partnerships, collaboration, the right people. And it sounds like you literally got the perfect people together. So, yeah, you created magic. So, tell us a little bit more about what your hopes are for the project and what sort of engagement have you seen? Have you seen a lot of interest? As you said, you know, people can come in and maybe build for themselves because you can own land in the metaverse. It's worth a fortune as well. There's so much to do and see. So tell us a little bit more about engagement and what you've seen.
So I think what Vishal has said is truly going to happen. We have taken the first step in that direction. We have created a metaverse for projects. We are now asking the citizens to come and experience it. The next phase will be at some point in time, and the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister did mention in his fireside chat that we would like urban development planning to come on that platform. And that completely changes governance. The ability of citizens to actually see and transact in a digital world by recommending a particular bridge to be built, by recommending a change that needs to be happening in the building code. New developers can submit their plans directly online. They don't need to visit offices. Government technically has to be faceless. And this will usher a new and a very modern era of governance. And I can assure you that India will be in the forefront of this globally. I mean, there will probably not be in comparison with any global city because none of the global cities have yet adopted this. We are very familiar with the procedures that are followed in most global cities. So we are very proud of the fact that because we are a very young population, an aspiring population, people will cling on to this faster. And I think government officials' duty is more or less to kind of use this platform to increasingly engage with citizens, to give them the ability to really build the city together with the policymakers and the politicians.
Isn't that incredible? Basically, you're giving essentially the voice to the people, but in a different dynamic.
Absolutely.
Which is fascinating.
And it's interesting that already the new generation is so much used to the virtual worlds. Fortnite had the first music concert. Today, esports and engaging in virtual worlds is already happening for the generation. So think of this as the future of governance itself will merge into virtual worlds. And while we do live in physical worlds, which is why it's a digital twin, I think applications like healthcare, education. So this is the start, but there is multiple linkages of how you could have a virtual town hall in this eventually. So this is just the first phase, but as this expands, this becomes a truly immersive experience.
It's going to be so interesting to see how this type of, the next sort of level of Web3 essentially is going to develop and what's going to go forward. But then, of course, you know, we've got different generations. And as you said, you know, there's a young population here. So everyone's going to jump on this and it's the perfect way to, you know, get people's opinions and voices. What would you say to the people that aren't so sort of tech savvy that, you know, they've got to try this?
So they have to experience this, right? And first of all, we have some sets here, but we were lucky to get Meta to partner with us. And I think Kaustubh will tell you how there will be hundreds of locations where an average citizen can actually experience this.
Yeah, so next step is basically to set up about 100 locations across the length and breadth of the Mumbai metropolitan region, which is like a very big region. It basically encompasses Mumbai and the adjoining regions. And we are going to have citizens come in and, you know, have the experience of the virtual reality. And I think this is the first step, as I said, in that direction. The political and people interface will obviously always remain. Every 5 years, political leadership goes to the people, tells them about the work they do, interacts. They can use virtual to some extent, but they are always between people. What we are essentially talking about more is from, you know, the governance standpoint. We would like lesser number of people to really come to government offices. And for us to be able to successfully do that, we need to have a very engaging and forward-looking digital platform. I think there is a very wide variety of generations involved in this entire digital transformation that India has seen in the last 10, 12 years. I mean, I remember that there was, cynicism, skepticism about, how will a local vendor ever transact a digital transaction selling his, bananas or fruits to a normal person over an UPI platform. And today, it's just a norm. Nobody kind of, even says it like a wow impact, because for Indians, most of them are transacting and doing smaller transaction on an UPI platform. So I think people are adopting, realizing that it is convenience, it is transparency, and the government intends to do this and push this. So the government will definitely work in that direction.
Very exciting indeed.
I think India is possibly the only place where innovation is being driven by the government in an open format. UPI, which is directly competing with Visa and Master in a way, is a great example of it, which is a public utility. It has no transaction fees for people and merchants. Similarly, I do see that as technologies like the metaverse and digital twins, the need to open this up is more important. And I think the vision really is around building not just a system, but a platform which more and more people can integrate into, so that as we enter the future, and as you know, the India growth story was already discussed today, India is a great adopter of technology. I know the WhatsApp penetration, Instagram, and I see clearly the penetration of immersive worlds are going to be big, and I think governance within that and is going to be an interesting thing. And we are very, very happy to see as team how the government of Maharashtra is really taking this so proactively.
Absolutely.
And as soon as a government, is interested in something, that it's important and that it's going to be big. So everyone, make sure you check out the Mumbai Megapolis Metaverse. Thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure.
Really, really interesting to hear what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much once again for joining. Now, Ben is going to talk about this a little bit more in just a moment. But just before we do, let's take a look at some of the work that they're doing over the MMRDA.
If India were a mega computer, Mumbai would be its motherboard. A motherboard that functions with a distinct human touch. A motherboard with an undying winning spirit. A motherboard that runs on constant innovation. Mumbai is now rebooting, transformed by MMR. Welcome to MMR, the Mumbai Metropolitan Region. A dynamic expanse that includes Greater Mumbai and its surrounding areas. This metropolis holds immense significance for the state of Maharashtra. The dream of embracing the quality of life synonymous with an international city. It is a dream that resonates with every citizen of MMR. The state government actively navigating towards the realization of $1 trillion economy. To transform this collective dream into reality, the MMR region, the pulsating heart of the state, requires cutting-edge infrastructure. Enter MMRDA, a world-class agency equipped to turn aspirations into achievements for every inhabitant of the Mumbai metropolitan region. MMRDA has been a driving force behind transformative projects such as the Mumbai Trans-Harbour Link, featuring India's longest sea bridge and an expansive metro network. These visionary endeavors are reshaping the landscape of Greater Mumbai and beyond. Consider the ambitious project, a city that is envisioned to be bigger than the cities of Mumbai and Navi Mumbai. This innovative vision aims to unlock the hinterland for sustainable development. MMRDA's contributions to transportation and infrastructure are poised to empower every citizen with seamless access, connectivity, and a sense of pride in our infrastructure. Our goal is to transform commuting from a hassle into a source of happiness. MMRDA aims to transform the MMR through imperatives like environmental enhancements and thoughtful social planning. Our project, Surya Regional Water Supply Scheme, is now actively supplying water to the Vasai-Virar region. Efficient decision-making and reduced bureaucracy are facilitating the accelerated implementation of these projects, ensuring minimal inconvenience for all stakeholders. Upon completion, the Mumbai metropolitan region will evolve into a space where we all aspire to live, commute, and take immense pride in. MMRDA shall achieve the dreams and aspirations of everyone and make the Mumbai metropolitan region an area that is habitable and appealing to all. This vision has been a collaborative effort between the central and state government of Maharashtra. MMRDA, rebooting Mumbai, reshaping MMR.
So much brilliant work that is going on. Yes, a round of applause. It is incredible to see the transformation underway. So for our final session of the day, we're going to talk a little bit more in detail about the work that still needs to be done and how that will be done. I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Sanjay Mukherjee, who's Metropolitan Commissioner at the MMRDA. Please welcome him. Welcome to the stage. Thank you for being with us.
Hi.
There's loads that I want to talk about. We got a little taste in that video of the work that is being done, but what are your priorities? And we'll come on to the megapolis in a minute, but what are the priorities now in terms of the work that needs to be done and how we are able to deliver that?
Well, MMRDA is looking something like 6,800 square kilometers of area. So we essentially do the inter-district type of work, and we provide the regional infrastructure. So we have, the first thing that we do is that we plan for the entire Mumbai metropolitan area. This is the fastest growing urban agglomeration in the world. Second thing that we do is that we provide connectivity. So the biggest problem that any person who lives in Mumbai is facing today is the problem of commuting. So as was mentioned by the Honorable Deputy CM in the morning, that the aim is to do it in such a way that from any one corner to any other corner of Mumbai, if you want to travel, then you should be able to travel by 59 minutes. So that is the second thing. So we are building a huge network of metro rails and roads, you know, over the entire 6,800 square kilometers of MMR. So that is another thing. And then, so Mumbai is a very old city, and Mumbai has developed organically. Therefore, parts of the city which are, which were developed by the Bombay Improvement Trust, or parts of the city which were developed by the BMC. So they are well planned. But there are parts of the cities which have been, the people have come to stay there first, and they have been redeveloped later. And then lots of the city is covered by slums. So in this, we are doing two things. Number one, we have got into urban renewal. So we have very recently taken a call to get into slum development. That's one. And second is we are also into city development. So we just commissioned one bridge which is called as the Atal Setu. And Atal Setu is the Asia's longest sea bridge, and it is India's longest bridge, and it has been completed 9 months before schedule. And it is India's first, 100% environmentally compliant bridge. In the sense, even the lights that are there, they are designed in such a way that both the aquatic and other life is not affected by that. So, so there we are going to develop another new city. So there was a city of Mumbai, then a city of New Bombay, And this would be another city which would be developed and which will be focused on IT, ITES, services, etc. So this is what we are doing. In addition, some 10 growth centers at various places, focused on certain things like logistics, industry, animation, etc. So overall, regional development, planning, connectivity, and city development.
You raise a few points there, and I will come to each of them in turn. But the first, of course, the fastest growing urban area. It comes with growing pains, doesn't it? You can't tackle all of those problems at once. So when you look at your inbox, how do you prioritize what needs to be dealt with first?
Well, I think, I see this area and I see the whole country as an elephant. And, so when the elephant moves, it moves very, very slowly. And then when it runs, then it cannot stop. So I think that's what's the situation of Mumbai. So, like I'll tell you, MMRDA has spent 50,000 crore rupees in the last 10 years. And it is going to spend 5 lakh crore Indian rupees in the next 10 years. So this is the change. So priority-wise, everything is important. But I think the most important priority would be number one, that is connectivity. Number two would be urban renewal, that is slums and tackling of that. And number three, new city development.
Yeah.
So that as the city grows, and the only thing that Mumbai is, deprived of is land.
Yeah.
So as you develop a new city where the MTHL or the Atal Setu lands, so you essentially are extending Mumbai. So that's a luxury which Mumbai never had, that Mumbai will now get.
And you talked about the new bridge, being mindful that further development is conscious of the environment and not making some of those environmental problems worse. How do you make sure you get that right? Because quite clearly there is a rush to do this quickly because you need to solve these problems yesterday. But how do you make sure that what you are doing is conscious of its environmental impact?
See, I think certain matters are not negotiable. Sustainability is something which is absolutely not negotiable. Because why are we doing these things? So we are doing these things for our own population. We are doing these things for this generation and the next. And as we see that as the world is getting more and more connected, so, the entire world, I may have breakfast in one city and dinner in another. So sustainability is something which, just cannot be compromised. And in our country, we have a very, very well-set system. It's a very democratic country. So all these projects that we are doing, they have been planned over several years. Now they are on the takeoff stage. So there is a whole system of getting several environmental clearances. Like even if I touch an inch of forest land, then there is a public process, there is a hearing, there are objections, suggestions, people give their point of view, experts talk about it. So I'm sure the municipal commissioner would have talked about the Mumbai coastal road in his presentation. So I used to serve in the BMC when we designed that particular project, and then we started the work in that project. It is getting completed now. So in that case, you will not believe that even the technical DPR of that project was published in public domain. And people were asked to give their suggestions even on technical matters, not on general and sustainable matters. So I think that is a very, very robust process that we are having here. And that is something that we will be taking forward.
It is clearly an important democratic process, but are you ever frustrated that these things take time? Because there are so many pressing issues, aren't there? Like any city, but you just want to get on with it, don't you?
So as I said now, that if the elephant initially just is moving, then the elephant walks very slowly, and then it runs. So it is this process, the first part. Now we are in that running phase. And therefore, I would like to tell you, like for instance, in New Bombay, SIDCO, where I used to work earlier, so that is doing the largest housing project in the world. Then this Mumbai Metro, that is about 387 kilometers of metro lines, of which MMRDA is constructing 337. This is the largest metro network being constructed at any given point of time in history. So yes, it is frustrating because we have spent several years preparing for this, but now I think the time has come for these projects to be executed. But as I said, sustainability is absolutely non-negotiable, and therefore, the time that a project takes, that is something which has to be there.
And ultimately, the aim of all of these developments is to make Mumbai a world-class city, one that people want to live, work, play, stay, visit. How soon do you think it will tip over that edge and you think, you know what, we're there? Mumbai is a world-class city.
So I think the Honorable Prime Minister has already announced that 2047 would be the year in which India would be a world-class city, and Maharashtra achieves its 75th year in the next 11 years. I see Mumbai, if I take Mumbai at 10, then I think all these projects that we are doing, so whether it is the metro network, whether it is the housing project, whether it is the, the New Bombay airport, whether it is the airport-to-airport connectivity, whether it is the issues of, civic development, like, for instance, the sewage treatment plants, the sewer lines, the water supply. For instance, Mumbai has, I think, arguably the largest water supply hydraulic system in the world. So that system is getting improved by the day and improved by the day. So I think Mumbai by 10, that is the time when the tipping point will come. I think first tipping point is this year, because this year MTHL starts. That is supposed to increase the national economy GDP by 1%. Next year, the New Bombay International Airport should start. So that is expected to increase the national GDP by another 1%. Then every year, certain amounts of roads, bridges, cities, and metro networks, etc., will be delivered. So all this will contribute to the growth of the economy, yes.
And when you're at that stage, as a final thought, what would you want someone from anywhere in the world, how would you like them to describe Mumbai? What will Mumbai be?
Well, we describe Mumbai as by two words, Amchi Mumbai, my Mumbai. So it is a city where anybody can come, irrespective of caste, creed, religion, region, ethnicity. And this is a city which accepts everybody with open arms. I myself am not a Mumbaiker. I come from some other place, but now I feel that I am absolutely assimilated into this place. So that is what I would like Mumbai to be. Amchi Mumbai, a city for all of us.
I can't wait to see it. It's really exciting. Ladies and gents, Dr. Sanjay Mukherjee, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Please.
Mumbai is now rebooting, transformed by MMR. Welcome to MMR, the Mumbai Metropolitan Region. A dynamic expanse that includes Greater Mumbai and its surrounding areas. This metropolis holds immense significance for the state of Maharashtra. The dream of embracing the quality of life synonymous with an international city. It is a dream that resonates with every citizen of MMR. The state government actively navigating towards the realization of a $1 trillion economy. To transform this collective dream into reality, the MMR region, the pulsating heart of the state, requires cutting-edge infrastructure. A world-class agency equipped to turn aspirations into achievements for every inhabitant of the Mumbai metropolitan region. MMRDA has been a driving force behind transformative projects such as the Mumbai Trans-Harbour Link, featuring India's longest sea bridge and an expansive metro network. These visionary endeavors are reshaping the landscape of Greater Mumbai and beyond. Consider the ambitious project, a city that is envisioned to be bigger than the cities of Mumbai and Navi Mumbai. This innovative vision aims to unlock the hinterland for sustainable development. MMRDA's contributions to transportation and infrastructure are poised to empower every citizen with seamless access, connectivity, and a sense of pride in our infrastructure. Our goal is to transform commuting from a hassle into a source of happiness.
are back. We are almost at the end. Delighted to have helped guide you through some of those conversations. What an incredible day. I can't actually believe that we got through so many speakers, so many incredible speakers in a relatively short space of time. I really do hope that you have found it worthwhile, whether you're here in the room or watching us online right around the world. So thank you for being with us, and thank you for your attention throughout the day.
Yes, we really do feel, and we hope that you leave today feeling inspired and informed by what you've heard, and maybe better placed to invest, grow, and understand India that little bit better. Now, just after we finish, if you'd like to continue the conversation, please do join us for drinks in Ballroom 1, just behind us, to continue the conversation, as I mentioned. And remember to follow us online. You can use our hashtags, which are NXT10 and IGF Mumbai.
So it is goodbye from us for now. The India Global Forum is back in June. It is in London, but of course will be live around the world, as always. And so we want to leave you with a little taste of what's ahead. Thank you, good evening, and see you soon.
Welcome to India Global Forum, uniting the world's most visionary minds from India and beyond to shape the future. Hear from and engage with the most influential policymakers, business leaders, and technology disruptors. Get involved with our key initiatives and join us at our world-class flagship events in the UK, the UAE, and India. Join India Global Forum, a gateway to the limitless potential of India's growth story and a catalyst for global connection. Log on to www.indiaglobalforum.com and join the conversation.
I really enjoy it.
One of the strengths of your country is clearly its youth. You have so many young people in a vibrant society with a lot of creativity.
It's trusted and reliable and curated. I'm a big fan.
Social in a good way.
Yeah, we're a couple. It is very liberating.
You have a famous hair flip that you do?
That's true. I haven't done it.
Hit us with it.
Okay.
Oh, wow, brilliant.
When you're in the business of creating better futures for everyone, you realize that there's often more than one finish line. And while speed is important, what really pushes everything forward is continuous transformation. It's what leads to better futures, to real substantial change. It connects the people, IP, and industries that create entirely new hybrid businesses. It turns an insurance industry that covers people into a wellness industry that helps them recover. It opens faster routes for first responders. Teaches bacteria to eat microplastics from the ocean. Deploys trusted AI to preserve and protect our forest and wildlife. And even fights wildfires from space. We are committed to perpetual impact because it's what pushes the world forward.
Can a bank help the world realize its dreams? At Emirates NBD, we empower people, companies, economies, countries. Proudly born in the UAE, leading the region, expanding globally. Investing, innovating, delivering, giving back, paying forward. Creating opportunities to prosper. Emirates NBD.
25 years ago, Edelweiss started with a vision of not doing things the same old way. Over the years, we have explored all things investment and have become better at it every year. We started off with investment banking and soon made our way to institutional equities and wealth management. Now, with strong institutional ownership of PAG as a promoter, we have grown to become a comprehensive wealth and asset management platform, also offering capital market solutions. And our fresh new perspective on wealth is reflected in our new brand identity. Today, we are one of the top wealth management companies in India and the only company with a comprehensive wealth management platform employing over 2,700 plus people across 450 plus locations with a network of more than 23,000 plus partners. Nuvama also has 1 million customers comprising people, businesses and institutions, including ultra-high net worth families. In our evolution will be driven by technology. Everything we have achieved so far, our vision and our values are all driven by one mantra: to do it right for our customers. Nuvama, let's do it right.